Welcome to Scary Stories in Ambient Rain. This video was designed to help you relax or sleep, with minimal ads, of course, as in all my videos. So just as a reminder, there are only 4 ads in this video after the first 4 stories. By the way, follow me on social media for a face reveal, and if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? I will continue to post these videos for many years to come, always with minimal ads. Also, if you could, please like the video for me. It really helps out a lot. And last thing, thank you for choosing to be here when I know that you have many other options. Now, let's begin. Before I get into this story, I want to say that I am an extreme skeptic of anything having to do with ghosts. I have a hard time believing the things in this story really happened to me, so I totally understand if you can't believe them. However, I just have to say it. Everything that I'm telling here is true. This all started when I moved into the townhouse I currently live in, so about 4 years ago. It is a 2-bedroom, 2-floor home. Living alone, sometimes you imagine things are happening in your home that aren't. That's what I thought for the first few months anyway. At first, all it was is what sounded like footsteps upstairs. These aren't new homes, so at first, I figured it was just the house creaking. But I could swear it sounded like distinct footsteps. I never heard them when I was upstairs, only when I was downstairs, so I thought it was the upper level just creaking. About 6 months later, my husband and I got married, and he moved in with me. Shortly after that, we got a kitten. All this time, I still hear these footsteps, but I don't say anything to anyone, because I honestly just don't think it's that weird. Until our cat starts staring upstairs while she's downstairs. If any of you have cats, you know this isn't really that weird. Cats often do stare at places with this look, like they can see something that you don't. So again, I try to just justify that this is normal cat stuff, until she starts backing away, like she's scared. That was the first time I even considered the possibility of a ghost. But again, I am an extreme skeptic, so I tried to just ignore it. Except it happens again. And this time, my husband sees her do it. That's when I told him about the footsteps. He looked at me and said, "I hear them too." From then on, we kind of joke about them. Every time we hear them, we say, it's just the shadow person. This goes on for about a year. One night, when my sister is over, she heard us joking about it. She looked at us and told me that she's been hearing it since she stayed with me that first summer. She says that they scare her. She thought she was the only one who noticed them. So now I've confirmed that 2 other people and a cat also hear these footsteps. It's far from confirmation of the existence of ghosts, but I'm not telling this story simply because of footsteps we all heard. No, it gets weirder. After about 2 months of living here, we had our son. That's when all the activity in the house picked up. We would hear the footsteps almost every night. They started only sounding like they were coming from my son's room. Specifically, there is one stop directly next to his crib that makes a very loud creak. And that's what I would hear. The creak would be so loud and sound so much like someone was upstairs. My husband and I would actually run up to check on our son, because it legitimately sounded like someone could be up there. Months of this went by, and I still was not convinced of any paranormal activity. This next instance, though, would be what changed my mind. My son had just learned how to point. He would point at things to show me things, to comment, or to ask what they were. We were downstairs and my sister's cat was visiting. My son is pointing around the room and suddenly, he points to the top of the stairs. The same spot that my cat occasionally looks at in fear. He looks concerned, and then scared, and then starts almost crying. This was the first time he has ever acted like this. I then notice that my sister's cat is looking in the same exact spot, doing the same exact thing that my cat does. I got really freaked out by this. I'm actually getting chills just telling it now, remembering how scared my son was. It was after this that I started telling people about it. Some people looked at me like I'm crazy, but my sister and husband completely believed me. It was hard to know if I was exaggerating or if this was really happening. Until the week, I think, it picked up my son. I have a Wi-Fi operated baby monitor. If anyone knows what the Nanit is, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, this monitor records any activity that goes on in the night. It will notify you for any motion or sound, and you can re-watch any activity later. So I wake up one morning and look through the notifications from the night to see how well my son slept. When I see a notification that he was taken out of bed, asleep, at 4 a.m. I played back the footage and could not see any reason for it to give me this notification. My son did not move. Nothing was blocking the camera, and no one was awake at that time. You can say it was an error, and maybe it was, but I have not gotten that notification before or since this incident. That night, I went to sleep with my window open. I woke up to my husband kissing me goodbye. I hear him go downstairs, get ready, and walk out the front door. Because my window was open, I very clearly could hear him lock the door and pull it not once, not twice, but 3 times to confirm that it was locked. I say this with certainty, firstly because I heard it, but secondly because my husband has mild OCD, and he does this same thing literally every single time he leaves the house. I went back to sleep. When I woke up, I found the same notification that my son was taken out of bed while he was asleep. I went in to check on him, and he was fine. I went downstairs to get some coffee, and on my way, I look at the front door. I noticed it was unlocked. I opened it to confirm that it was indeed unlocked. I'm now on edge. I call our complex to make sure no one came in while we were asleep. No one did. When my son wakes up, I go to get him ready, and he starts looking in the hallway the same way he did the first time. This time, we are upstairs with it. Usually we are downstairs, but now my son is looking directly behind me and starts crying. I'm not going to lie and say that I feel some evil presence there, but I did feel something, like something was watching me. I quickly closed the door so that my son could not see anything anymore, and I said very loudly and firmly, "Please go away. You are not welcome here. You're scaring him." It was something my sister told me to say. I felt a little ridiculous saying it, but at that point I didn't know what else to do. I did instantly feel like I was not being watched anymore, and my son stopped crying, so we went about our day like normal. That day turned into a year. I never mentioned this to anyone because I thought they may not believe it, because I didn't. But I don't hear those footsteps anymore. In fact, I haven't heard them once since that morning. Last night, my husband and I were talking, and I asked him if he had heard the shadow person recently. He said, "Actually, no, I haven't heard it in a long time." So I told him what happened. He was shocked, because we realized not a single thing has happened since I asked them to leave. I guess that's why I'm telling this. Him not hearing anything was kind of the confirmation I needed to realize that it was real. I don't think it was an evil ghost or intended any harm to my son. I think whoever it was just maybe liked him and wanted to watch him sleep or something. Maybe they were lonely. Whatever the reason, I hope they are free now and no longer stuck to my home. I was standing with my older brother, both of us smoking, outside my parents' porch. My family and I grew up in a very superstitious part of the American Southwest. I guess you could say in a part of America where all there is a very strong fear of skinwalkers. I know, another skinwalker story. But what I witnessed alongside my brother felt chillingly real. A few years before this incident, my older brother and I encountered something in our parents' backyard, so we have always been a bit on edge at night around our neighborhood. I still am to this day. That, and we grew up in a culture that discourages people from wandering around at night without some sort of cultural blessing. But we were a few years older, smoking our cigarettes, catching up because my brother was attending college in the city, and I was finishing up my junior year in high school. I was rambling on about something when I saw my brother's startled look out at the neighbor's yard. I looked over at what he was staring at and found myself looking at a shadowy figure standing outside of our neighbor's house. And it's hard to describe this shadow, as its figure was basically blacker than the night outside, the dim glow of the streetlights having an almost shadow radiance, if that makes any sense. It was standing on the side of our neighbor's house, and while I couldn't see its face, I knew that it was staring at our neighbor's draped windows. My brother and I looked at each other with disbelief. We had both heard the stories about skinwalkers roaming around at night. I mean, we both witnessed that sort of thing years ago, but it was only a glimpse, followed by hearing the most otherworldly, horrifying howl that sounded both human and animal. But this was different. It was like seeing something that we were never meant to see. Something even more sinister. We said nothing to each other, turning our gaze back towards the figure, which was still staring at the neighbor's window. After what seemed like a long moment, the figure started to slowly turn and walk to our neighbor's backyard. But the way it moved was a surreal sight. It looked to be moving both slow and fast at the same time, like jogging in place, except it was gliding along. Then it moved towards a group of neighborhood dogs. And I knew these were neighborhood dogs because I recognized almost every one of them under the dim tangerine backyard light. But they weren't scared by the shadow figure. In fact, they looked to be welcoming it. The dogs formed a crowd outside the figure, which stopped. And I swear to this day, it morphed down onto all fours, sprang a black tail, and disappeared into the night, with the group of neighborhood dogs following. I looked at my brother and asked, "Dude, what did you put into these cigarettes?" We both nervously chuckled, but we knew what we saw and hurried back inside, making sure we took our cigarette butts with us. Inside, our dad and younger brother were asleep, but our mom was still up. We told our mom what happened, and she instructed us to go outside to get some wood to burn. She smeared ash onto our foreheads, and we ventured outside to gather some firewood. While walking towards the woodpile, we noticed that our street light, which was on when we were heading back inside after stamping out our cigarettes, was now out. The only street light out in the entire neighborhood. We saw it as a sign of something being around, and hurried to gather the wood. Right when we were about to head inside, we could smell it. The strong, putrid scent of a dead animal. We knew right there and then that we were in the middle of all those stories that we had heard about skinwalkers. We didn't stop to take a look around. Instead, we made haste back into our house and built a fire. We told our mom what we smelled outside, and she marched outside with a fresh tin of ash to confront whatever was out there. She yelled in English and her native language to leave us alone. We've not done anything to you, and commanded for it to leave by the traditional ways. She sprinkled ash outside our front porch and back porch, and anchored a bow and arrow above the door, leading out towards the back porch. We slept that night without any more incidents. Months later, when I moved to the city to live with my older brother and work for the summer, I get a call from our mom. She told me that the neighbor who lived in the house that the shadow figure was outside of died of cancer. Whatever we saw that night still chills me to this day. I should start my story by letting everyone know that I decidedly do not believe in ghosts. I was raised in a religious home and I still hold those beliefs now as an adult. The Bible is fairly clear about ghosts. It's okay if you believe something different, but I think it's important to the context of this story for you to understand mine. However, I do believe in spirits, both good and evil. I'm not sure which of those was involved in this experience, but I do believe that is what I encountered. When I was a senior in high school, my teenage angst reached a fever pitch. I was convinced that I was more knowledgeable about the real world and what I considered fairness than my dad and stepmother. As such, I moved out of my home about 6 months before graduation. I knew a group of guys that lived in a house about 30 minutes away. This house belonged to one of the guy's parents until they had let the bank foreclose. I'm not sure of the details exactly, but the bank hadn't completed the foreclose, and we all lived there with only the utilities as expenses. It was a large house, 2 stories, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. There were only 3 guys living there at the time, so they had an open room. I somehow got them to agree to my living there for only $100 a month, which was a big steal, especially considering I only had a part-time job. At that time, one of the guys was never there at all, living with his girlfriend, I think. One guy, we'll call him Jimmy, was going to college and working full-time. He would crash in town sometimes, so he was only there for about 2 nights a week. The other roommate, who we'll call Brad, was only there 2 or 3 nights a week. I don't remember why though. Obviously, I spent a majority of the week at the house alone. One of these nights I was alone, I turned the light out and got on my mattress on the floor. I had nothing to my name but a mattress and a weapon at this stage of life. I was just starting to drift off to sleep and could hear someone walking around downstairs. I thought Jimmy was home, as he was the only one who would get home at this hour. One other thing you should understand about the house was that all of the bedrooms were upstairs, mine being right at the end of the stairs. The stairs went up halfway, turned 90 degrees, and continued up to the second floor to a hallway. So anyone who went up the stairs went to my bedroom door. I hear who I think is Jimmy walking around downstairs. Then all at once I hear them come up the stairs at a full run, violently stomping on every stair as they go. It was very fast, like sprinting up the stairs, while trying to make as much noise as possible. I thought Jimmy was trying to be funny and scare me, so to be funny back, I took my weapon, a pump action, and was going to jump into the hall and rack it really loud while I did. I didn't have anything in it. It was empty, totally safe. Well, imagine my surprise when I flung the door open and nobody was there. No lights on. Nobody home. I went room by room and carefully checked the entire house. All the doors were locked. No cars outside. I was totally alone, with no explanation for what I had heard. Fast forward a month or so. Brad and Jimmy are at home with me. We are talking about the house and how it looked like the bank was finally going to take possession, and we would all have to move. I mentioned that I wasn't terribly disappointed by this because the house kinda gave me the creeps. Brad and Jimmy exchange a look at that comment. Brad then asks why I say that. I tell them the story about the stair stomping. Again, they exchanged a look without saying anything. When I asked what was going on, Brad said that he had a similar experience just a week or so before. Brad's room was the master bedroom. His floor had a spot that we called the squeak. You could probably guess that we called it this because if you stepped there, the floor would squeak loudly. Not uncommon for a two-story home. We all just avoided that spot when walking around. Anyway, Brad went on to say that he was at home alone, drifting off to sleep, when he had heard someone walk up the stairs to the second floor. He assumed it was me getting home. Then his door slowly swung open, and then back shut. Brad said that he sat there in the dark, thinking I was sneaking in his room to scare him or something. Then, he hears the squeak make its usual noise. And finally, he feels his bed do that lean that beds do when someone sits on it. Thinking that he would get me first, he reached out to slap what he thought was me sitting on the side of his bed. Only when he slapped, there was nothing there. Brad got up, turned the light on, searched his room, and eventually the entire house. Nobody was there. In fact, I was 40 minutes away at the time, staying with a friend. At hearing each other's stories, we all didn't really know what to make of it. In fact, we didn't really discuss it much further, because I didn't want to acknowledge what we could not explain. Finally, the time came for us to move out. The power had been turned off, there was no water, and we had all found new places to live. I had been staying at my new apartment for over a month when Brad calls me to tell me that if I had anything left at the house, that I needed to get it within the next couple of days. So I asked a friend, we'll call her Mary, to ride over there with me to grab a couple things. We get there and I tell Mary that I'll be right back and to just wait in the car. I go in, go right up the stairs, go to my room, grab my things, and then leave. I didn't want to be there more than I had to. When I get in the car, Mary asks me, "I thought you only had stuff in your room." "I did," I told her. "Then why were you in that room?" she asks, pointing to the office on the opposite end of the house. "I wasn't," I said. "I went straight to my room and then right back out." Mary has this really confused look on her face now. I never told her about the stories about what we had experienced there, so I know she wouldn't try to tease me. "Well, right after you went in, those curtains moved to the side, stayed pulled back a minute, and then went back to normal just before you came out. Must have been from the AC or something, or maybe a ceiling fan." All I told her was, "Yeah, must have been the wind." But inside I knew there was no power to the house. No AC, no ceiling fans, and no person at the end of that house. No logical reason for those curtains to move. I quickly put the car in drive and left. My roommates and I had great times in that house. We played a lot of pranks. We had some great laughs and made some lifelong memories together. However, I'm glad I didn't live there longer than I did, because obviously we had a roommate of some kind that we were completely unaware of. I was lucky when I was a kid. I lived in the country and had open-minded parents that didn't really care where I went, what I did, or how late I stayed out. Call it bad parenting if you want, but they trusted me to not get into too much trouble. I of course did still get into trouble, but not of my own making usually. Khalid was my best friend. He lived right next door, and during the summer, it wasn't a question whether or not we were going to hang out. It was understood that we were, every single day. He was 1 year older than me, and he kind of acted like my big brother. When crossing a small stream or walking through thorns, I would hop onto his back, and he would hoof it with no complaints, even though many times afterward blood would trickle down his leg. I never really saw him get scared. Not of anything really, except the last day that I ever saw him. One day in early July, we decided to pack a backpack with snacks, Capri Suns, and waters hike through the wilderness to a big, beautiful oak tree that we favored among so many around the area. This tree was perfect for climbing. It had plenty of shade. It was the ideal place for two kids to chill on a summer afternoon while discussing video games and naked ladies. We walked over 2 miles without any problems, but as we neared the tree, I swear I could just feel this looming sense of something different. Not necessarily something wrong, just different from the norm. We had done this same walk and climbed this same tree dozens of times, and I never had this feeling before today. We reached the tree, both of us sweating. It was really hot that day, and I was anxiously waiting to gulp down 80% of my water that I brought. As we climbed the tree, I heard something. It sounded like someone or something was below us, but when I looked down, nothing was there. We settled onto the fattest branch that was great for sitting, with maximum shade. Khalid unzipped the pack and tossed a turkey and cheese sandwich at me. Laughing as I almost dropped it, I said, "Dude!" He laughed and responded, "Relax, I knew you wouldn't drop it." We began eating and talking. He was going on about a substitute teacher that he had earlier that year, who he swears had a crush on him. Meanwhile, I was carving Goku into a tree right next to the faded cloud strife. Suddenly, a man spoke from right below us. "Hi." Khalid stopped mid-sentence, and we both stared down at this man like a couple of deer about to get plowed on the highway. Honestly, this man scared the crap out of me. We were in the middle of nowhere and had never seen another person around here. I was frozen, but Khalid replied, "Hi." The man looked as if he was intentionally trying to look creepy. He wore a dirty plain white t-shirt and what looked to be old brown slacks that were missing the button and were only held up by the zipper. He had long brown hair that was slicked back into a ponytail. He stood there with an exaggerated upwards glare at us. Imagine standing right up against a tall skyscraper, putting your chin up to it, and looking straight up. That's what he was doing, all the while, smiling from ear to ear. "Can you come down here, please, so I can show you this cool thing I just got?" I looked at Khalid, shocked at his question. Khalid, without missing a beat, replied, "No thanks." The man's smile vanished and was replaced by utter devastation, as if you just told him his house burned down. The way his expression changed in an instant was nothing short of terrifying. "That will break my heart, baby. Look, it's so sharp." Now, I'm honestly not sure what was more alarming, him calling my friend baby, or the giant butcher's knife that he revealed from behind him. He held it up so we could see it clearly. It looked brand new and shined as if it were covered in some kind of oil. Khalid usually didn't show fear or hesitation when it came to adults, but at that moment, when I looked over at him, expecting him to shut this guy down, his eyes were wide, and I saw them fill with water. In that moment, Khalid's reaction made this real. We were in a very serious situation. Khalid looked at me for the first time since this stranger appeared. I could read his mind in that moment. He was scared. He had no idea what to say or do. Somehow, don't ask me how, I summoned courage that I didn't know I had and said to the man, "It's really cool." The man shifted his gaze from Khalid to me. "Get down here." His smile returned. The courage I just spoke of was gone in an instant. My eyes welled up. Khalid forced words out, and I could hear the innate protective instinct he had for me. "He's not getting down. We just got here and we're just hanging out. We're not being bad." Those last words haunt me. To this day, they haunt me. When Khalid spoke those last 4 words, I could tell they were spoken while holding back full-on tears. I had never heard him sound and act like a little kid, but in his pure fear in that moment, he sounded like a 6-year-old. It was heartbreaking. He was scared. I looked down at the man, tears streaming down my cheeks at this point. "You're not in trouble. I just want to show you this, and I'll leave. Promise." The man could definitely see that I was crying, and it didn't seem to bother him, which was absolute confirmation to me that he was in fact there to do us harm of some kind. What happened next is the reason I have therapy 3 times a week for over 20 years now. Khalid looked at me and shut his eyes tight, preparing to unveil every ounce of courage that he had at his young age. "Okay, I'll come down and see it, but just for a second, and then we have to go." The man smiled wider somehow at this. "I thought you said you just got here. What's the hurry now?" Khalid hesitated and responded after 4 or 5 seconds. "I know, but his mom said we couldn't play anymore if I got him home too late." I looked back and forth at Khalid and the man, having zero clue what was happening now or what would happen next. "Good idea. Better get home before it gets dark. That's when the monsters come out." The man's smile abruptly vanished again. "Come on now, get down. Hurry up." Khalid looked at me and I shook my head as tears erupted from my eyes, as if to urgently say, "No." Khalid whispered, "I'll be right back." I started shaking my head and was mortified to see the man smiling and staring at me as I looked down at Khalid as he descended. When Khalid was within reach, the man put the knife away and with both arms grabbed Khalid's arms gently. "Here, careful. I gotcha. Here, come over here and I'll show you." The man started walking Khalid away, and Khalid looked up at me one more time, with pure fear on his face. That strong, protective big brother was gone. They disappeared from my view, and there was nothing. It was as if nothing had happened. I was sitting in this tree alone, listening to the wind make its way through the branches, and for a moment I imagined that I had made this trip solo. None of this just happened. Khalid was safe somewhere else, and everything was fine. But it wasn't. I heard nothing as I focused on hearing anything at all. Minutes passed like hours, and I eventually came to the horrifying conclusion. They were not coming back. Adrenaline started to kick in now, and I needed to get down, to see where they were, to leave, to just not be in this tree by myself anymore. When I reached the bottom with the backpack tightly strapped, I looked around everywhere. Silence and nothing. They were gone. I realized I had to get to adults, now. I had to let them know what happened. And so I ran, faster than I ever have before or since, and when I reached my house, I threw up on my front lawn from exhaustion and pure desperation. My mom was on the phone sitting on the porch. She promptly ended her call and came over to me. The details from that point are typical. Calls were made, searches were done. They never found Khalid. They didn't find any trace of him at all. It's been many years, and I think about my friend who was taken almost every day. I would rather know what happened to him than win the lottery. I would rather know that he was killed than not know. Not knowing has made my life black and gray, sadness and without faith in goodness. The only thing that helps is telling myself I was wrong. The strong and protective big brother never left him that day. It was never gone. It's the only reason I'm telling this story now. He was my brother, and he protected me. I think he knew what would happen, but he made sure it wasn't going to happen to me. and that's not something I will ever take for granted. It was a hot and sticky August in 1999. I was 19 years old, young, looking forward to spending the afternoon with my little brothers and family just relaxing. I remember I was walking out of the kitchen where our telephone hung on the wall. Remember the days when the phone was attached to the wall and the receiver attached to a cord? I miss those days, but I digress. As I was walking into the dining room through the swinging kitchen door of my parents' old Cape Cod, the phone rang. I thought nothing of it as I picked up the phone and cradled it to my ear. 6 months earlier, my good friend had gone on a weekend retreat and met someone she was convinced I needed to get to know. I eventually caved and said she could give him my phone number. Egan was a couple years older than me, and as we began chatting on the phone, you know, the one connected to the wall and the cord, it seemed we had a lot in common. We both enjoyed spending time with friends and family, the outdoors, being involved in our communities. The first time we met was in a park in my hometown. We just sat in the grass watching the ducks and talking. At the end of the afternoon, he asked if he could take me on a real date soon. I said okay, because that seemed to be the natural progression of things. I don't recall which restaurant we went to, or what I ate, but I do remember what I wore. A knee-length red bouncy dress, and he showed up to pick me up with a dozen red roses in hand. It was an almost fairy tale-like evening. Roses, a pretty dress, a gentleman dressed in slacks, dress shoes, and a button-down shirt. Dinner at a nice restaurant with a movie afterwards. He dropped me off at home. We chatted for a while and he promised he would see me again soon. After that first real date, I began receiving cards and letters in the mail, several times a week. As a hopeless romantic, it was very endearing in the beginning. If I recall correctly, we did go on 1 or 2 more casual dates. The letters and cards kept coming, and we chatted often on the phone. Then one afternoon, I received a collect call from Egan, who was in jail. I accepted the call, and he began speaking frantically, as if to try and justify or explain why he was calling collect from jail. By the end of our telephone conversation, I knew that he had gotten in trouble as a minor on a few separate occasions and was on probation. This was the first time I became aware of that, and I was shaken. Egan called a few times after he got out of jail, but things just didn't feel right after the previous conversation. I explained that I didn't think pursuing a relationship was a good idea and declined any offers to come visit. The letters and cards continued to arrive several times a week, and the longer I refused to respond, the more threatening they became. I vividly remember one of the last letters I received from him, which wrote, "Dear Nora, I love you. I want you back. It will be your blood they find." At the end of reading that letter, I was shaking, terrified and unsure of what to do next. With some advice from my mom and a few phone calls, I was able to get in touch with Egan's probation officer and report the letter to him. The probation officer stated that he would talk to Egan and that I shouldn't have any problems going forward, and to let him know if he continued to send letters. The next few months were quiet. The letter writing stopped, and I slowly went back to a normal routine of not fearing what the mailman would bring next. Until that sticky August afternoon in 1999. The phone rang. I picked it up and held it against my ear. "Hi, Nora, this is Steve, Egan's probation officer. Are you with one of your parents? Can you get your mom, and can I speak with both of you? Before I tell you what's happening, I need to know that you are sitting down and that you have someone close by." My heart started racing. I started shaking. I can feel the sweat that was already just under the surface start to run down my back, and I think I'm gonna throw up. Egan's probation officer goes on to tell me that he was recently caught mutilating things. His behavior was escalating, and he was on the run. My name had also come up in conversations that Steve had with Egan, due to the combination of his behaviors and verbalizing my name. I should leave town with my family as quickly as possible and stay somewhere else that Egan didn't know about. Stay there until we receive a call that Egan was in custody and things would settle down. I also was not to go anywhere alone. If I was in my car, even with someone else, I needed to make sure my windows and doors were locked at all times, and I absolutely should not venture out of the house after dark. In just a matter of a few hours, my family and I were packed up and headed to a cabin that my grandparents owned. I didn't know if it would be a few days, a few weeks, or longer before he was caught, and when I could even go back home. 3 days later, I received a call that he had been picked up, and that my family and I could return home. 3 days that felt like 3 years. Those letters haunt me. I still get a knot in my stomach at times when I go to get the mail. It was nearing the end of the summer of senior year, and my best friend, who I'll call Will, was leaving to go to college about an hour away, so he wouldn't be able to hang out with our friend group for the rest of the summer. He wanted to have one last hurrah, so we decided we would go walking along the train tracks behind our school, our favorite hangout spot. Only one friend, who I'll call Miles, was able to join us from the get-go, but a friend named Chris texted us saying that he would be able to meet up with us in just a little bit. The train tracks were separated from the school parking lot with stretches of woods, with it probably being an 8-minute walk to actually reach the train tracks. The woods to get to the tracks were a cross-country track route, so there was usually a path carved out for us. However, since it was the summer and there was no practice, a lot of the surrounding bushes and plant leaves had grown over the paths, obscuring a lot of what we had to walk through. It wasn't that bad though, just a noticeable difference, and we were able to get to the tracks fine. We walked a bit further along the tracks before we decided to go off across another trodden path that led to a clearing, just to explore a bit more. Along the way, we passed a completely pristine bike, which we were surprised by, wondering why someone would just leave it out there. They probably just assumed no one was going to be there, so that it was a safe place for it. We got to the clearing and Will and Miles wanted to climb some trees. I stayed down because I'm quite vertically challenged, and a lot of the climbing required holding onto branches that I could not quite reach. Only one tree around was suitable for climbing though, so Miles climbed it first, keeping his phone down near me, with Will going up afterwards. He stayed hanging on the tree for a little bit, with me and Miles talking up to him, when I noticed a person come into my peripheral. It was a middle-aged white man in a windbreaker. I couldn't tell much else though. I was a bit uneasy as it was an overcast, even drizzly day, and I didn't expect anyone else to be out, let alone a grown man. I kept my peripheral on him and expected him to just keep going along the path, but he stopped walking about 20 feet away from us. Miles noticed him too. He greeted us saying, "Hey," or "How are you doing?" or something, and I instinctively kind of muttered something back with a wave of the hand. But then he just continued standing there, not even keeping up conversation or anything, just looking. I could tell Miles was kind of freaked out too, but Will wasn't exactly getting the memo. I went to pick up Will's phone, that was now on the ground, and said, "We should go back to meet with Chris," and Miles agreed with me, saying that he should be there soon. Will began to climb down and we left the clearing from the path we came on, pretending to not acknowledge the man, who was still just standing there and making different uneasy small talk. We didn't turn back to look though, and once we were far enough away, assumedly, me and Miles commented on how we thought that guy was going to do something, and Will jokingly said that we were too paranoid. We ended up meeting up with Chris and the rest of the day was fine. But still, I wonder what the man wanted. Was he just mentally ill or something? Or just awkward? Maybe he was homeless, as tents in that area of the forest were kind of common. Was he maybe the owner of the bike that we saw and wanted to make sure we weren't trying to steal it? Of course, there's no way to be sure, but both me and Miles had a gut feeling that we definitely should not have stuck around there to find out. Overall, the new experience of fatherhood to me is packed full of positives that far outweigh any negative aspects of having children. You really do feel more exhausted than you ever have felt. You really won't be able to balance everything you used to and still have time to function. As a father, you become extremely aware and hyper-vigilant. Your dad isn't crazy. He really can tell that somebody touched the thermostat. He really does know when you walked into a room, even if you didn't touch anything. A lot of fathers with strong parental instincts tend to basically know where their kids are, what they are up to, and generally speaking, what's going on at all times, seemingly without prying into any details. Such seems to be the case with me so far. That being said, I am extremely guarded in public these days, and I watch my family like a hawk. What happened next would flip on all my switches and keep me up late for days. I saw my wife out the door for work and my stepson to school shortly after. Down the narrow wooden stairwell with an echoing clatter of steps, silence, and the loud stomps of an 11-year-old boy trudging down the stairs every other step and slamming the door behind him. Silence. I had the house to myself for about an hour to drink some coffee and wake up in the warm glow of the peaceful morning sun beaming through into my still and serene apartment before my son was up and going. After a quick bottle and a change, I had him in his activity center to watch some sensory shows. Our apartment is small. The nursery adjoins the living room, and the living room adjoins the kitchen where my desk and computer area is. In a nutshell, my son can watch television in his activity center in the living room, and from the other side of the apartment sitting at my desk, I can keenly observe the movement of a bouncing, static crop of fresh blonde hair, glowing in the warmth of the incoming sunlight, like the top of a fuzzy cactus illuminated in the window. I had been sitting at my desk grinding through a piece I was writing, 3 or 4 cups of coffee deep, and still without breakfast. I was stuck in writer's block at this point and just sort of staring at the screen, trying to figure out where to go. I needed some air. I grabbed my cup of coffee and my vape pen and opened the curtain so I could easily see in through the window to watch my son. From this angle, I could see him happily playing away, turning and bouncing from this way to that, occasionally stopping to glance up at the television. This balcony looks out far into a field on one side and has a thick grove of trees to the left, shadowing my backyard and the neighbors in a thick blanket of lush green and dark shade. My back deck has since become a quick escape for me, and something I found grounding. It would take me a while to find that peace in my space again, when I looked over to see some recycling that didn't quite make it into the bin, and I bent down to grab it. I looked up, and at a quick glance through my reflection in the double pane of glass just ahead of my nose, I saw the figure of a large man, standing alone in my living room between the doorway and my son, seemingly staring down at him and observing, for whatever reason, I don't even want to know. My heart began to flutter, to stomp as my vision began to narrow. My mind racing in response to this, I quickly barreled in through my kitchen door and basically leaped into the kitchen in a panic. There was no one there. The apartment was empty, save for my son, bouncing away and babbling away playfully. I quickly checked all the exits and the potential open windows, closets, and down the old stairs to the front, to no avail. It didn't take me very long to realize that there was no possible way that in that time I got into the living room, I wouldn't have heard somebody making a quick exit down the stairs or out of a window if there were indeed an intruder in my home. Relieved that my boy was safe and everything was okay, I started to let my guard down and settle down as in the experience came to an apparent end. But it still left me pretty shaken up. Maybe I was just tired and stressed. I'm not sure what happened or why, but the more I sit and dwell on it, the more and more I'm convinced that there may have been something more at work here that was not meant to be seen. As time goes on, I often try to forget about it, but on those restless nights when I find myself awake, I can't help but recollect as I hear the soft creaking of the stairwell, now louder than ever before. I once knew this maintenance guy who told me this gruesome story. At the time this story took place, he worked at a lower-class motel that sat in the heart of his downtown area. The motel featured a historic 2-story building with individual cabins near the back of the property. For this particular story, an older gentleman requested one of the private cabins for a week while his home was being either worked on, renovated, but no one really remembers exactly. Everything went normally with the guest at first. His comings and goings were as expected, as far as normal motel guests go. He would come and go maybe once or twice a day. In fact, the guest was so normal that no one even noticed that they had not seen him in about 4 days or so. As per usual protocol, the motel front desk staff first attempted to check in on the guest on the day that he was set to check out. After a few attempts to speak with the guest by calling his cabin and also by knocking on his door, the front desk staff had no other choice but to call upon the maintenance guy for the master key. When the maintenance guy tried and failed to get an answer at the cabin door, he had no other choice but to use his master key to open it. But as soon as he opened the door, a horrid smell hit him like a freight train. Take into account that it was a hot summer day, and where we live does get hot, and I mean desert hot. Unfortunately, in this case, the AC in the guest's cabin was not on that day. So as you can imagine, the maintenance guy started to gag without even having entered the room. For inside the motel's cabin, laying on the bed, was what remained of the missing guest. The man had decomposed so much already that he was practically beyond recognition already. According to the unfortunate maintenance guy, the body was literally pooling in its own liquid on the bed. When a body rots within the 4 walls of a small room especially, the moisture from the rotting body stays in the air inside the room. As a result, the body can't dry out, and that encourages more insect larvae to form faster than outdoors. That and the lack of direct sunlight, as insect larva prefers shadier conditions in order to thrive, causing decomposition to take place faster indoors. So when the coroner arrived to pick up the body, they were only able to get most of the body instead of all of it. So unfortunately, the poor maintenance guy was stuck picking up the pieces, literally. In my opinion and his, hazmat should have been called to clean up the gruesome scene in that small motel cabin. But unfortunately, the poor maintenance guy got stuck disposing of the mattress soaked with the man's fluids. After all, the maintenance guy was only doing what his boss told him to do. The real kicker is that the very next day after the room was cleaned, the motel staff moved a young woman right into that very same cabin. The town of Ingleswood was in the middle of nowhere, according to the map. I had never heard of it before, and neither had any of my friends when I had asked them before leaving. Even more strange was receiving correspondence from a relative I hadn't spoken to since I was a young child. It had come out of nowhere, a letter proclaiming my great-uncle to be dead and informing me that I had inherited a slaughterhouse in a town I had never even heard of. A slaughterhouse, of all things. I might have thought it was a prank had there not been a rusted metal key included in the letter. Somehow, part of me knew the key was real, and that it belonged to the slaughterhouse my great-uncle had once owned. The ownership had been passed on to me for reasons as of yet unknown, and I would have to drive up there in order to settle the inheritance, which is why I was currently driving down a long, serpentine road through a dense cluster of trees. It was still early afternoon, but the sky was gray and heavy, casting a dismal pall over the forest. Shadows crept out of the trees and onto the road, making it difficult to see without my headlamps. I shuffled forward in my seat, hands gripping the wheel tighter as the trees grew around me. I had been driving for just over 3 hours now, and it had been at least 30 minutes since I had last seen another car. According to my map, I should be almost there, yet I hadn't seen any sign of civilization. Nothing but empty fields and abandoned ramshackle buildings in the middle of nowhere, and now this forest that seemed endless and labyrinthine. The tires hit something in the road, and the car jerked, throwing me forward in my seat. I slammed my foot on the brakes and the car skidded to a stop, gravel hissing beneath the tires. I glanced into my rear view and spied a shadow on the road, but I couldn't tell what it was. Had I hit an animal or something? I hadn't seen anything. I debated ignoring it and driving off, but in the end, I cut the engine and climbed out of the car. The air beneath the trees was cold, and goosebumps prickled the back of my neck as I walked over to the misshapen lump on the road. The smell hit me first. The smell of old rot and blood. It was an animal carcass. A rabbit, perhaps, or something else. It was too mangled and bloodied for me to tell. Flies buzzed around the torn flesh, the gray glint of bone poking beneath the fur. Whatever it was, it had been dead for a while. I stood up and shook my head, lip curling against the stench. I had moved it off the road, but I didn't have anything with me that would do the trick, and I would rather not touch it without proper protection. I would have to leave it. Maybe carrion birds would come and pick it clean later. I returned to my car, feeling a little bit nauseated, and drove off, watching the dead animal disappear behind me. 15 minutes later, I finally broke free from the forest. Muted gray sunlight parted the clouds, dappling the windscreen. On the other side of the trees were more fields, still empty. I found it odd that there was no cattle around. No sheep or pigs either. What was the use of a slaughterhouse if there was nothing to slaughter? In the distance, I glimpsed a small cluster of buildings. It was more like a settlement than a town. Stone and brick and straw. Not the kind of place I had expected to find myself inheriting, a building. Had my great-uncle really lived out here in the middle of nowhere? Was that why I have never heard of him? The road turned loose and rutted, and the car jerked and bumped as I drove closer to the town. A small sign, weathered and covered in mud, read, "Welcome to Ingleswood." At least it had a sign. The place wasn't a made-up town after all. I pulled the car to a stop at the side of the road and pulled out my map again. The letter had contained specific coordinates to the slaughterhouse which, according to the map, was a little distance away from the town itself, on the very borders. If I followed the road for a couple more miles and then took a left, I should arrive at the house. A flutter of nervous energy tightened my stomach. I didn't really know what to expect when I got there, or what I was going to do about the situation. The only reason I had driven down here was to get a better understanding of things, assess the area, and try and figure out what to do. Should I sell the slaughterhouse, or move here? The latter option didn't sound particularly appealing after getting a glimpse of the area, but I wouldn't know until I had a proper look around. I followed the loose gravel road for a little while longer before spotting a turnoff to the left. The remains of a broken stone wall lined the path, and I spotted another sign that was too rusted to read. Signaling to turn, even though there were no other cars in the area, I followed the path through the sheltered, wooded area until I reached a small house. It was more of a cottage, really, with white bricks and a thatched roof. The place had an air of dilapidation about it, as though nobody had lived here in a while. Considering my great-uncle had only recently passed away, I knew that wasn't true. Beside the house was a large, freestanding shed. A rusted padlock was chained around the doors, and I knew without a doubt that the key I had been given was the key to the shed. Did that mean the shed was the slaughterhouse? I parked the car on the grass and climbed out. The air out here was fresh and pleasant, a nice change from the city, though beneath the fragrance of nature I could smell something else, something darker, richer, old blood and rust and butchered meat. I threw a brief glance at my surroundings. My gaze skimmed past the trees and the fields and the faint curl of smoke blotting the distant sky. I couldn't hear anything beyond the wind. No bird song, no chittering bugs. I couldn't hear cars or people or anything that would suggest there was a town nearby. I let out a sigh. Maybe it would feel lonely living out here. I was used to the city after all. I grabbed my rucksack from the trunk and fished out the letter and the key I had been given. No key to the house, which was odd. I had phoned my great-uncle's executor before driving out here, but apparently all material belongings were still inside the house, and the shed key was the only thing that had been passed on to me directly. I walked up to the cottage's door and tried the handle. Locked, unsurprisingly. If I couldn't figure out a way to get inside, I would have to call a locksmith out here, which could take hours. Muttering in frustration, I began rooting around the rocks and broken plant pots sitting outside the cottage. Whatever plants had once resided there were now withered and shriveled, their roots black and gnarled as they poked through the soil. I turned one of the empty pots over and grinned when my eyes caught a glint of silver. I hadn't had my hopes up, so finding the key immediately lifted my spirits. At least now I could get inside the house. Leaving the slaughterhouse locked for now, I headed inside the cottage. The air was stale and heavy with dust, and my eyes immediately started to water. How long had it been since anyone had opened that door? I wasn't familiar with the circumstances of my great-uncle's death, so I wasn't sure if he had spent his last moments in the house or not. That thought made me shudder as my nose picked up on the smell of damp and mold. Apart from some minimal furnishings, the house was mostly bare. I didn't know what kind of man my great-uncle was, but apparently he didn't like clutter, and he very rarely dusted. I ran a finger over to the sideboard in the hallway and grimaced at the thick layer of dust clinging to my skin. If I did decide to stay here, it was going to take a lot of work to get this place up to standard. The longer I stayed here, the more I wanted to leave without looking around. But I couldn't ignore it forever. At some point, I would have to assess the state of the slaughterhouse and make a decision about what to do with it. I went through each room, casting a cursory look over the furniture and testing the electricity and water supply. Everything still seemed to be running, which was a bonus. I had already planned to stay the night here, so having hot water and lighting would make things easier. Upstairs, I paused on the landing to peer out the window. At the back of the house was a field of brown, uncut grass and some stilted shrubs. I could just see the edge of the shed beside the cottage, the old woods stained and weathered. In the distance, I could see the cluster of houses that formed the village. As I was about to turn away, I glimpsed movement at the edge of the property, amongst the tree line. Someone stood between the trees, watching me. I couldn't get a good view of their face, but in the brief glance, it seemed gray and hollow, like wax. The figure darted away through the trees and disappeared. I frowned, that unease from earlier returning. Was it a villager? Shaking it off, I searched the upstairs room. A large master bedroom and a bathroom. A linen cupboard and a smaller guest bedroom was all that was up here. Like downstairs, everything up here was old and run down, covered in a thick layer of dust and mildew. I closed the bedroom door behind me and went back down into the kitchen, where I had left my rucksack. The rusted key to the slaughterhouse sat on the table where I had left it. I figured it was about time I went to see what I was dealing with next door. Grabbing the key, I left the house and went across to the shed. The metal of the padlock was ice cold against my fingertips as I inserted the key and twisted it. The lock fell away, and the door edged open with a creak. Shadows spilled out across my feet. I peered into the darkness as I gripped the edge of the door and pulled it open further. The air inside smelled stale and old. That same undercurrent of old blood ran beneath the surface. Drawing in a deep breath, I pushed the door the rest of the way and stepped inside, letting the dull afternoon light filter inside. The slaughterhouse was nothing like I had been expecting. Inside was nothing but an empty shed. The wood was damp and starting to rot, the ground full of old hay. There was no equipment that you would expect of a slaughterhouse, no cold room to store the meat. It was just an empty shed. Perhaps it wasn't a functioning slaughterhouse after all. But then why had it been called as such in the inheritance? Something glinted in the sunlight, and I looked up. Several large metal hooks hung from the ceiling, the kind that you hung meat onto. But what was the point, when there was nowhere to prepare it? Unless I was missing something, this was a plain old shed, with some leftover meat hooks still stuck to the ceiling. I raked a hand through my hair and sighed. Was it a waste coming all the way out here? I shook my head. Not a waste. I still had to figure out what to do with this place, now that it was legally mine. Leaving the slaughterhouse, I relocked it and pocketed the key before heading back into the house. It was getting on in the afternoon, and I was tired from driving all morning, so I decided to grab a bite to eat while I considered my options. By the time evening had rolled around, I still hadn't made up my mind about this place. There wasn't much merit to staying here if the slaughterhouse couldn't actually be used, and I didn't particularly fancy being stuck in the middle of nowhere. I could sell it, but not as it was. It would take a bit of work to get it into a decent state and make it appealing to a potential buyer. The final option was to just leave it here, gathering dust, but that seemed a waste. I had debated heading to the village to see who lived around here, but after spying that strange figure watching me from the trees, part of me had been reluctant to venture too far from the house. Maybe I would walk down there in the morning. As dusk grew outside, shadows encroached further into the cottage, and a chill crept into my bones. I turned on most of the lights and went around drawing the curtains to block out the night. I wasn't fond of sleeping in unfamiliar places, so I spread my sleeping bag on the floor of the downstairs sitting room instead of upstairs. Using hot water from the kitchen, I made myself some instant noodles and ate them from the packet, listening to the radiator clank and groan as it rattled to life. Being on my own in a strange house was starting to make me feel a little unsettled, so I turned on the television to fill the silence. Nothing but static burst from the screen, so I switched it off just as quickly. With nothing else to do, I headed to bed early. I nestled into the sleeping bag and spread another blanket over me to ward off the chill, and fell asleep the second my head hit the pillow. I woke up early the next morning to the sound of someone tapping at the window. Blinking away the grogginess in my eyes, I sat up. The room was still dark, shadows lingering around the edges. I reached over to a switch on the lamp and stretched the cricks out of my neck from camping out on the floor all night. What was making that noise? The curtains were still drawn, but I could see movement in the gaps around the edges. Climbing swiftly to my feet, I walked over to the window and tentatively pulled the curtain aside, peering out. A beady black eye stared back. It was a crow, ruffling its ink-black feathers. It tapped its beak 3 more times against the glass before flying away. I watched it go, frowning. Dawn had yet to break, and the sky was still in the clutches of night. According to my watch, it wasn't even 5 a.m. yet. I was awake now, though, so I dragged myself into the kitchen to get some instant coffee on the go. I'd slept right through the night, but I remembered having strange dreams in the midst of it. Dreams about meat and flesh and bloodied metal hooks. No doubt because of the circumstances I had found myself in. When I returned to the living room, I found the key to the slaughterhouse sitting on top of my rucksack. I thought I had left it on the kitchen table, and seeing it elsewhere left me momentarily disconcerted. Had I moved it there? I must have. There was nobody else here but me. Maybe I'd slept less well than I had thought. I didn't trust the pipes enough to have a hot shower, so I changed into a fresh pair of clothes and drank my coffee until it grew light outside. It was another damp, gray day, and the forest was as silent as it had been last night. Wherever that crow had flown off to, it wasn't anywhere close by. Once it was light enough to see by, I grabbed the key to the shed and went outside to investigate. I didn't expect it to look any different, but maybe having had a full night's rest would give me a different kind of insight into what to do with the place. I unlocked the door, letting the padlock and chain fall to the ground with a heavy thump, and pulled it open. Inside was dim, and it took a second for my eyes to adjust. As soon as I glanced inside, I froze, my heart lurching into my throat. The slaughterhouse was no longer empty. Thick slabs of dark meat now hung from the rusted hooks, the air thick with the smell of flesh and blood. Where had it come from? Last night there had been nothing in here. The shed had been locked, and as far as I was aware, the only key to open it was in my possession. How had this meat gotten in here? And who was responsible? I took a step inside, feeling perturbed and perplexed by the discovery. There was just under a dozen chunks of flesh, all lean and expertly cut, glistening red in the morning light. I wasn't familiar with meat in this form, so I couldn't tell which animal it belonged to, but I could tell it had been prepared recently. All of a sudden, I felt unnerved and unsafe. What was going on here? This was supposed to be my property, yet someone had clearly been creeping around here last night, hauling slabs of meat into my shed. I didn't like the thought of it at all. As I tried to sift through my thoughts, I heard approaching footsteps from behind. My heart pulsed faster as I turned around, not sure what to expect. A group of about 20 people were approaching the property from the trees. The first thing I noticed about them was their gauntness. Like that mysterious figure I had seen in the forest, their skin was pallid and their flesh sunken, their clothes hanging like rags off bony shoulders. They looked starved. "Mate!" one of the strangers cried, their voice hoarse and brittle. "We have meat again," someone echoed. "We are saved." "What?" I muttered, stumbling back in surprise as the group of people, presumably from the village, drew closer. "What's going on?" "You brought us meat. You saved us," the older villager at the front of the mob said, reaching out his hands in a thankful gesture. Before I could do or say anything, the villagers piled into the shed and began removing the meat from the hooks, slinging it over their shoulders with joyful cries. "Wait, what are you doing?" I blurted, aghast at their actions. The man from before tottered up to me, his eyes sunken and his cheeks hollow. "Thank you. We are so happy the slaughterhouse has a new owner." He seemed about to turn away, so I quickly grabbed his arm, my fingers digging into his flesh. "Wait, what's going on here? Where did this meat come from?" A slow smile spread across the man's face, revealing pink, toothless gums. "You don't know? This place is cursed, see?" He pointed into the shed, and I followed his gaze. Fresh meat was starting to grow from the hook, materializing from thin air. The flesh grew and expanded until it was the same size as the others, and one of the villagers quickly removed it from the hook. I stared in bewildered silence, struggling to piece together what I was seeing. What was happening here? Where was the meat coming from? How could it just appear like that? "I still don't understand," I finally uttered in a hoarse whisper. It felt like I was in the middle of a dream or a nightmare. "The hooks give us flesh," the man said. I shook my head. "But where does it come from?" "This flesh that never stops growing on these hooks is the flesh of the slaughterhouse's owner. It's your flesh," the man explained, his dark eyes glistening in the dimness. Behind me, meat continued to grow from the hooks, and the villagers continued to harvest it. My flesh," I whispered, the words sticking in my throat. "What do you mean?" I looked down at myself. I was still intact. How could it be my flesh? "It's a reproduction of your flesh. This flesh never rots, never goes bad. It is as alive as you are." The man still wasn't making sense. How could it be my flesh? How was any of this possible? The villagers, this place, were crazy. The longer I stayed, the more danger I would be in. I had to leave as soon as possible. As if reading the thoughts on my face, the man placed a hand on my arm, a warning look in his eye. "There are conditions you must follow, however," he said, his voice a low rasp. "If you ever leave this town, your bond to this place will be broken, and the flesh will start to rot." My mouth went bone dry, the ground feeling unsteady beneath my feet. "You mean?" The man nodded. "When the meat begins to rot, so do you. Your body will decay and eventually perish, and we, the ones who rely on your flesh, will starve. You have no choice but to stay here for the rest of your life and feed us with the flesh from your body. That is your duty," he said, tightening his old, crooked fingers around my arm. "There is no escape. You must accept your fate, or wither away, just like the owner before you." Back in 1997, when I was a senior in high school, I was part of the guitar player, skateboarder, stoner groups. My name is Peter. I had a good friend who played bass guitar in my band. His name was Ruben, and he had a younger brother named Geary, who was a freshman. We let him play keyboards in the band. Ruben was very charismatic and outgoing, but Geary was more quiet and reserved. One day I was hanging out at their house in La Mirada, California, and we were all getting stoned and drunk. I wound up hanging out with Geary in his room, and we listened to Black Sabbath, Zeppelin, and Pantera. He winds up giving me a t-shirt that was Black Sabbath. Please note, in the background of the shirt, there was a hanging noose. More about this later. Anyhow, most people didn't really engage him too deeply, but we had a good conversation, and he started opening up to me about life and stuff. He wound up selling me an Epiphone Les Paul guitar that was black. It was a really cool guitar that he really liked, but for some reason he let it go to me for a good price. I remember several weeks later when we were all getting wasted at Zapopan Park in Rosemead, Gary took off from the group on foot to go see a gal he really liked. He came back the following day looking dismayed. I got a call from my lady friend Alexis on April Fool's Day, and she told me Gary was gone. I called BS, but Alexis wasn't one to mess around like that. She had a big heart, the hippie type. She told me that he took his own life in the garage. I couldn't believe it. It was a hanging. I wasn't very close with him, but it was very tragic nonetheless. It turned out he was into some heavy stuff like crack and smack. I never knew that. Several months later, I was hanging out with some character named Skylar. I met him at work where I used to scoop ice cream. We would smoke up and do other things. He was a weirdo, but then again, I'm weird too. He was okay by me. One night, me and Skylar decided to get wasted in the San Gabriel Mission Cemetery. He started rolling up joints on a headstone. I told him to have some respect for the dead and use some notebook paper at least. I had some in my backpack. He did as I told him, and a short time later, we were smoking up. After I took a few rips, I felt someone, or something, watching me. I turned to the left of me where the wall was, and I saw someone sitting with their back to the wall, cross-legged and cross-armed. It was Gary. He was wearing his typical skater stuff, a beanie, some old-school Vans, black Dickies, and a Cheech and Chong sweater. He was just staring off into the cemetery. I was completely freaked out and did a double take. He was still there. I did a triple take, and he was still there. I was scared, but more flabbergasted than fear. It was just so bizarre. Gary was like 15 feet away from us. I had looked away, and when I went through my thought processes, he was gone the final time I looked. I don't know why he appeared to me, as no one has ever mentioned this happening to them. Maybe I was the cool older dude who bonded with him when others weren't listening. I'm not sure. I wish I kept his guitar that he sold me, but it's in good hands. I had shortly sold it to a neighbor friend, who still plays it to this day, 27 years later. Alex the Punker. But I still do have that t-shirt Gary gave me, the Black Sabbath shirt, with the noose in the background. Gary, I haven't forgotten you. I know we weren't close, but I will always appreciate you visiting me that day at the cemetery. This story took place during my sophomore year of high school. To preface, I'm 20 years old now, so this was about 4 or so years ago in late 2019. Homecoming season was rolling around, and sophomore year of high school was when us kids really started turning to teens and throwing real parties. The big thought on just about everyone's mind was who was going to take one for the team and have the homecoming after party. As the night of the dance was quickly approaching, and there had still been no word about who was having a party, my friends and I figured we would all just hang out after with our dates at one of our houses and get drunk and whatnot. Until the Friday at school, the day of homecoming, I got invited to the party by one of my classmates, who said his parents were going out of town for the weekend, last minute, and that he had the whole house to himself until Sunday. I was excited and asked him if my friends, who I'll call Jack and Chris for the sake of the story, could also come. He said yes, and I remember immediately spamming the group chat with the thrilling news that we had an actual plan for an after homecoming that seemed to be what the majority of our grade was also doing. The night came, and the dance was fun. I don't remember most of it because as soon as we got there, The three of us, along with our dates, had snuck away from the multipurpose room, where the dance was being held, into one of the nearby classrooms, and got drunk from the shooters that we snuck in, using the inside pockets of our jackets. We left as soon as we were allowed, to catching a ride from one of our parents, I can't remember who. The ride to this kid's house was a pretty far distance away from the high school. I had never been to this kid's house before, and it was located in the section of the area that we lived that I never frequently visited, as our school district was a huge regional one that covered a very large area. The house was nice, but it sat on a main road in a very sketchy area, so just keep that in mind. The party was great. I won't bore you with the details of it, but I had a good time, up until a group of us were getting ready to walk to a nearby park to smoke. Now, this was way before I had habitually started smoking, so I had a very low tolerance. We walked about 2 minutes to this nearby elementary school that had a playground. The playground was extremely dark, and I remember just feeling on edge, even though I didn't really have a reason to. I could just sense that walking to this dark school late at night in an unfamiliar area was just not the smartest idea. There was probably about 5 or 6 of us there. I wasn't really that close with many of the people besides Jack. Chris had gone off with his date somewhere, and we hadn't seen them for a bit. Now, the group of us smoking were sitting in one of those big slide climbing structures. The ones that kids can run around in and slide down different slides. I don't know if that makes sense, but the point I'm trying to make is that from where we were sitting, we were out of view from anyone in the parking lot, and we had big structural walls surrounding us from both sides. As we were smoking, a car pulled up in the parking lot. Weird, but not immediately a red flag. As time prolonged and we were passing the smoke around the circle left and right, I began to really get messed up. I completely forgot that the car was even there until another car had pulled up. Now I was starting to get a bit more sketched out, but I was still too messed up to walk back to the house, and was not sure if making our presence known was safe, so I remained where I was. I remember whispering to Jack, making a comment about it being peculiar as to why 2 cars were hanging out in an elementary school parking lot at about 2 a.m. on a Friday night. He made a comment back to me how whatever it was going on, it was probably not good. We chuckled, but in the back of my crossed mind, I knew it was probably best if we left. The second car had probably been there for about 5 minutes or so, and Jack and I figured it was probably time that we started to head back to the house to find Chris and figure out whose house we were going to sleep at. We began to say our goodbyes to the others, when all of a sudden, we all went silent when we began to hear an argument going on in the direction of the 2 cars. We couldn't really hear the dialogue as the doors to both cars were closed, so it was muffled arguing. Then, I heard a sound that I hadn't before. A gunshot. And then another one. And then silence. I didn't know what to do. None of us did. We all just sat still on that playground, looking at each other in awe. About 30 seconds later, one of the car's backside passenger doors opened, and a person could be seen sprinting to the other car, getting in, and speeding away so fast out of that parking lot. The screeching of those tires probably could have been heard a mile away. I know it wasn't the morally right situation, but we ran. All of us did. We ran back to the party, which at that point had gotten a significant amount more empty, as we didn't realize how much time had gone by, and how late into the night it was. We found Chris, his date, and the rest of ours, and we got one of our date's older brothers to give us all a ride back to Chris's house. The sound of those shots played in my head all night. The event obviously made the news, and it turned out to be a drug deal gone wrong. Apparently, a guy owed way too much money to his dealer, and the dealer just had had enough. It's sad, but what's even sadder is that type of stuff was like night and day in my area, as we lived just outside a major city which did have a lot of crime. I do feel guilty for running, but in the end, it's not like there was anything we could have done. For all I know, if the guy with the weapon had been aware, had 6 witnesses to his murder, he probably would have shot all of us too. As time goes on, I think about this story less, but I want the biggest piece of advice to be taken from this story, which is said in about 1 million other scary stories online. Stay aware of your surroundings. If you have a feeling of uneasiness, even with how impaired I was that night, that feeling is your gut instinct, signaling danger. And do not hesitate to listen to it. An acquaintance of mine, who happened to have been a cop, once told me this little tale he experienced several years ago. Back then, he was a deputy and still new to the patrol scene. Since he was new to it, he got called often to more simple tasks that made the more experienced deputies' jobs easier. One night, the deputy got a request on someone that took their own life. The victim was still inside the home, and they needed the deputy to sit and guard the main entry to the home until the coroner got there to take the body. They didn't want any relatives or anyone else to enter the scene and mess up evidence. That was a standard procedure. So the deputy got to the home of the victim and confirmed with the cops already on the scene that he was there to wait for the coroner. It was the middle of the night, so the deputy grabbed his flip phone out of his patrol car and settled on the front porch to play some Snake on his phone. All was totally quiet around him after everyone else left. All the deputy could hear was the occasional sounds of distant barking dogs and the faint sounds of the sparse highway traffic. The silence did indeed make him a little nervous, especially considering what lay only a few feet away and invisible to him, only because of a wall. So it was only natural that his instincts had his ears on high alert. So he was startled when he suddenly thought he heard a rustling sound, seemingly coming from inside the house, behind him. All he could do was sit there and wait and listen intently. A few minutes went by though, and he didn't hear anything else, so he just figured he probably heard the house settling or something. Over half an hour went by, and the deputy was starting to get a little drowsy staring at Snake on his small flip phone. So he flipped it shut and sat back for a few minutes to relax. But then suddenly, there was that sound again, which seemed louder that time. A strange rustling sound, like maybe rustling papers, he thought to himself, puzzled. As he sat there and listened hard, he heard it again, and that time he was sure it was coming from inside the house behind him, where the victim was. At that point, the deputy admits he was pretty scared. He didn't want to call for backup until he was sure there was someone in the house, but he also didn't want to go inside the dark, creepy death scene by himself to investigate either. So he stood up and waited once again for any noise, while resting his hand on his weapon on his belt. Then, the deputy drew his weapon as a loud sound from behind him caused him to spin around and face a large window by the front door, covered by vertical hanging blinds. As he turned around to face the window, an explosion of movement disturbed the blinds. The deputy did admit to me in telling of this story that he did in fact jump and scream, as almost anyone would. The deputy's vision quickly cleared, and he stared at the face on the other side of the window, definitely not expecting to see what particular face stared back at him. The deputy screamed and went wide-eyed. The face stared back at him and it made a startled sound, with wide eyes as well. Then, for a quiet moment, man and cat eyed each other before both turning away, feeling stupid. I guess the victim had a pet cat, which ended up most likely going to a relative. The deputy admitted to me after telling me this story that he felt that was one of the most scariest things that's ever happened in his entire career. In my late 20s, I moved from Germany to a small town in Texas with a population of 17,000. The location was almost a 2-hour drive to the nearest bigger city. As an avid lifelong animal lover, I got involved with the local humane society and animal shelter. There, I learned to my horror that all of the wildlife in need of help was being euthanized because there was nobody who would take on the rescue missions. Fast forward a year, and thanks to the gracious support of the Boy and Girl Scouts, I had a fully built rescue with enclosures, cages, and necessary facilities to obtain a wildlife rehabilitation permit from the state after a thorough inspection. I also received help and donations from the local population, such as blankets, animal food, crates, etc. During one of those visits, I met Richard. He was the typical redneck, living way out in the country, relying mainly on hunting and growing his food. When in town, he would drop off any extra food that he had left for my animals. Over the next few years, he often came around to lend a helping hand, cutting down trees, repairing things, and providing supplies. He was a good friend, and we would talk for hours about personal issues. Richard was a rough guy, and although he bragged and exaggerated, he was always respectful and polite to me. He never hit on me in any way. He was just a good friend whom I knew I could call when I needed him, and vice versa. Richard was a single father living with his parents who helped him raise his son, Rich, after the mother ran off chasing a drug habit. I met his son a few times and watched him grow up. When he was a teenager, they often came by after attending a gun show, shouldering rifles and bragging about their weapon collection. I felt very uncomfortable during those visits. You don't see many weapons in Germany, and ending up in Texas, that was a huge part of my culture shock. I still haven't gotten used to it after living in this country for more than 30 years. One day, Richard came by to drop off some bones for the dogs, and we got to talking. At that time, we had known each other for about 5 years. That was when the creep factor came into play. He had consumed some shrooms and was weirdly high. He proceeded to tell me how he liked to go into the city and pick up prostitutes. He got into a horrible rant that appalled me, but he was so into the zone that he just kept on talking, describing how he had taken 2 of them home on 2 different occasions to his trailer on his parents' property and put them through terrible things, too terrible to repeat. He then described how he took the life of each one, burned their bodies, and scattered the remains for the animals. After he left, I was stunned. After running it by my husband, we decided it was just one of his made-up stories. There's no way that he really did that. And we convinced ourselves of that. We did confront him about it the next day when he was sober, and he laughed it off, confirming that he just made it up after watching a scary movie while on shrooms. Fast forward another 5 years. He met a woman and started a relationship. I met her, Tammy, a few times, and took to her immediately. She was warm, outgoing, sweet, and caring. They got married, and we lost touch for another year. I assumed they were in their honeymoon phase and were just content with each other. Then, one day he messaged me, telling me that Tammy was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. My heart broke for them. So I messaged her, asking how she was doing. I was not prepared for what she told me next. Shortly after they got married, Richard showed his true colors. He began hurting her, controlling her, and eventually kept her confined to the trailer against her will. She didn't dare call for help and try to flee, because he promised to end her if she did. She didn't doubt it for a second. To top it all off, she said that Richard refused to pay for her chemo, and literally forbade her to go through with it. She said she had decided to do it anyway, and was going to go to the clinic the next day. I promised her I would talk to Richard at the time, and see what the problem was. The following morning, Richard messaged me, stating that he had just found his wife, dead, in bed. The cancer must have killed her, he said. There was no autopsy. She was cremated within 48 hours. And that was that. I don't think I have to describe what was going through my mind, right? I didn't want to believe that he had a hand in his wife's death, but the red flags were undeniable. Yet I didn't see that there was anything I could have done. Call him on it and risk having him turn on me? Talk to the police about it? After she had been cremated? Contact her parents and tell them what I suspected? I didn't believe any of it would have made a difference and maybe would have made it worse. So I did nothing. All I knew was that I did not want to be around him anymore. Thankfully, he never tried to contact me after that, and I certainly didn't reach out to him either. Fast forward to December 2021. A mutual friend messaged me with a link to a news article. Erath County Sheriff's Office investigate death of father and son. A man in his 50s reportedly upset that his father had cut him out of his will, shot and killed his own son on December 14th, then turned the weapon on himself. Erath County Sheriff Matt Coates said deputies were called to the scene at about 10:30 p.m. after the victim's grandfather discovered the bodies inside his home in Patillo. Richard Calandrini Jr. had apparently been playing video games when his father walked into the room and shot him. Coates would not give an official statement about the murder-suicide, saying the case is still under investigation. He said the killing had to do with money and the grandfather's will. Autopsies on both men are pending. My jaw dropped to my knees. It felt like I was in a movie. I needed to find out more to be able to process this, so I contacted Richard's ex-wife. She didn't even know it yet. We talked for hours about his abuse, his grandiose narcissistic personality, his murder stories, how he had almost killed her, and how she got out in the last minute. My entire world fell apart. How could I have been friends with such a person for over 20 years and not caught on to it? It shook my ability to trust my fellow human being to the core. We decided that she was going to contact the sheriff and let him know about the prostitutes that he allegedly murdered and our suspicion about Tammy's passing. Richard had told her about 3 murders, one more than he told me. Unfortunately, the sheriff shrugged it all off. There was no missing persons reports that would fit those alleged crimes during that time. There's nothing that can be done or proven regarding his wife's death. And there's definitely not enough public interest to pursue any of this further. And that was the end of it all. And I am left with the big question of whether my friend of over 20 years was a serial killer. This is a story about my favorite puppy, Baby, whom I will always dearly love. Baby was a present from my only brother. There's just something very special about Baby. Anybody who's ever met him will tell you. Baby is quite intelligent for a dog, and even seems to have a peculiar sense of humor. He's one of those pets whom is only loyal to one person. Me, of course. Baby tended not to like any of my boyfriends, and is very protective. Finally, though, I met this guy, who I'll refer to as George, that was able to make a connection with Baby. Whenever George would come over to visit, he would bring a nice treat. Slowly, over time, they finally bonded, and we all got along together quite well. But Baby was always my dog first and foremost. George loved the outdoors and to go hiking. At first, we would go alone, but eventually I was able to convince him to let Baby come along. Baby absolutely loved the outdoors and would often run ahead of us to explore. I never kept him on a leash. He was so well behaved. George liked to play fetch with Baby as we walked through the woods. I should mention that George would always carry a weapon whenever we went for a hike. He had served overseas in the Special Forces and said you could never be careful enough. George taught me how to shoot at a range for what he said was just in case. Eventually, we started to do backpacking trips, which culminated in a trip to a well-known upstate mountain range. This would be a 2-day trip to reach a beautiful view at the mountaintop. The first day, the trail was quite steep and slow going. We had gotten a slow start, and as night began to fall, we came across a small shelter on the side of the trail. We decided to make camp there as it seemed just perfect. Sometime not too long after we finished dinner, there came the sound of another party making their way up the trail. It turned out to be a group of 3 teenage boys and their dad. Rain was just starting to fall, and the father asked us if we could share the shelter with them. They looked like locals ill-equipped for the trip, and were lugging a huge cooler amongst them. George pointed out the shelter was too small to hold everyone. The father replied that they had no intent to turn back or go on. We would just have to make do. At this point, George empathetically said, no, they were not welcome. Baby was laying beside me and started to growl. Again, the father argued, stating the shelter was public and they had just as much a right to it. George just shook his head. All right, fine, the father finally said with a frown. The rain was coming down steady now. They went over to the other side of the trail and set up a tarp to shelter under. It turns out they had brought a small grill and charcoal to cook their greasy steaks. Baby intently watched their every move. I should mention the boys were quite big, like their dad. I could see them staring at us over the firelight as they chewed their meal in the rain. Eventually, I had to go, if you know what I mean. George told me to go behind the shelter and be quick about it. I got out of my sleeping bag and put my boots back on. Baby followed beside me as I made my way around the shelter and squatted. I heard a twig snap and looked out into the forest. Even though it was dark, I could make out the shape of one of the teenage boys watching me. Baby immediately let out a loud bark and shot out into the darkness. As I pulled up my pants, I could hear the father talking again. He must have come back over to the shelter and was arguing with George. I heard Baby barking as he chased after the teenager. Baby! I called out, but he didn't return. There came the sound of a scuffle inside the shelter. I came back around the shelter to see the father was grappling with George. One of the other boys had come across as well, and menacingly flashed a knife at me. He had this creepy smile, which revealed a few missing teeth. Then there came a stark scream from behind the shelter. Baby must have got a hold of the creep that had been watching me. The boy holding the knife yelled, "Tom!" and ran off into the woods. The other teenage boy had come across the trail now and was holding a big stick. He dove into the shelter and immediately started hitting George. One of the other boys had come back and started towards me, and I sprayed him in the face with bear mace. Immediately, he dropped to his knees, screaming bloody murder. I heard barking again as Baby crashed through the foliage, leaping into the shelter. I should mention Baby is a Rottweiler and was full grown. His jaws clamped down on the teenager's arm holding the stick. I could literally hear bones snapping as he screamed, and Baby twisted back and forth. By now, George had gotten on top of the father and drew his weapon. "For the love of Jesus, call off your dog!" he cried. George got up, watching him. "Baby, let go," I said. The boy was sobbing like a baby as he cradled his ruined arm. "Get out of here now," said George. Baby growled again, baring his teeth. The other boy had returned, standing silently beside the shelter. Baby started barking again as the 4 of them ran away, heading back down the mountainside as fast as they could go. "We're going to have to leave," George told me. "I don't want those rednecks messing with the SUV." Quickly, we packed up and started our way along the trail. Time passed quickly as we hiked in the darkness, Baby leading the way. By the time we reached the trailhead, we could hear a vehicle revving as it peeled out of the parking lot. George drove us to a motel where we spent the rest of the evening. Baby laid out at the foot of the bed, sleeping like a child. It would be some time before we went hiking again, but we never returned to that particular mountain. I'd like to preface this story by acknowledging that the truthfulness or reliability of asylum or escaped mental patient stories tends to be questionable. The reason why I'm skeptical of those stories is that large-scale closures of asylums began in 1967 through the 1980s and were completely decommissioned by 2015. So I raise my eyebrow whenever someone talks about spooky asylum stories that happened within the last 2 decades or so. Still, I will be sharing my story as factually as my memory allows, and refrain from exaggerating any aspect. I often visited my grandparents' home in Traverse City in northern Michigan during the summers with my parents. Traverse City is a beautiful place, produces 75% of the world's cherries, and was home to the Traverse City Regional Psychiatric Hospital, which operated from 1885 to 1989. Since the United States federal government officially deemed the hospital worthy of preservation for its historical significance, the buildings on the hospital grounds were guarded by patrolling security guards. The Traverse City Psychiatric Hospital was massive, including 70 or 80 buildings of various sizes. Some buildings have now been converted into restaurants, gift shops, tourism traps, cafes, etc. But many remain empty and abandoned. Underneath the hospital is a sprawling brick tunnel system, which the hospital staff used to safely transport the patients from building to building in the frigid winter temperatures. I'm sure there were instances where the patients underwent cruel treatments or were subjected to the care of horrible doctors. But the Traverse City Psych Hospital had a great reputation. Many teenagers, including myself at the time, were unashamedly fascinated with the hospital and its history. As a result, we would often break into abandoned buildings through unbarred windows or doors with pickable padlocks. While there were a few cases where teens would get caught and charged with breaking and entering, as long as we were stealthy, stuck to our safe entrances, and paid attention to the guards' patrol patterns, we could go in and out without worry. I am not advocating for or trying to justify my criminal act of B&E, but breaking into the old hospital was almost a rite of passage for the Traverse City teens. The hospital's interior was terrifying. There was old, stained and broken equipment and furniture, crumbling floors and walls, vandalism, strange old building noises, and complete and utter darkness in the tunnels, basements, and lower floors. Using flashlights was too risky with the guards patrolling, so we often navigated the hospital by memory and our dimly lit phone screens. As you can imagine, our frightened, youthful imaginations ran wild with horror stories, which is pretty ironic considering we made up most of those stories. Unfortunately, during my last trip inside, I encountered something that terrified me to the point I swore off ever returning. The story takes place around 10 p.m. The moonlight was dim, and most patrol guards left for the day. Clad in black, my friend Jason and I entered through the same window we always used, and followed our regular path to one of the tall, jutting spires to sit by the windows that overlooked the entire city. There was only one thing different about this venture from the others. A new faint and unexplainable smoky odor. Not smoky like fire, but something more akin to incense. The smell was so faint, we almost thought we were imagining it. But it grew stronger as we got closer to our destination. Rather than taking the stairs that led up to the spire, we followed the smell down to a different hallway until we reached a room with a deep red glow emanating from the doorway. Rather than doing the smart thing by leaving immediately, We couldn't resist the urge to walk closer and investigate. When we finally reached the room, I audibly gasped and felt Jason grip my wrist so hard, his nails left marks on my skin. We found a large ring of red votive candles and burning incense, circling a drawing of a pentagram with a sigil of Baphomet. In the center of the drawing was a dead, bloodied bird surrounded by black feathers. Bear in mind that I was raised devoutly Catholic, so seeing this image filled me with a sense of fear, stronger and more paralyzing than any ghost sighting ever could. Later on that night, Jason told me I immediately started mumbling prayers, but I personally don't remember doing that. I wouldn't be too terribly surprised, though. While the duration felt infinite, I'm not sure how long we stared at the occult scene before hearing a man's low and ominous voice behind us saying, "Welcome, friends." I promise you that there was absolutely nothing friendly about the way that guy greeted us. Jason and I screamed bloody murder, whipped around, and saw two nicely dressed but frazzled-looking adult men smiling at us. The man in front of me held something in his hand, and while I can't say for sure what it was, I remember thinking that it was a knife at the time, which wouldn't be too crazy of a guess, considering they recently sacrificed a bird, or what looked like a real bird. Jason and I sprinted past the two, and I felt someone's fingers grab the back of my shirt. Thankfully, the occultist's hand didn't have a solid hold on me, because I ducked and managed to escape his grip. The men shouted for us to stop running, which we obviously didn't. We heard their footsteps chasing after us for a little while, but thankfully Jason and I had broken into the hospital so many times that running through the unlit rooms, hallways, and tunnels was no challenge. When we finally reached and vaulted through our escape window, the occultists were nowhere to be seen or heard. We kept running through the hospital grounds until we reached Jason's car, with no concern for the patrol guards. We would have rather gotten caught by the guards than the occultists. I puked twice in the parking lot, whether the cause was fear, sprinting nonstop for a mile and a half, or a combination of both. I'm not sure what would have happened if the occultists caught us, but I know for sure they weren't going to crack open a beer and sing Kumbaya by the candlelight. I'm not familiar with cultic practices or satanic rituals, so I'm not sure what the men were trying to do or if they were summoning something. Jason and I never returned to the hospital during that summer or any of the following summers. While we aren't close now that we're adults, I know that horrifying experience will keep us cemented in each other's memories until we die. I'm from a small town in northwest Wisconsin, and to give you an idea of how small this town was, we had a gas station and a bar. The population was about 112 people, I think, at the time, and it was mainly older folks. I lived on the outskirts of this town with my grandma and my two sisters. We lived in a parsonage, and if you don't know what that is, it's basically a house that's close to a church. That way the pastor could live there and stay close to it. But this house was rented out by the church, and my grandma was the one paying it. It was a very nice house. It was across the road from the church, and when looking at it from the road, we had a graveyard on the right side of the property. It had 4 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a 2-car garage, and everything was on one level, besides the basement. Now, surrounding the left and back side of the house was thick woods. It was a mix of pine trees, oak woods, and very tall grass. During the summer, it was a very beautiful spot, and me and my sisters would play in the forest all summer long. Now, on to why I'm telling this story. The other day I had a conversation with my grandma. She's getting up there in age, and has started telling old stories from when me and my sisters were kids. And this one had me remember that I had this friend that would play in the forest with us. They were tall and dark, and they never came out from behind the trees. I remember him being tall, like really tall. Like 7 feet up the tree is where his head would poke out from. The only part I remember seeing was the deer skull that it wore on its face that would poke out every once in a while. I don't feel fear when thinking about this creature. I'm just going to call it that, because it definitely was not human. I feel protected when I think of it. Me and my sisters always played hide and seek with it, and this creature actually made noise when we found it, while playing, or talking to it. It sounded almost like a low cooing sound. This creature was so much fun to be around, and made the forest light up, it seemed like. It did stink though, man. My youngest sister, who would have been 6 at the time, called it stinky because of this. I remember seeing this creature climb the trees like no other. It almost seemed like a shadow with how silent it traveled through the woods. One day after school, my sisters and I got home and went to the woods, and we saw a small fort built out of sticks and whatnot, and we assumed it was built from the creature, and we played in it and made mud pies and whatnot. But then we heard my grandmother screaming for us to come inside, and in a panic, since Grandma never did this, we all quickly ran inside, and once we asked her what was wrong, she locked the door behind us and told us to duck down while she tried calling the police. And then she whispered, "There was a man lying flat in the grass. How did you not see him?" I was in shock and was wondering what the man wanted. My younger sisters were crying at this point, and me and my grandma tried to calm them down, but nothing was working. About 10 minutes later, the local cop shows up, and my grandma explained what she saw. The cop went around the property to see if the guy was still around, but he didn't find anything. Then he informed my grandma that if he shows up again, call them ASAP, and then he left. My grandma didn't let us play outside for a few months, and it really sucked because I was just coming into my preteens. So I was giving my grandma a hard time, which is something I still feel really bad about. Later on that night, once everyone was asleep, I took a flashlight and headed to the forest as quickly as I could. I know it was dumb of me to go out by myself and not tell anyone, but 9-year-old me wanted to go check on my friend. Once I got to the edge of the forest, I panned the flashlight around trying to look for anything moving, and once I thought I was in the clear, I entered the woods and started walking towards the stick fort. Then, I heard some grass move to my back right, which was deeper into the woods. I stopped in my tracks and listened. I thought it was a man from the way it was breathing heavy, and I was right. I'm assuming it was the man my grandma saw a few months back. I turned my flashlight in that direction and yelled, "Who's there?" And next thing I know, this man jumps on me and starts choking me. Last thing I remember was waking up to a crunching noise, and I could see a blurred black mass with my flashlight, just barely lighting the edges of it. I passed out again and woke up an hour or so later, and I assumed that due to it still being pitch black out. Once the adrenaline came back, I started frantically patting all over my body, checking myself for injuries and whatnot, but all I could feel was slight discomfort in my throat. I stood up slowly and looked around to see if anything was around me. I could see the porch light on the house peering through the trees, and without a second thought, I ran right for it. When I got to the door, I opened it and slammed it shut and locked it. My grandma woke up and ran down the hall with the weapon. I said, "Grandma, it's just me." She came around the corner and started asking me all these questions, and I told her what had just happened. We called my aunt, who lived not too far up the road, to come and watch my sisters, as we went to the ER that was about 35 minutes away. Once there, the doctors took a look over me and said that I had bruises on my neck that I could not have inflicted myself, so they reported it to the police. The next few days were a blur. I wasn't able to sleep very much due to the trauma. From what my grandma told me the other day, the police came out to the house and started a search in the woods. They had 2 dogs on the scene as well. This is where it gets graphic. The dogs found a bloody trail. They saw where the struggle between me and this man was in the tall grass, and there was blood about 20 feet to the north of where this struggle was. I wouldn't say a pool of blood, but they said that the blood trail went on for about 1.5 miles into the woods. They called for more officers before heading in further, but once they got to the end of it, apparently they found the man. He was ripped to pieces. His limbs were hanging up on the branches in the nearby trees. His eyes were missing. My grandma kind of got sidetracked with the story, but at the end of it all, me and both of my sisters went to different aunts, and we stayed with them for about 3 months before we could go back. Apparently, my grandma went to stay with her sister while our house got put under investigation. We heard no news about it. Nothing was said about the man who was spread around all over the trees. The cops say it was a bear, but the more I think on it, it had to have been my forest friend. I never treated the woods or nighttime the same. I had become obsessed with the Wendigo due to it having similar features of the creature that I remember. I got a tattoo of one not too long ago, but the trauma is a lot. I can't handle being in the dark. I definitely can't go camping or anything like that. This whole experience made me into the homebody I still am today. We moved out of the house when I was 14 due to the new pastor wanting to move in, and I have never been back inside. I did go and drive by it the other day when my grandma told me the story, and so much has changed. A lot of the trees were cut down in the yard. The little garden fence we had was gone, but the woods and the tall grass, of course, are still there. I only wonder if he's still hiding in there. A couple of weeks ago, I noticed a smell around mine and my neighbor's property. I had noticed their dog had been gone for a while, so I thought the dog had died, and thought nothing of it really. A few more days go by. The smell is getting worse and worse. On the day I found him, I was outside chopping up tree branches from the past few storms, while my wife and son were playing in the backyard. The smell at this point had gotten so strong, my whole backyard smelled. You could even smell it when you got in the car in our driveway. My 2-year-old son was even making faces of disgust. A friend of mine comes over and started looking for where the smell was coming from. He follows it to my neighbor's yard, but the smell is so strong, he almost throws up, doesn't see anything, and just gives up his search. My wife at this point is debating on calling the police. I tell her to hold off, because what if it's just their dog? I tell her I'm going to hop the fence to see if I can come across it. I was going to go offer to bury it for my neighbors, as they are elderly, and maybe they just couldn't take care of it properly. So I hopped the fence. This isn't the first time I've smelled death, but this is the worst smell I have ever smelled. I take one step and that's all I needed. Behind their shed was the corpse of a fully grown man, slumped over, gray skin, gray eyes staring back at me. He was wearing a red flannel shirt tucked into his blue jeans and work shoes, flies coming out of his mouth, his nose, and his ears. My guess is he had been there for about a week in a muggy Georgia heat. I had a t-shirt over my face to protect me from the smell, but being that close, I did almost throw up. I ran back to the fence, jumped it quickly, ran to my house and told my wife to call the police. At first, I didn't believe my eyes. I told myself there's no way that I actually just found a body. So while my wife made the call, I went back out to the border of the property and shouted out for him, but I got no response. About 45 minutes later, an officer shows up and I explain what I saw. The officer seemed to not believe me. I wouldn't either. That is until he walks back there himself. I follow along to show him, but before I even get back to the fence, I hear him say, "Yeah, that's a body," and he calls it in. 2 sheriff's cars, 3 crime scene trucks, an investigator with his car, a coroner van, all show up within the next 10 minutes. I go and give my statement to the investigator, and that was that. I talked to my neighbors about everything as well. They noticed the smell but assumed it was a cat or something. They also explained that they were on vacation for a week, which is when the dog hopped the fence and ran away. They had no idea who this person was or how they got there. Aside from the police, I was the only one who saw the body up close. The image is stuck in my head and plagues my dreams. I can't look in my backyard without thinking about him. It's been a couple weeks now, and we still smell him randomly sometimes. I work with bleach for a living, and even at work I smell him. The cops told me that he was a John Doe and an OD. It's nice to know my neighbors aren't murderers, but I don't know how to move on. My wife and I are talking about moving early next year, but I honestly feel this is something that will stick with me for the rest of my days. Before diving into this story, I would like to say that we are sensitive to the supernatural. Personally, this so-called ability has been passed down to me from my mother, who has, or used to, have stronger abilities of her own. But that's a different story altogether. So both of us have our own experiences with the supernatural from childhood until adulthood. While we believe in the supernatural, we are logical people. When we have strange encounters, we always break them down and consider all logical possibilities. However, there are strange, eerie moments where reason simply does not exist, where previously ordinary surroundings are stripped of their everydayness and only intuition makes sense. Almost as if you could say the veil is thinning and an entrance to a hole is opened. The story that I will share is one of those experiences. During the height of the pandemic, my husband and I built our home in a sleepy seaside town. The land itself has a history, and it was formerly used as a farmland and mango plantation many decades ago. The land had been in my husband's family for a while, and even though the lot is huge, not one family member has decided to use it until we came along. The story goes that my husband's grandfather paid a hefty price for such land. His relationship with his siblings. Apparently, they fought over ownership of the land, and while my husband's grandfather successfully inherited it before he passed away, it came with a lot of heartache, tears, and lost relationships along the way. His purpose has always been to pass down the lot to his children and grandchildren for future use. Due to this, my husband's relatives refused to sell their respective lots for profit, believing that their grandfather's soul would not be at rest knowing the land has been lost from the family. While some relatives have decided to sell their shares today, this was not the case only a few years back. The entire lot is quite sizable at about 4,000 square meters. Our lot itself is not as grand at about 400 square meters. On top of it, we built a modest duplex with a porch. To build this house, we had to have a few trees cut down to make way for the foundation and the walls. In the Philippines, we believe that creatures dwell in the trees, like the caper, agta, and duwende. Although we do not necessarily believe in the existence of these beings, We still respect these superstitious beliefs as part of Philippine culture and tradition. Before cutting trees, Filipinos have their rituals to ensure we do not unknowingly cut down a tree where a supernatural being is living. Before cutting down a tree, a person strikes the trunk with an axe. It is believed that if the axe sticks to the trunk, you are allowed to cut down the tree, as no creature dwells in it. However, if the axe falls to the ground or does not stick to the trunk, a creature may be living inside it. When it's the latter, we bring offerings of food to the tree to respectfully ask permission from the creature to let us cut its home down. We hired an experienced contractor to do the job, and he usually performs this on all construction projects that he manages. This ritual is almost an unspoken rule among Filipinos and is a commonly accepted practice in rural and modern areas. People just go along with it as something that's part of the way that we do things here, and regardless if you believe in it or not, what's the harm in complying, right? Some of this is driven by fear, as there are instances when trees are cut down and construction crew members die unexpectedly, or a business's bad luck is attributed to the place being cursed or haunted from angering a spirit or entity. Anyway, we had a couple of trees cut down, some believed to be as old as my husband's grandfather. The construction of the house was completed and we moved in only a few months after. The house is situated near the center of the lot, which means to get there, you need to drive up a few meters on a makeshift gravel path connected to a back road. This makeshift path is surrounded by dense bushes, grass, and trees. You make a sharp turn where your vision is clouded by tall trees and bushes, and suddenly see a house in the distance. We had the electricity company make a connection for us as our area is quite remote, and there are no light posts as it's private property. So when night falls, it's eerily dark and quiet. When people asked us where we lived, we used to joke that to find our house you have to pass the gateway to Narnia. When we had packages delivered, delivery people usually got lost or simply refused to enter the path when it was nighttime. A few months into living in the house, we had a few strange occurrences here and there, which is to be expected when you're living in a rural area surrounded by more trees and wildlife than people. Living near the sea in a tropical country means sweltering hot temperatures and high humidity levels. It was one of those long dry spells where you're constantly drenched in sweat when this happens. In the late afternoon, my husband and I are in the living room with the windows open. It was quickly approaching dusk as we went through our yoga practice. Our two cats were lounging on the furniture, lazily watching us. We were watching a YouTube video to guide us in our practice when the video ended. I vividly recall saying I wanted to do another yoga video, to which my husband reluctantly agreed. He reasoned it was getting dark, and we had to prepare supper. Plus, the weather seemed unusually cool today, which meant it got dark much quicker. I realized that was true after another sweltering hot day. The wind seemed to pick up in the late afternoon. As I looked for another yoga video, however, the wind seemed to die down, like how it goes quiet before the first drops of rain. As we were sitting down on our yoga mats at dusk, we saw a neat lightning bolt strike the sky. The lightning was clear against the dark sky and was so bright, it made me squint. Only a few seconds later, we heard a loud crashing sound. The thunder was so deafening that the house shook. Our window panes certainly shook, and it felt like the thunder and lightning hit alarmingly close to the house, specifically near the big tree by the window, where we can sometimes feel a presence there, watching us at night. This was so sudden and so ear-piercing, in our quiet home in the middle of nowhere, that we simply froze in place. It really didn't help that when the thunder struck, the power suddenly went out. We were enveloped in darkness. My skin broke in goosebumps. For a moment, I was gripped in fear, unable to move or think of what to do next. I could hear our 2 cats scrambling, looking for hiding places in the dark. My heart beat fast in my chest as I blindly looked around the living room, waiting for my eyes to adjust and my heart to steady itself. I remember instinctively scrambling near me, trying to feel for my phone so I could turn on the flashlight. Just as my vision started to adjust and sharpen, I noticed a black silhouette sitting right in front of me. My husband had his yoga mat beside mine so that when we were facing each other sitting down, before the power went out. In a shaky voice, I said into the darkness, "Love?" He didn't answer. The wind howled. It continued to howl, passing through our open windows and causing the air to permeate the space. I could hear the rustling of trees and bushes outside. I tried again with, "Love? Love. Ah, yapag benowengba," which means love, love, don't joke like this. When my husband did not answer me, I reached out to him with my right hand, just as another flash of lightning struck near the window, causing a temporary bright streak of light to flash through the living room. In a split second, the room was illuminated by an eerie glow, and as my eyes adjusted again, I saw, in complete disbelief, that there was no one in front of me. At this very moment, my hands gripped nothing but air. The light came and went, and again we were shrouded in darkness. I took back my outstretched hand and was struck with paralyzing fear as another loud thunder shook the house. At that moment, I felt myself shrink, like somehow the 4 corners of the house seemed impossibly huge, and I was just a tiny thing on the ground. My heart sunk into my stomach and I felt something else. Another presence in the house. But it was different this time. Not the usual feeling I had when I sensed another presence in the woods or by that mysterious tree near the window. I felt like something had shifted when the energy from the thunder and lightning struck our home. Like a door had been opened and there were these things I could not put a name to, entered the space. Their magnitude and presence so profound that I was an insignificant living thing that was simply taking up their space. I was hit with the type of primal fear that causes you to shut down, where all logic just leaves your body. I had never in my life felt that kind of fear. This was different somehow, like my insides were screaming at me to run, but my body refused to get in sync. I was running on intuition, and my intuition told me to look for light. Any light source. I forced my legs to move and was in the middle of standing up when a small beam of light hit the yoga mats. It was my husband, standing near our bedroom door, holding a flashlight in his hand. We immediately ran to each other and then found our way to the electrical box to turn off the electricity to prevent damaging surges. At this point, the first few drops of rain started to pour down before gaining traction. We calmed ourselves and took out the emergency candles and lights that we had stored. We found our 2 cats, both of them with their hairs on end, shrinking into a corner. Just 2 chunky poof balls with wide, terrified eyes. The power eventually returned during the night, and we never spoke of that event. Without verbally agreeing, we each always made sure to keep a light in each room on at night, and stored backup candles and emergency batteries in case of a sudden storm and power outage shook our home again. The first time we let our thoughts from that experience manifest themselves into our reality was when we took a trip to the bustling city a few months later. While we didn't plan on talking about it, it just felt safe to do so, away from the house. Like speaking about what happened, where it happened, would somehow welcome whatever mysterious entity or power was in play that day into our reality, from sheer belief alone. Understand that we weren't dying to talk about it. It just never came up, and we never thought to bring up the topic. We were just sitting at a coffee shop somewhere, calmly sipping our beverages when one of us, I'm not sure who, went, "Hey, remember that weird thing with the freak power outage and storm at home?" It was only then that I got my husband's side of the story. From his point of view, after the first thunder and the power went out, he had stood up blindly in the darkness. When he stood up and started to dash to the shelf by the bedroom door, where we kept an emergency flashlight, he felt that some invisible force was stopping him. He stopped in his tracks and felt something cold in his path, something he could not see or reach out to. He was paralyzed with fear, with the overwhelming, looming feeling of anxiety and dread that stemmed from the unexplainable. He felt the hairs at the back of his neck stand up, like cold air was suffocating the once humid room surrounding him. With the wind howling outside and flying through the rustling trees and bushes, he could not hear me call out to him. After the second thunder and the temporary light from the lightning, he saw in front of him the shelf and roughly where the flashlight stood. As the room was again enveloped in darkness, he dashed forward roughly where the shelf was and felt for the flashlight. That's when he hurriedly turned it on with shaky hands and instinctively turned around and shone the flashlight on the ground where I was. The moment that the light made its way through the thick darkness, we felt this immense relief wash over us. It was such a powerful emotion that I simply could not fully put it into words. This happened on February 8th, 2021. Since we moved to the city in November 2023, I have buried the experience in my memory. Try as I might to forget it, a part of me is nonplussed and amazed all the same. Amazed that I had experienced something new, something so foreign to me. A powerful primal fear that I never thought I had inside me had awakened. And nothing in my past experiences and experiences after that event had ever awoken that ancient feeling inside me. The memory may just be a looming fog at the back of my mind, but what I felt is something that brims to the surface now and then, when my intuition tells me that something is not right. It might surface when my intuition is trying to convey something, but never quite as overwhelming as it was that day. Last week I woke up in the morning and settled in front of my desk to get a head start on work, when my husband, whose desk is beside mine, said out of nowhere, "Today is the anniversary." I responded, "The anniversary of what?" Feeling confused as I racked my brain for the answer. Had I forgotten an anniversary of something? A birthday, perhaps? And my husband, who is normally forgetful and bad with dates, simply said, "Of the power outage back home." All the emotions I felt from that experience hit me with a powerful force, and I swallowed the feeling of anxiety that wanted to resurface from my stomach to my throat, and out from my mouth in the form of words. I said, "That's not something to make an annual event out of, love." This happened around 6 years ago when I was 15. We were living in a small town in the mountains of Northern California where my mom grew up and where her family still lives today. My younger cousins, I'll call them Drew and Robbie for the sake of their privacy, were spending the day with us, and my mom decided to take us to see The Nut Job 2 in theaters. Drew and I, being several years older than Robbie, weren't totally crazy about seeing a kids movie, but the buttered popcorn was enough to keep us happy. The movie ended around dinner time, and my mom offered to get fast food since we were already in town and my aunt was due to pick up my cousins an hour later. Robbie asked to go to Burger King, which wasn't my favorite. The food was alright, but I've always gotten an uncomfortable vibe from that place. The part of town where the restaurant was located was full of sketchy strip malls that bordered the freeway, and it wasn't unusual to find all kinds of colorful characters walking the streets late in the day. Also, that particular Burger King, the only one in our entire town, seemed to be a magnet for strange activity. I remember watching a drunken fistfight on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant one night when I was about 6. So after everyone else in the car reluctantly agreed to go to Burger King, off we went. When we arrived a few minutes later, my mom was preparing to turn into the drive-thru when a man heading in our direction crossed the sidewalk in front of the driveway. Looking back, there wasn't anything about this guy that seemed unusual or set off any alarm bells. He was average height, but a little on the heavy side. He had dark curly hair covered by a baseball cap and was wearing a tight-fitting white t-shirt and dark jeans or sweatpants. Naturally, my mom stopped the car and waited for him to cross the street. When he made it safely to the other side and my mom began to pull in, the man suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. As we made the sharp turn into the small parking lot, this guy turned his whole body around to face us and kept his eyes fixed on my side of the car. The most unnerving part about it, the part that I can still see so vividly in my mind, was his eyes. They were wide open, unnaturally open. I swear it looked like something from the torture scene in A Clockwork Orange. Look it up and you'll see what I mean. I have never seen a person open their eyes so wide in my entire life. And like watching a car wreck, I couldn't manage to look away. I couldn't tell if he was looking at me or my cousins in the back seat, but at that point I was too creeped out to care. Luckily, I wasn't the only one who noticed. My mom didn't seem especially bothered and said something to the effect of, "Relax, dude, I'm not gonna run you over," as we passed by him. My cousin Drew, on the other hand, leaned over the back seat to catch another glimpse of the man. "Did you see his eyes?" he asked. Robbie, also curious, tried to turn around and stand up in his booster seat to see the man. Again, my mom seemed unbothered, but Drew and I were so put off by this guy that we couldn't let it go. The two of us turned around to look out the back window one more time and check if the man was still watching us. Sure enough, he was still standing in the same spot and staring at our car with his enormous eyes. I don't think he even blinked the whole time. At this point, my fight or flight mode was starting to kick in, and I wanted nothing more than to get out of there. But then the man did something that sent my heart rocketing up into my throat. He started walking toward us, very slowly, still staring dead at us. I really think he made a beeline for our car, because the sidewalk on that side of the restaurant curved around behind a small real estate building that was hidden behind cypress trees, and I remember seeing this guy very clearly coming straight for us. I jerked my mom's arm and started pointing frantically out the back window. "Mom, that guy's following us!" My mom turned around in disbelief, and I can only assume that seeing the man and Drew's worried expression finally made her realize what was going on. "All right, screw this," my mother said as she took the car out of park and followed the drive-thru around the backside of the building, where the pickup windows were. I felt myself begin to relax a bit, and I was incredibly thankful to be leaving the creepy man in the dust. Or so I thought. We turned the corner, and to my absolute horror, the old beat-up blue pickup truck was stopped at the window in front of us. The drive-thru lane wasn't wide enough for two cars to pass through, so we were forced to sit there and wait until the truck either moved or the man suddenly reappeared from behind the blind corner, less than 20 feet away. My mom flipped the door locks and unbuckled her seatbelt, then began digging around in her purse. I knew what she was looking for. She and I had recently bought cans of pepper spray at my father's insistence, in case of an emergency. I began to dig around for mine, but as luck would have it, it wasn't there. My family and I were big hikers, and at a minimum, I knew we usually kept a pocket knife in the glove compartment. I pulled open the drawer, but it wasn't there. It finally dawned on me that the only thing that could stop this man from getting to us, if that was his intention, was a glass window. Now, this wasn't my proudest moment, but I kind of started having a freak out. Anyone who has ever felt truly scared or endangered knows the feeling of adrenaline rushing through their veins. Sometimes that fear gets the better of you, and you can't stop the emotions from spilling out. As I looked between the blue truck still parked in front of us and the back window of the car, I just remember saying softly, I'm so scared. It wasn't panicked or tearful. It was just like my mouth said the first thing my brain was thinking. My mother whipped around and very angrily told me, "Lily, stop it. You're scaring Robbie." I'll admit that looking back, I was angry at her for saying that. I know she wanted me to keep a cool head, which is what you should do in situations like this, but it felt like she was telling me I wasn't allowed to feel scared. Besides, I wasn't the only one losing control of myself. Drew reached over, unbuckled Robbie's seatbelt, pulled him to his chest, and held onto him tightly to protect him. That should have been more fear-inducing than what I said, but Robbie actually seemed more curious than scared. I was glad that he was young enough to not know exactly what was happening. All in all, he handled it better than us teenagers. It honestly felt like hours just waiting for that stupid truck in front of us to move. I started getting really angry, even though I knew it wasn't the driver's fault. But it was a horrible time for the people inside the restaurant to be moving so slowly. Just then, my worst fear was realized. The man appeared from around the side of the building. I felt completely hopeless, and I was expecting him to run over and start trying to break into the car at any second. But that didn't happen. That was when I noticed he wasn't staring at us anymore. He was just shuffling very slowly along the sidewalk, looking straight ahead. As the four of us watched him go in tense silence, I started to feel confused. Why wasn't he staring at us anymore? Just minutes before, he was giving us the most unsettling look I had ever seen on a human face, and it looked like he was coming straight for us. What changed? I was starting to think that I had gone crazy. What if I was wrong after all? What if the whole thing was just one big misunderstanding on my part? But as the man climbed the hill to the right of the car, Drew suddenly said, "Aunt Janet, he's talking to himself." Sure enough, as I looked closer, I could see the man's lips moving as he stared fixedly into the distance. With the car windows closed, I couldn't hear what he was saying. Frankly, I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. When the truck in front of us finally pulled forward, my mom hit the gas and drove out of there as quickly as possible. The four of us breathed a sigh of relief as we settled back into our seats and headed to a different restaurant across town. As you can imagine, the weird encounter was the only thing we could talk about for the rest of the night. When my aunt arrived to pick up my cousins, we told her the story. I was surprised, but also grateful that she wasn't upset. Instead, she suggested that the guy was probably on something, or had some type of mental disability. Her explanations seemed likely enough, and after about a week, I passed off the incident as just that. Just another unhinged tweaker ruining our once safe, amicable small town. I had mostly put the issue to the back of my mind until a few weeks later, when my mom brought it up again. One afternoon, as we were talking in the living room, she started telling me that she read an article online about a woman and her family who were possibly followed by traffickers in Oakland. I don't remember the whole story, but to summarize, the woman, her husband, and their infant daughter were leaving a football game in Oakland when a man started following them. The woman noticed that the man was talking to himself, and she saw that he was wearing an earpiece. As they got to the car, her husband went to confront the man while she and her child got safely inside and locked the doors. A car that had been idling nearby suddenly pulled up. The man hopped inside, and it tore away. The article warned that human traffickers will sometimes select vulnerable targets, like women going places with their children, and communicate with a waiting vehicle nearby through an earpiece. Once in position, the men in the car will jump out and snatch the woman, her child, or both, and they will likely never be seen again. My mom suggested that maybe the man was wearing an earpiece, and by the way he was looking at us following the car and talking to himself, he could have been talking to someone in a car waiting nearby. After all, he was wearing a baseball cap, and his hair covered his ears. There was no way to tell if he was wearing one. Now, I never heard of any instances of human trafficking in my hometown, so I brushed it off as a wild theory. But the mere suggestion was enough to keep the memory of the incident from leaving my mind. To this day, I still have no idea what the man's true intentions were. I only remember the gut-wrenching feeling I got when he stared at us with those unnaturally large eyes. Was the guy just another addict? Was he, in fact, secretly communicating with someone waiting nearby? Was he just angry because he thought we were going to hit him with our car? I just can't seem to explain it, no matter how hard I try. And I know that I'll never get an answer. However, if the man was truly following us, I shudder to think about what could have happened if we had stopped at the menu board or had gotten out of the car and gone into the restaurant. Either way, the incident has taught me to always be aware of my surroundings, trust my instincts, try to keep calm when I feel in danger, and never go anywhere alone without my pocket knife and pepper spray. There is a small town not far from me that has a nice little downtown area with a few blocks of shops and restaurants. I love coming to this area on my own since it has some different kinds of boutiques and restaurants where I would shop, grab some lunch or a drink by myself and just enjoy my own company. The area does not seem sketchy to me, but I always hear my Italian grandma's voice in the back of my head saying, "You be careful walking alone." She brings this up almost every time I see her, and I don't dismiss it, but I am cautious when I go places, especially when I'm alone. Once I found out there was a little hole-in-the-wall hair salon on Main Street, I made it a point to go there as my go-to hair place. The salon was trendy with an antique vibe. It was a narrow, old-looking hallway with a section to the left of 4 to 5 hair stations, and then further down was the register counter near a back door to a parking lot area. My appointment was one of their last times available, and the girls that worked in the salon seemed very new and took their time with every process. I don't mind them being careful with what they were doing, but they seemed to always have to walk away for a period of time from the chair to go get something from the storage room, which was down some stairs, and that was a big meeting place to talk together. While I was sitting in the salon, I could hear a little commotion going on outside along the street, like there was someone making a case to ask for money from people walking by. There was something unsettling about this since every now and then I would hear a loud yip or bark noise that seemed to be getting closer to the open door of the salon to the main street. I kept staring at the doorway and the window of the salon as I waited for my girl to come back. The people that walked by seemed to have such puzzled, horrified looks on their faces, and almost broke their necks to turn back around to stare at something behind them again, which was out of sight. I would hear the odd yip noise every now and then, but it seemed like it tapered off as the main street started to clear out. I brought it to the stylist's attention when they returned, by asking what did they think was going on out there. They seemed to brush it off with an uneasy giggle. "Oh, it's fine, probably just Frito," with a giggle and a glance at her other coworkers. I usually would not feel anxious, but it was visibly getting darker out, and the main street was starting to clear out. I had to walk back to my car. A while later, I was feeling good about ready to leave the salon. I tipped my stylist, and she told me she would meet me at the back register to pay for my service. I got up, walked down a short hallway, and quickly made a turn to run to the bathroom before I had to pay my bill and go home. As I came out of the nook from the restrooms, I turned to my left to call out to my stylist that I was ready to check out. But when I walked out into the hallway, I was met with someone dressed in raggedy brown and black clothes, standing in the hallway where I had to leave through. The person stopped in their tracks. The person had a pungent urine smell. And not only were they raggedy, but they were wearing something over their head that looked like a mask or a headpiece. The person standing in the hall was wearing a full-on botched, taxidermied head and neck piece of a wolf or coyote with wild glass eyes and a snarling, smiling mouth, which looked like it was plastered onto some papier-mâché helmet, which this person was wearing for God knows what reason. We both stopped in our tracks when we saw each other, but the man in the wolf head started to slowly inch towards me and the back door. I have no idea what this man's intentions were, but my heart sank when I saw him walk closer to me and the door. My instincts kicked in, and I just ran for the back door. Ran through the parking lot as fast as I could until I found a restaurant that was open. I felt like I was in a dream or a video game. Everything was in slow motion. I thought any second that the man would jump out and grab me, but I just ran. Panic attacks are real. I felt like I could faint for about 15 to 20 minutes after reaching the restaurant. I requested an Uber back to my parked car, and I noticed the hair salon didn't even call me to ask where I was to pay my bill. I called and left a message saying I would mail them a check. Just an answering machine picked up. I try not to let this experience deter me from coming back to this little town on my own. My Italian grandma's voice is louder in my head, and it did take me a few months to come back. But I will never be around alone in this town again after the sun starts to go down. I began cleaning houses after I had my first son. He was a year old, and I decided I would like to have a job where I could not only get some good exercise, but bring in a little extra cash to help my husband out. My first job I got was for a family not too far from my house. They had 2 younger daughters, aged 4 and 7, and they kept a pretty clean home. Really nice family, very good at communicating. They were always quick to let me know when and if they needed me to cancel or not. I never had an issue with not knowing what I was going into whenever I showed up. I always let myself in with the door code, whether they were home or not, and as soon as I would walk in, I would get right to work. Now, the wife of the homeowner was a very neat woman. She really just hired me because she needed a little extra help due to a demanding job. But any time I came, the house was already pre-cleaned for me, meaning the dishes were done, the kitchen was wiped down, clothes were picked up. She made sure her girls cleaned their room so it was easier for me to vacuum and dust. The house was never in a state of disgustingness or uncleanliness. Well, the other day I showed up at my usual time on my usual day, letting myself into the house, and it was the complete opposite sight from what I had been seeing for the past year and a half. There were clothes strewn about everywhere. I'm not just talking about in the bedrooms, where you would expect them, but all over the living room, all over the hallways. There were toys all about. And yes, that's expected with kids. But at the same time, they were in the most bizarre places, like by the dishwasher, under the parents' work desks. There was also a big pile of toys on the top of the master bed. 2 of the biggest red flags I saw, though, were plates of food, cut up food and tea in a kettle, getting moldy on the counter. There were fruit and houseflies everywhere. So clearly this food had been getting moldy for a while. But I figured maybe they had left in a hurry or something. I had a feeling that they might have been out of town because usually one or both were home for the most part when I came. But what kind of made me confused was that both of their cars were in the garage. At the same time, though, they could have gotten an Uber or a ride from a friend if they were going somewhere. So I brushed that off. I began my cleaning, scrubbing out the dishes, which I have never had to do before on this job, getting rid of all the moldy food, taking the trash out so it was out of the house, vacuuming as many spiderwebs and flies as I could, because they seemed to be everywhere. I cleaned up all the clothes. I put them in their respective rooms and hampers, if their hampers weren't already full. But then I headed to one of their bathrooms, and this is where I was even more in shock. There were flies everywhere. A majority of them were dead, but some of them were still flying around the bathroom. There were dead flies, dead fruit flies, some mosquitoes as well. I checked the window. It wasn't even open. There were no openings. The bathroom was sealed. The door had been closed when I got there. So I went along with my cleaning, feeling very unnerved at this point, but figuring if I'm there, I might as well just continue. Trying not to allow myself to think this was a crime scene or something. My imagination will occasionally get ahead of me at times. I proceeded to vacuum up all the fly carcasses. I cleaned off all the counters, the bathtub, the toilet, the surrounding area, and tried to vacuum up as much as I could. Usually at the end of all my cleanings, I would text the homeowner and let them know that I was done, and he would follow that up with a thank you and would send my payment through Venmo. But when I was finished, I felt really uncomfortable, so I called him to ask if they were maybe out of town, or if, something happened, God forbid, and if there was anything I could do to help, because clearly the state of their house was not typical. But nobody answered the phone. I called his wife, but she didn't answer either. So I just sent him a text message saying, "I'm all done. See you in another 2 weeks." I haven't gotten paid or gotten a reply in 3 days, which is not like them at all. So I'm at this point now where I don't know what to do. Should I report this to the police? Should I ask them to give a welfare check or something? Because I'm so confused. I really hope nothing bad happened to them. When I was 15, I stayed with my dad in Ohio for the summer. At the time, he was living in a finished basement apartment in the home of my much older sister, his daughter from a previous marriage. My sister, Mel, has a daughter close to my age named Caitlin, who was 14 at the time. A week or two into my stay, Caitlin and I were left home to watch her younger sisters Danny and Jamie, while Mel went into work her night shift at the bar. My dad normally went out to the bar himself for a few hours a night to catch the game and hang out with his friends, and this night was no different. We spent a few hours watching TV with the younger girls after dinner and finally sent them up to bed around 10 o'clock. Caitlin and I were enjoying having the living room to ourselves and listening to the Eminem CD that she had become pretty obsessed with over the last few weeks. Around 10:30, we were heating up something to eat when we heard a knock at the front door. For some context, my sister lived a few miles outside of a really small, rural town, a good 30 minutes from the city. Her house was located on the side of an old, low-traffic highway where the homes had large spaces and small patches of woods in between. Still close enough together that you could see your neighbors but probably wouldn't cross paths with them the way you might in a regular suburban neighborhood. The road was dark with no street lights, so any light outside came exclusively from porch lights and nearby windows this time of night. Caitlin looked at me, clearly surprised to hear the door at all, let alone this late at night. They didn't really know anyone nearby, and everyone that lived there always used the back door that led into the driveway instead of the front that opened directly into the yard. The knock came again, a little harder and more insistent. What if it was the cops or something? I was the oldest, so I straightened up a little, saying, "I'll get it," in the most confident voice I could manage. Caitlin followed me to the door, trailing a little behind. I hesitated for a moment before turning the deadbolt, then cautiously turned the handle to open the big wooden door wide enough to peer through the gap and through the screen door on the other side. "Hey, I'm trying to get a hold of my friend to come pick me up, but my phone died. It's really hot out here. Could I maybe trouble you for some water or something?" asked the boy standing on my sister's porch. He was about 18 or 19 from the look of him. He had a tall but slender build, and shaggy light blonde hair that hung into light blue eyes a little as he talked. He was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, and had clearly been sweating a bit from the July heat that still hung heavy long after the sun had gone down. I paused, glancing behind me at Caitlin. She nodded and headed back to the kitchen to grab a glass of water for the guy, while I stayed at the door. My anxiety about this guy was slowly fading, but enough held out that I decided to stay in my current position instead of opening the door anymore. "So, where are you coming from?" I asked, making small talk as I listened to the sounds of Caitlin running the tap in the next room. The boy jabbed a thumb behind him down the highway leading to a town as he explained. "That way. My friend is supposed to pick me up, but I decided to just start walking that direction until he comes along." I nodded, feeling Caitlin's presence come back behind me as she approached with a glass of water for the stranger. She flipped the latch on the screen door and held the water out, this time leaving the screen door unlatched as it slowly creaked closed behind her retreating hand. The boy took the glass and gulped the water down quickly, wiping his mouth off on his arm as he took the cup down from his mouth. I noticed his face was covered in acne scars. "Do you think I could use your phone?" he asked next, offering a sheepish smile. "Sure," Caitlin piped up before I could answer. "I'll go get it." "Can I just come in?" the boy asked. Something nagged at me as I watched him shuffle a few inches closer to the screen door and start to pull it back. Instinctively, I slid my right foot up next to the bottom edge of the front door, where I was still holding it partially closed. I leaned back to allow the door to obscure my face from the boys as I looked at Caitlin, shaking my head as I whispered, "I don't think we should let him in." She gave me an annoyed look, as though not understanding why I took issue with allowing a teenage boy inside. It was exciting and new, and I was clearly ruining the only interesting thing to happen to us so far. I raised my eyebrows in a silent plea, and she turned back to the door to address the boy. "We can't let you in, sorry," she said, genuinely meaning it. "Why not? Are your parents home or something?" the boy asked. He didn't sound like the thought made him nervous, and the itchy feeling that had begun to creep through my body grew more persistent. "Yeah, my dad is downstairs," I said, a little too quickly. I saw a spark hit his eyes as soon as the words left my mouth. He recognized the anxiety in my voice, and I watched the shift in his expression as he saw through my lie. "I'll be quick," he insisted. "I really need to get a hold of my friend to find out where he is. He should have been here by now." He went on, giving the highway a cursory glance as though he was looking out for his friend's car. I saw him linger on the empty driveway as his eyes came back around to us. "But what if he misses you while you're inside?" I asked, trying to keep my tone cheerful and conversational. I wedged my foot a little harder into the door as I spoke. "Seriously, my dad will kill us if we let you in." A slow smile began to spread across his scarred face. The boy took a slow step forward, silently closing the gap between the screen door and the crack that I had left open. We were now only a few inches apart, the threshold of the door the only thing left between us. I slid my free arm behind the door, gripping the opposite side of the door frame to brace myself against it. I cursed myself for not sliding the chain lock across the door before opening it. If I did it now, it might upset him, I thought. He stared me down for a second, the smile never leaving his face. He turned to Caitlin, softening his tone as he said, "Please, I'll be super quick." The sound of a door opening behind Caitlin and I made us both jump. My dad came through the back door with a puff of his last bit of cigarette smoke, trailing in behind him. "What are you girls doing?" he asked gruffly. I snapped my head back to the boy at the door with wide eyes. "It's my dad," I whispered. "Hang on a second." I took advantage of his surprise to quickly shut the door in his face. "Dad, there's a guy at the door. He wants to come in and use the phone," I told him. "He's a teenager, Grandpa, like our age. I think I know him from school," Caitlin added. My dad's expression darkened as he walked to the door and opened it halfway to confront the boy. "What seems to be the problem?" my dad asked the stranger. I saw the boy shift uncomfortably as he told my dad the situation about his friend picking him up. "Well, you better get out there so he doesn't miss you," my dad replied. "They were just giving me water, man. Relax," the boy challenged. "It's hot out here, you know." "I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get off my porch before I call the cops," my dad growled, a sudden anger apparent in his voice as he snatched the water glass back from the boy at the door. Caitlin and I looked at each other, confused. He sounded really mad all of a sudden. We both began to get nervous, thinking we'd be in trouble for opening the door. I watched through a gap between my dad's body and the door frame as the boy composed himself, gave him a menacing smile, and slowly backed off the porch, disappearing as he walked back out into the dark yard toward the road without another word. My dad slammed the door shut and chain locked it, whirling around to face us. "What is the matter with you two? Why would you open the door to a stranger like that when no one's home? How stupid can you be?" he yelled angrily. "Grandpa, what's the big deal? I told you I know him from school. Why would you yell at him like that?" Caitlin whined. My dad sighed and sat down at the table. He looked back and forth between us as he gathered himself, calming his voice back down to a normal level while he shakily explained. "Girls," he began, "I'd be willing to bet you money that there was never any friend coming to get that guy. There's a place a ways down the road where bad people go. It's like a mental health place, but for criminals. He was probably from there." "Why would you assume that?" Caitlin asked, clearly upset at the insinuation. "I told you I know him from school." "Maybe you do," my dad replied, "but there was something off about that kid." He softened his voice as he went on. "Didn't you notice? He wasn't wearing any shoes. He had hospital socks on." This event happened in early 2022. My boyfriend and I had gone out of town for a weekend to attend a Comic-Con about 5 hours away. I was very excited as I was planning on attending my first meet and greet, as well as just being out of town and just exploring a city that we've never been to before. The excitement, however, would soon turn sour. After the 5-hour drive and a bit of exploring, we were dead tired. We thought it best to go and check into our hotel. We had a lot of things to carry in, as we didn't want to leave our purchases in the car to tempt a thief. So we had to take 2 trips from the car to our room. Once we got checked in and was given the room number and key, we started on the journey to find our room. We ended up being assigned to a room at the other side of the building. Walking down the hall to drop the first load of things off in our room, we passed a room very close to ours that smelled horrible. We had looked at each other with disgusted looks on our faces. It nearly smelled like something had died. But we thought nothing more of it until we went into our room, dropped our things off, and came back out to go back outside. Again, this room was fairly close to ours, only about 4 doors down, so we didn't have to go very far before we started to hear screaming. The voice sounded young, like a kid. At first, we thought it was just maybe an unruly kid throwing a fit, but then we began to understand the words being shrieked. "Get away from me." Okay, this amped up the worry scale quite a bit. It could still be a kid throwing a fit, right? Then, the blood-curdling scream. The terrible, awful scream that still sends chills through my body to this day. The scream that stopped both of us in our tracks right outside of their door. We looked at each other, terror gripping us. After hearing so many horror stories about trafficking, I automatically thought the worst. At that moment, we didn't quite know what to do. Knock on the door and risk getting hurt, call the police, or just alert the front desk. My boyfriend automatically cut down the first idea. There was no way he would put me in danger like that, or let me put myself in that scenario. We had also left our phones in our room. Stupid move, I know, but we were just going to the car and coming right back. So we were stuck with the third option, alerting the front desk. Now, normally I have bad anxiety and can barely talk to strangers, but I went straight to the front desk manager while my boyfriend got the rest of our things from the car. I let her know everything we noticed, everything we heard, and how concerned we were. She asked what room number this was. When I told her the number, she seemed to hesitate. I could tell she was about to say something that was going to further my unease. I was right. She told me that it was the same people that had been staying there for quite a while, almost a month. They claimed it was because their house was being repaired or something to that effect, but there were obviously doubts about this. She also said that no housekeeping had been in there to clean, because they were always in there and had the Do Not Disturb sign up, not wanting anyone to go inside. What's more disturbing is that I was not the only one to come to the hotel staff with complaints and concerns about these patrons. There had been complaints about the smells coming from the room, as well as what other patrons had described as children throwing fits or being unruly. Now she was having second thoughts on these reports. At this point, my boyfriend had re-entered the lobby with the rest of our things and was eager to get back to our room. I went with him, but not before asking the manager what we should do. She could not give me an answer, but promised that she would do a welfare check on the room. I was in no way comforted by this, and when we got back to our respective room, I began to cry with overwhelming dread. That child could just be throwing a tantrum, of course. But what if it was much worse than that? What if the child was actually being hurt, and I wasn't doing anything to help them? My boyfriend saw that this was bothering me and suggested that we go ahead and call the police if it would make me feel better. I was torn. I wanted to, but I didn't know if I had the right to do that, as I was not on my own property. Leave it to me, the resident overthinker, to think of hotel policies at a time like that. As I was debating with myself, we suddenly heard sirens coming down the road, and they seemed to stop right in front of the hotel. We waited for a time, thinking that they had just passed the hotel, before my boyfriend went to the lobby to ask about calling the police. While he was gone, I rang my mom and told her what was going on. I didn't want to be alone, and I knew that she would calm me down. After a few minutes of talking with her, my boyfriend came back to the room, an astonished look on his face. I put the phone down, but kept the call going so my mom could hear what was going on. He explained that as soon as he asked the front desk manager about calling the police, she informed him that the cops had indeed stopped at the hotel concerning the very same room. I reckoned that my concern led her to call the police herself. They went to the room and knocked on the door, announcing themselves and requesting to be let in. That's when the mother of the two children, yes, there was another child mixed up in this mess, an infant, to top it all off, tried to make a break for it and evade capture, completely abandoning the kids. They immediately caught and arrested her along with her partner. They also took the children somewhere safe and out of harm's way. How all of this happened without us hearing a peep, I will never know. All I knew in that moment was sweet relief knowing that the children were safe. It turns out that the town we were in was inundated with child trafficking cases at the time, unbeknownst to us. We were just there for a Comic-Con. Who would have guessed we would also influence a trafficking bust as well? In America, every 40 seconds, a child goes missing or has been abducted. The FBI's National Crime Information Center The NCIC reports that around 400,000 children go missing each year. And on the International Center for Unidentified and Missing Persons DOE network, you can scroll through their missing people index. Millions of people have never been found, and millions more bodies remain unidentified. There is one missing girl that people are still searching for today. Her case is still unsolved, and but for a few strange coincidences, she is likely to have been forgotten, along with so many others. However, with this case, it seems that the young girl might have been trying to escape, and could even have been freed if her plea had been recognized for what they were. This is the story of Antoinette Cayedito and what happened to her. Antoinette Christine Cayedito was born Christmas Day in 1976 to Penny Cayedito and Anthony Montoya in Gallup, New Mexico. Antoinette's parents got divorced when she was still a child, and she, along with two sisters, Zenaida and Wendy, went to live with their mother, Penny. Antoinette was described by those who knew her as being very smart, studious, and that she acted older than her age. She was said to have a caring heart and wanted to help others who may need help, including caring for her two younger sisters. Antoinette was a charming child with brown hair and brown eyes and the nickname Squirrel. However, the settled family life she and her sisters enjoyed was suddenly shattered on the evening of April 5th, 1986. That night, a babysitter had been hired to look after her girls while their mom went with her friends to a bar. Antoinette's mother returned around midnight and sent the babysitter home. Penny then sent two of the girls to bed, but chose to stay up herself, chatting with her oldest daughter until 3 a.m. Then the Cayedito family went to bed for the night. At 7 a.m. the following morning, Penny went to wake the girls up to get ready to attend Bible school. But something was wrong. Antoinette was not in her bed. Penny searched the entire house and could not find Antoinette. Penny started to head outside to see if her daughter was out or at a neighbor's house. She noticed something strange, however. Penny noticed the front door was not locked, and the screen door was also unlocked. The door to the Cayedito home had a screen door that had to be opened if someone wanted to knock on the front door. Penny was a bit confused, because she knew she locked both doors that night, but headed outside to search for her missing girl. The whole neighborhood then joined the search for Antoinette, but she was just gone. This was when Penny called the police to report her missing daughter. Unfortunately, the police said that she hadn't been missing long enough to warrant a police report, and Penny needed to wait long enough to confirm that she was truly missing. Zenaida mentioned that someone knocked on their door, and Antoinette had gone to see who it was. That was the last she knew of Antoinette's whereabouts. The police considered the case an abduction and called the FBI to help them search. Antoinette's mom was given 2 polygraph tests and is reported to have failed the second test taken by the FBI. Statistically, children are often abducted by someone they know and trust. Yet, after questioning the whole family, none knew any information that would help find Antoinette. A neighbor told police she saw a brown truck outside their home around 6:30 a.m., but it was typical for many people to come out of the Cayeditos' home, and they didn't think anything of it. With no evidence to go on, and despite the best efforts of law enforcement and the neighbors, the case went cold. That was until 1 year after she went missing. A call came through to 911. The 911 operator heard a young girl's voice on the phone, which said, "I am Antoinette Cayedito, and I'm in Albuquerque." The 911 operator asked where she was in Albuquerque, but the voice never got to answer. A man was heard in the background asking, "Who said you could use the phone?" And terrified screaming was heard before the line abruptly disconnected. The 40-second long call was too short for police to trace it, but Penny insisted it was her daughter's voice, because she said she could recognize the screams and how she pronounced her last name. However, the girl on the phone said she was in Albuquerque, but she couldn't have been. If she had dialed 911 in Albuquerque, she would have been connected to the 911 operator in Albuquerque, not the operator in Gallup. Was it a hoax? Or was it a clue? Did Antoinette believe she was in Albuquerque when in reality, she had been nearby this whole time? Again, the case went cold until 1991, 6 years after Antoinette had gone missing. Then, in Carson City, Nevada, an unkempt couple and a teenage girl stopped to eat at a restaurant. The waitress said that the girl kept pushing her fork off the table when the waitress was near and would squeeze the waitress's hand every time she put the fork back. The waitress found a napkin under the girl's plate with "Help me" and "Call police" written on it. But by the time the napkin was found, the girl was gone. When the waitress was questioned, she noted that the girl resembled Antoinette. Could this be the second time Antoinette had tried to escape her captors? Terrifyingly, they would have held her against her will for years by this point, and after this last contact, she was never heard from again. However, the clues were mounting. 5 years after Antoinette went missing, her sister Wendy said she knew something about the night her sister was taken. Wendy, now 10 years old, told police there was a knock on the door, and Antoinette, followed by Wendy, went to the door to see who was there. Wendy said that Antoinette asked, "Who's there?" and that she heard someone outside say, "Uncle Joe." She saw Antoinette open the door only to be snatched by 2 men. She told police that Antoinette was carried into a brown van with the girl kicking and screaming. It had been a brown van that the neighbor had seen outside the house on the night of the kidnapping. When asked why she went back to bed after that and did not tell the police at the beginning, Wendy told the officers that she was scared and that she would get in trouble if she said anything. Wendy thought that the police or her mom would not believe her because she was a little kid. The girls did have an uncle named Joe who was questioned, but he had an alibi and a witness who was with him the whole night. It was certain that he did not take Antoinette. Antoinette wouldn't have opened the door or answered unless it was someone she knew or thought she knew. The abductors may have known enough about the family to know that there was a real Uncle Joe. Aside from the 2 strange attempts to make contact, there was nothing to go on. In the years since Antoinette's disappearance, however, there have been many theories as to what happened to her. One such theory is that a member of her own family abducted Antoinette. Her mother and sister said that she would never open the door unless it was someone she trusted. All family members were questioned, but were ruled out by the police and the FBI. It is also possible that Penny knew more about that night than she said. The failed polygraph is always mentioned. The police and people familiar with the case strongly believe that Penny knew what happened to her daughter. Penny Cayedito died in 1999, however, and whatever she knew was taken with her to the grave. Perhaps Wendy lied when she was 10 years old. Many web sleuths believe that if Wendy saw her sister get kidnapped, she would not have gone back to bed. A 5-year-old child would have said something, not hide it. If Antoinette were carried from the house screaming and fighting, her sisters, or at least her mother, would have woken up. The police based their investigation on what Wendy said after she came forward. It is also possible that a stranger abducted Antoinette, plucking her out of the night. Joe is a common name, and when a child asks who is there, saying uncle would make her open the door. People believe the kidnappers made up a name on the spot, not knowing the girls had an Uncle Joe. The chance that a kidnapper would use a name that Antoinette recognized is unlikely. Finally, there is the theory that Antoinette was taken because someone in the Cayedito family was in the drug trade. It was believed that she was either killed as a threat to the family, or she was sold to someone who bought the girl for trafficking. However, there is no proof that anyone in the Cayedito family was involved in the drug trade. Antoinette's story is known by millions thanks to her story being featured in an episode of the show, Unsolved Mysteries, in 1992. The FBI has, however, closed her case because she was likely dead. The Gallup Police Department has left the case open and active, but investigators must be left to rue what could have happened if those two strange attempts to contact authorities had been acted upon. Back in 2011, one of my cousins from Guatemala had a horrific car accident. Doctors told her parents to prepare for a funeral. But be it a miracle or my cousin's fighting spirit, she lived. Elated, I booked a flight to visit her. My uncle lives in this private community. He purchased 2 pieces of land and built houses. During that time, the housing development in that area wasn't prominent, so neighbors were spread out. About 65 yards behind his main house, there's a forested area that is untouched. One evening, my family and I were jumping from topic to topic, having a great time now that my cousin was back home. I'm not sure who brought it up, but we started discussing about the paranormal. During that time, I was always skeptical about ghosts, spirits, etc. Meanwhile, my family was the opposite. They started to talk about their experiences throughout the years. More recently, they believed they were seeing my grandpa, who had passed away. They would see shadows peeking around corners. One day, my uncle looked towards the staircase and saw a shadow outlining what looked to be a man with a hat. My grandfather always wore his hats, even if he was at home. One of the nights I slept in my cousin's room, I heard what sounded like a dog walking around the room. I brought it up in the morning, and apparently that's something that has happened to my cousin as well. My uncle's other house was also pretty active with unexplained things. For example, his back door was banging so aggressively, it broke the glass. Mind you, he has walls that are about 12 feet tall, with barbed wire. There was no one there. Continuing from our conversations that same evening, my uncle took me for a stroll around the neighborhood. He would point at different houses and tell me what that particular neighbor's paranormal experiences were. Apparently, the land they lived on was active with the paranormal. The sun had already set, and the only light source we had were from sporadic light posts, which was sufficient enough to see. As we're nearing back to his main house, something caught my attention. About 55 yards behind his house is another neighbor. They had 2 dogs that were barking from the rooftop. And yes, you heard that right. It's common in Guatemala to have dogs on their flat rooftops. Anyway, there was someone or something in front of their house next to a light post. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal. Dogs barking at someone or noise. It's in their nature. But there was something off. At first glance, I thought it was possibly an older lady because it seemed like her back was rounded and she was wearing what looked almost like a cloak. It's uncommon to see an older woman by herself in the evenings, so I pointed it out to my uncle. He glanced over and instantly got goosebumps and told me, "That's not a person. That's a spirit." And with that, he went inside his house. Curious and still being a skeptic, I lingered outside studying this person, or thing, or whatever it was. Even though it was right next to the light post, I could not make out any details. It was just this bulky black entity. Then, it started to move very slightly to its left. It wasn't one swift motion, almost like gliding. Then it started to turn almost translucent. I rubbed my eyes thinking maybe I stared for too long and was causing irritation. I focused my gaze back at this thing, and it was still translucent. it started moving again in that slow, gliding rhythm. Suddenly, this thing turned back into a solid black shape and took quick, long, abnormal strides towards the forest. With that, I immediately went inside the house and told my family what I had seen. I've always been more logical and analytical to anything considered paranormal. I guess it's an easier approach, as accepting something that can't be explained is terrifying to me. But I just can't say exactly what this was, because I've never seen anything like it. I have heard many stories about skinwalkers and kind of juggled with that idea. The weird thing is that I almost feel attached to whatever I saw. I don't want to sound crazy, but it's like I can always feel it at a distance. It's strange to describe, but it feels like its energy still lingers around me. I have had many more strange encounters that probably deserve their own separate stories. This is the first time I have posted a story anywhere. Finally, after more than a decade later, I'm open to getting input on what I saw that evening, to hopefully put my mind at ease. I was 19 or 20 when we finally found a place to rent in the same neighborhood as my family. At the time, I was 6 months pregnant with my son, getting situated in the house and the start of a new era. For some imagery, the house was a 1-story, 3-bedroom house with a den that later became my aunt's bedroom. The living room was very open and connected to a kitchen with a sliding glass door that complemented the backyard. Amazingly, we had a nice patch of grass surrounded in rocks. Compared to Hawaii, the house was actually very nice for the price we had gotten it at, given the cost of living is significantly lower than it is in Hawaii. My mother let me stay in the master bedroom with its own bathroom, which was convenient for me, since I constantly needed to pee every 10 seconds. When you opened my bedroom door, it led straight down a hallway that led to the laundry room. Staring down the hall always gave me an eerie feeling, like someone could be in the room at the end of the hall, just looking back at me, and I would never know. When my son was around 3 months old, I started experiencing weird things. At first, it was my door randomly slamming on its own, which inevitably ended up being just the AC turning on and off. Then it was the creaky noises that could faintly sound like footsteps coming from the attic. I told myself it was just a creaky house making a racket. Nothing to worry about, right? But things started to get creepier. For a few nights, I began having these vivid nightmares that would creep me out, but I would ultimately forget about them later on in the day, as I needed to tend to my child and tidy my room constantly. Then came the sleep paralysis that would occur 2 times in the same month. The first time I experienced it in that house, it was your standard sleep paralysis. Not being able to move and just listen and be in my thoughts. Looking around the room, waiting for it to end. The second time was much more sinister, and it shook me to my core. It's not uncommon to have hallucinations when under paralysis, but what I saw shook me up for years to come. I was laying there in my room. My LED light was on red, since it's the darkest color to have on that emits enough light for me to get out of bed and make my way around the room without hurting myself or accidentally tripping over anything. Especially if my baby wakes up in the middle of the night and I need to tend to him. Looking around the red-lit room, I was put on edge and felt a deep, eerie sensation that I wasn't alone, and something was watching me. I looked over to the right side of the room where my bathroom door was, not being able to turn my head, but just look with my eyes. My bed was right beside that bedroom door, 3 to 4 feet from the side of my bed. And what I saw sent a chill down my spine. The bathroom door was open, ajar, with something standing in front of it. It was very tall, wide shoulders and a slim body. Its pale face and deep black eyes that stared right into mine. It was wearing some kind of collared jacket or hood of some sort, in all black, rugged and ripped. In complete and utter disbelief, I tried to close my eyes and open them again, but I couldn't take my eyes away. There it was, so close to me, just staring. I could hear the faint sounds of my cousin Tate playing some kind of video game in the living room, talking into his headset, which made the situation feel so real. The figure started to push the door more open into the bathroom, its hands slowly moving, revealing the long, pointed fingernails, as if it was getting ready to make a move and come towards me. But then I snapped out of it and woke up. Jumping up from my position, I stared at the bathroom until I got the courage to make my way over to it and turn the lights on. Nothing. After that, I kept my bathroom door shut every night before I slept. I kept it to myself since I just didn't see the point of talking about it. I shook it off and tried to rationalize it as my mind just making things up. After that, I began to experience a few unusual things. One night I was taking a shower and started to hear whispers, faint chatter of many different voices, none of which I could recognize or understand what was being said. It sounded as if I was standing in a crowded room and everyone was talking all at once in a low volume. I called out to my mom and brother, thinking maybe they came into my room and were conversing with each other. The voices stopped abruptly, and no answer back. I thought to myself, well, that was strange, and continued to shower. Slowly, the voices came back and grew louder, and louder, and louder, until something whispered, "Safari," right into my ear. I turned off the water and jumped out of the shower, running into my bedroom with water dripping down onto the carpet. My room was empty. All I could do was stand there frozen and stare at the bathroom once again. After I got dressed and made my way around the house to find it practically empty, only my brother was there, and I asked if he had called out to me or was on the phone. Puzzled, he shook his head no and asked why. I responded that I must have been hearing things. A few days later, my cousin and I decided to have a few drinks and hang out in my room. Sharing old stories about our childhood, my cousin began telling me the story of the time that we all lived in a haunted house in Virginia. At the time, I was too young and wanted to be told all the details of things that happened, but I can save that story for another day. Then I remembered when I had sleep paralysis and began to tell my cousin about my experience, but before I could describe what I saw, my cousin cut me off and asked, "Did it have a white face?" I looked at my cousin in shock and asked him, "How did you know that?" To which he casually replied, "Because I see it all the time." "Where?" "In the backyard," he replied. "Why do you think I stopped smoking outside and moved to the garage?" he joked. I asked him to describe to me what it looked like, and he said that it wore some kind of black dress, as he put it. I asked him if it had a hood or collar of some sort, and he thought to himself and shook his head. Yes. It was strange that we had both seen something similar. I couldn't really make sense of it. Intoxicated and quite interested, I started to believe that maybe we were both seeing the exact same thing. Something was in our backyard. This next part is quite interesting, and I still think about it from time to time. At some point, my mom came up to me and asked me how I felt about this new house. I told her I liked it, and how open and spacious it was, since we had so many things that we own, and didn't have a place to put it in previous homes we lived in. Then she crossed her arms and moved closer to me and asked, "Have you experienced anything strange?" Alarmed and relieved, I started to explain to her what I had told Tate weeks before. When I began to describe what I saw, my mother's eyes widened in complete fear. as she put her hands over her mouth and muttered, "Shut up." She told me that the night before, my brother had sleep paralysis and saw the exact same thing, standing at the foot of his bed, watching him sleep. As we talked amongst ourselves, I guess my uncle heard what we were talking about and came out of his room to tell us that he had also had sleep paralysis and had seen something flying around his room in a black gown, ordering him to leave. It is clear that nobody had told anyone about their experiences, and yet we were all seeing the same thing. It is also strange that everyone had experienced some kind of sleep paralysis. The last experience I had was when my son turned 6 months old and began walking around. He would stare at various walls in our home and would giggle and walk around as if something were there talking to him. He would babble back at the walls and sometimes stare down the same hallway that gave me chills and point to something at the end of it. We have now moved out of this house and haven't experienced much since then. I hope that whoever moved in doesn't experience the things we have. I know Arizona is known for sightings of skinwalkers in the deserted areas in which we live in, but I hope I never see anything like that again. If anyone can justify these experiences, please let me know. I would love to hear what you may think. At the time of this incident, I was 29 and my daughter was 3. I was in my bathroom bathing her and kept hearing a sound that seemed to be coming from the direction of my bedroom window. I wasn't concerned with this sound at first because I live in an apartment complex on the ground level, and people, especially kids, walk by the window in the mulch all the time. So I continued to bathe my daughter when the sound moved from my bedroom window to my daughter's. Now I noticed the sound shift, and so did my small dog. She's typically the quiet type as she's 12 years old. The sound was almost as if there was someone tapping a metal object against the glass. Alert at this point, my dog lets out this ear-piercing bark, one I have never heard from her before. Feeling on guard now, I removed my daughter from the tub and wrapped her in her towel and told her to stay in the bathroom as I proceeded to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. Fight or flight at this point is kicking in as my dog recedes from the direction of my daughter's room. I approach it. Entering the doorway, I begin hearing in a sing-song, low, guttury voice, "I'm here to play with a very pretty lady, a lady that I know, a lady that I see, a lady that I often see in my dream." Absolutely beside myself at this point, and my fight or flight senses always in fight mode, I reached the window and drew open the curtains. As the voice kept singing the song and the tapping sound kept repeating on the window, I snatched the blind string and opened the blinds quickly just to come face to face with an old man, bearing a long and dirty beard, with eyes that sunk into his head and dark as the night was. He looked at me and grinned, a grin that I can only describe as the one the Grinch wore when he devised his plan. Stuck in a shocked panic for what seemed like an eternity, but was probably no more than a second or two, I began to spring into action. I turned, jetted into the bathroom, and grabbed my daughter and my cell phone. I ran to my front door, still holding the knife, just in case the man happened to run towards my door. I was dialing the police and on the phone with the dispatcher as I ran out of my door and to my neighbor's house. I proceeded to bang on her door with as much force as possible to get her attention. I wanted my child safe at least. She flung open her door, upset of course, until she saw the terror on my face. As I handed her my daughter and began to force myself into her apartment, the old man came running around the corner and into the breezeway, lunging straight for me with a knife of his own. I managed to get my neighbor, her 3 kids, and my daughter into the door as this maniac arrived within arm's length of me. Slamming the door, I told her to take the kids and get into the bathroom because that's the only room in the apartment that the door locks and that there's no window. The old man was now banging and kicking her door, as well as dragging the knife down it. I stayed at the door to ensure that he did not make his way inside, and as I'm sitting on the floor, my feet pushed up against the coat closet base, and my back firmly against the door, I heard a booming voice. "Drop your weapon and get on the ground, now!" I sat listening as the sounds of a tussle came from the breezeway. Then, boom, boom, boom. "You can open the door, ma'am. It's the police." Relieved, I eased open the door in time enough to see the one officer exiting the breezeway with the man, and another asking me if I was okay, and if I could answer a few questions. I spent about 15 minutes explaining the situation to him, as he jotted down the notes on his pad. The other officer then approached us with 2 window screens, as the old man had taken the one off my window and my daughter's in an attempt to get inside. The approaching officer asked me if I recognized the man, and I told him I have never seen him before in my life. This is when the officer looked at me and said that this man admitted having been following me for about a month. He first saw me at the grocery store, which is within walking distance from my apartment. Since then, he had watched and waited for the opportunity to try to get into my apartment, to play with me, according to him. This man followed me for a month. And to make it even odder, I would tell my then boyfriend that I felt at times as though I was being watched, and I was scared. The main thing I am thankful for is that I'm the type of person who locks all the windows and doors, no matter how safe I feel. I live in the UK, and a few years ago I sold up, took early retirement, bought a boat, and dropped out to go on an adventure exploring the UK's inland waterways. I don't have a mooring through choice. The whole reason I bought a boat was to get out and explore, and doing this has taken me to some really interesting places I wouldn't have thought of visiting otherwise. I visited some urban and really lively areas like Liverpool, but also spent time out in the sticks away from everything in extremely rural and peaceful spots. It's pretty cool being able to choose your spot dependent on your mood, and if you don't like the area or don't like your neighbors, you can just throw your ropes and move. In the UK, the waterways license enables you to boat without having to take a formal marina berth, provided you genuinely keep moving, with most mooring spots being free up to 14 days before you have to move. This is called constant cruising, and if you have a decent craft, well set up for off-grid living, it's an amazing way of life. Many people choose this way if they're not tied by their jobs or on an adventure like me, but there are many living on pretty shady, unlicensed boats out on the network because they can't afford anything else, and some with some issues that you would be best to give a wide berth to. I am a lone female boater with just my dog snorkeling spaniel and 2 cats as crew, so I follow lots of boating forums to keep an ear out for problem areas or people and try to be sensible with my safety and my choice of stopping points. It's been very rare that I've ever had any sort of issues in the years I've been doing this, but occasionally I'll find I've got little choice about where I have to stop or how long for. In the wintertime, I can often come across navigations closed due to flooding or broken infrastructure, like a broken lock stopping me in my tracks. In summer, it's not unheard of for a canal to run out of water and find myself unable to move until the level rises again. As I'm writing this, I'm stranded on a quarter-mile stretch of canal with river navigations at either end, closed due to flooding, and I've been stuck here for 2 months now. My cats like to go out, so I always try to moor away from roads and seek out spots where the cats would have an escape route from any pursuing dog, like a thick hedge or a fenced-off area of some kind. So I chose a spot right up at the end of this canal, alongside a derelict industrial area. There's a couple of gaps in the steel fencing a person can get through, and after checking it out to make sure it's reasonably safe, and finding mostly just piles of bricks and unusable but deteriorated roadway left, I've been in there regularly walking the dog, with the cats even trotting behind. Only once have I ever seen anyone else in there, and that was just another lady with her dog. My cats have discovered there's mice in there, and they're having way too much fun to come home as often as they usually do. So it's become a nightly ritual to have to go in with my head torch and dog and retrieve them before bed. They are both pretty great cats that think they're dogs, so if I go and shout for them, they'll come running and follow me all the way back. The first 7 weeks went without incident, but a few nights ago, I was in there shouting for one of my cats when I heard what sounded like bricks being bashed together in very deliberate, even-spaced multiples of 3. My first thought was someone was hurt and maybe can't call out, so they were trying to get my attention. So I stopped and listened. Another 3 bashes came, but this time, nearer. Okay, someone's moving and definitely not stuck. So I pick up the pace and think that this is just weird. It's 11 p.m. and below zero with ice everywhere. There's no shelter, just piles of bricks. So why would anyone be in here? My cat comes bounding up at this point, so I just scoop her up and practically run back towards the fence. Another 3 bashes. The first one really loud and heavily emphasized, and again, all very deliberate and evenly spaced. But this time, nearer again. I've moved quite a distance and turned a corner by this point, but the noise has followed and switched sides, like they had cut the corner and almost caught up with me. I get us all through the fence and back on the boat, locking it all down. At first, I don't hear anything, but my cats do, and they keep lifting their heads and alerting to something outside. But then I do hear it. The fence is only about 10 feet from my side of the boat, and I hear a growling coming from the other side. Loud growling. It was a god-awful sound, and I sat there scared witless, wondering what kind of freak would be doing that, and what they were going to do next. If you can imagine a human trying to mimic the sound of a slow revving motorbike, it kinda sounded like that, and this went on for nearly 10 minutes. I turned all my lights off in case they could see in, and sat awake for hours, too scared to sleep, and constantly watching my crew for any indication that they could hear anything, but there was nothing further, and I eventually fell asleep. 2 days later, I was walking down the towpath and walked past a small, rough-looking cruiser moored about 200 yards away from me. As I passed, I heard a man's voice mimicking me, calling my cat's name, like I had been that night before. I looked over and saw a really scruffy and dirty-looking man. I would say in his 30s, with dark hooded eyes and god-awful teeth, grinning at me. I have no doubt this was his way of telling me that it had been him that night, and he looked like he was now trying to freak me out even more. So I stopped for a second and gave him my best defiant, "I'm not scared of you, and you would think again, because I am a secret badass" stare. I even managed a sly psycho-esque grin of my own right back at him before walking off. I don't know why I reacted like that. Generally, challenging someone who might be unbalanced is a dangerous thing to do, and wouldn't be my usual approach. Apart from the fact he looked mentally ill at best, possessed at worst. Anyone who roams around at night growling has some real scary issues. But just there in the moment, I just instinctively felt the need to stare him down and not show fear. And boy, do I hope my instincts were right. Because I am still stuck here, and despite my bravado, I am in no way a badass. Thankfully, haven't seen him since. In fact, in the 2 months I've been here, that was the only time I have clapped my eyes on him at all, despite walking past the boat every other day. I really hope to keep it that way, and as soon as those navigation lights change to signify the river is open again, me and my furry crew are out of here, and to the possessed-looking growling guy, I hope your boat is as clapped out as it looks, so that you can't follow. A couple years ago, my husband and I took a trip to Yosemite. We stayed outside the park in El Portal. One evening while we were driving back from the valley, I noticed that the headlights caught what appeared to be somebody laying down on the side of the road. Both feet pointed towards the street. I told my husband that there was a person laying in the pitch black on the side of the highway. He knows I love my true crime, and was absolutely certain that what I had seen was just trash bags. I was so certain, I just kept saying, "No, I saw a body. I know it was a person." We made our way back to the hotel, and as we were about to park, my husband looked over at me and said, "You're really sure about this, aren't you? You want to go back?" I was desperate. Yes. As we drove by again, I saw the feet. I had my husband turn the car back around and yelled at him to stop the car. He rolled down his window and said, "Hey, are you okay?" No answer. One more time, even louder. "Hey, are you okay?" Suddenly, the woman dressed in all black sat up. She was wearing a nice down jacket, black pants, and had her purse and 3 water bottles. Her makeup was done nicely and she seemed very sweet. I could tell my husband was absolutely shocked. I asked her where she was headed. She said that she was trying to get to the Chevron station up the road, and that her mom was going to meet her there to pick her up. This woman looked to be in her late 40s. I knew something weird was going on because where we found her, the Chevron station was still another 7 miles away or so. She said in her mind she thought it was only about a mile from her hotel, and she could walk it. We offered her a ride, and she climbed into the back seat. Not before I grabbed a thick scarf to wrap around my neck and pepper spray. As we drove, we tried to ask her questions. Just chit-chat. I asked why she was laying on the side of the road. She said she had gotten tired of walking and just decided to lay down, ready to give up. Whatever that means. It was winter and she had no hat or gloves on. I could tell she was very fragile. Once we arrived at the Chevron station, she thanked us, got out of the car, and sat on a bench in front of the closed Chevron station store. We offered to stay with her until her mom arrived, but she declined and said she would be fine. I reminded her that there was no cell reception in the area and triple-checked that she didn't want us to wait with her. We drove back to our hotel and noticed that there were now 2 police cars in the parking lot. They had not been there the first time we arrived back from the valley that evening. I told my husband I knew that they had to be there for that woman. I calmly walked over to one of the cars and asked if they were looking for a missing person, a woman. The officer told me that they were and asked if I had seen her. I explained the situation and that I really felt like the woman had something very bad happen to her. He thanked us for picking her up and giving her a ride. He couldn't tell me what had happened, but thought her leaving and going somewhere else was a smart choice. I asked that he go check on her at the Chevron station, just to make sure she was okay, and that her mom did eventually arrive. I'm realizing that whatever happened was at the same hotel that we were at. That evening, I looked up the local police log and found that a domestic violence dispute had broken out at the hotel. The woman had been beaten very badly, and she was so terrified that she was willing to walk in the dark without a flashlight just to escape. It's my guess that after walking about a half-mile from the hotel, she was in so much pain that she just needed to lay down. I got the feeling like she thought she may actually die there. She couldn't go back to the hotel because she had already escaped and gone to the front desk to call her mom. Her husband knew she had been there and would have come after her. The front office called the police for her while she escaped. It's my understanding that the man who hurt her was her husband and was arrested. I always wondered about her and whether she went back to him. Did her mom ever pick her up? Is she safe? Now my husband listens when I say, there's a body on the side of the road. It was fall of 2015, and I was 14 years old. I've always stayed up late on the weekends, where the sun started to rise and you could hear the early morning birds. I was usually up playing whatever video game I was into at the time, or watching anime. One night, I decided to watch one of my favorite movies to date, Spirited Away. It must have been about 3:30 or 4 o'clock a.m. at this point, when I heard a crash outside the front of the house. It sounded metallic, like some kind of crunching and breaking of what I thought could be our satellite dish hitting the pavement of our driveway. It scared me at first, but I blew it off and figured I would just let my dad know in the morning when he woke up for work. There was no reason to bother him now about it. Not like it was an emergency or anything, since I didn't even watch cable. I resumed watching the movie. We lived in the outskirts of town, surrounded by forest. There was about a quarter mile on either side of us before we reached the neighbor's property. We lived on a hill where the road curved around the grass that lined our front yard. It was sharp enough that you couldn't see if anything was coming while pulling out of your driveway. You had to roll the windows down and listen for any approaching cars. Across the street from us was a golf course, and a bit farther than that was a local zoo, so you could imagine there is not a lot of light or people around at night. 10 minutes or so had passed since I heard the satellite fall, when I started to hear what I thought was faint screaming from outside. I could feel my ears getting hot and my heart starting to race. I paused the movie and sat quietly, listening. Another one. I tried to believe it could have been some kind of animal out there, but it was definitely the scream from another human being. I got up and just stared at the curtains that covered the window in our living room, too afraid to pull them back and look outside. The screaming continued. A woman. My mind jumped to the first horrific thing I could think of. Someone is getting murdered in the woods outside of our house. Still being weary about the situation, I woke up my older brother first and told him what I had heard. I must not have seemed frightened enough because all he did was shuffle in his bed and say with a groggy voice, "It's probably a monkey or something that escaped from the zoo. It happens." With him being around 4 years older than me, I decided to try to believe that. I went back out into the living room. The screaming was too surreal for me to ignore. It was blood-curdling. All I could do was stand there, frozen with fear, listening to it wail on faintly from outside. I wasn't sure what could be happening out there anymore. This had been going on for what felt like 10 or 15 minutes by now. If someone was getting killed in the woods in front of my house, I thought, it would be over by now. With almost perfect timing, as I'm standing there frozen, hair standing up on all ends, and eyes wide, there was a knocking on our front door just a few feet away from me. They're coming for us. Without even thinking, I bolted into my parents' bedroom down the hall. "Dad, someone's knocking on the door!" It looked like some sort of force had pushed my father out of his bed. He sprung into action. It took him all of about 5 seconds to get up, get to the closet, and pull out a weapon. He motioned for me to stay behind him as he crept out from the hallway to the living room. With his back against the door and weapon in hand, he slowly turned the knob and opened the door to reveal a small child. This kid had to be about 7 years old with cuts on his face and arms. "My mom needs help," he said to us. My father opened the door all the way to reveal that down the hill, a van had crashed head-on to the tree across the street. The screaming was coming from the mother behind the wheel. Now that I could hear it fully, she had been screaming for help. He told the kid to hold on for a second while he went to throw on some clothes. By this point, my mom and brother were awake and standing next to me. My father told us to stay while he went down to check out the situation. If anything really serious or gruesome was down there, he did not want any of us to see it. We took the kid in, wrapped a blanket around him, and got him some water. We put cartoons on the TV and tried anything we could to distract him. My father later told us there was the mother, a toddler, and an infant also in the vehicle. The toddler was completely fine, and the baby had been flipped out of its car seat and was sitting on the floor of the back seat. It had its arm curled up to its body, holding it and crying. It must have broken something. The mother, on the other hand, was crushed in between the seat and the steering wheel. She went on yelling that she couldn't feel her legs and begged my father to look and see if he could see anything. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone flashlight and tried to look down at her legs. They could have been torn up, mangled, or even severed from her body for all he knew. But he couldn't see anything. The front of the car was pushed in so far that he couldn't even see past the steering wheel. The woman was small, maybe 100 pounds or so, and that is what saved her life. Had she been any bigger, the 55-mile-per-hour impact would have killed her instantly. She said she had fallen asleep at the wheel on the way home from her parents' house. Once the police and paramedics arrived, we gave the kid back to them and watched from our driveway. They pulled out the jaws of life to cut away the pieces of the car in order to get to her. It took about 45 minutes to get her out of what used to be her SUV. The impact of the crash combined with shredding the thing apart, it hardly looked at all like a vehicle anymore. It was too far away and too dark out for me to make out most of what was happening. I don't remember them pulling her out, which is probably a good thing. I can't imagine what her legs must have looked like. Everyone was put into the ambulance and headed to the hospital. My family and I stayed awake for a few hours after that, still shaken up from what had just happened. I'm 22 now, and I still think about that night a few times a year. I don't think I'll ever forget the screams of pure pain and fear that I heard that night. For a bit of context, after moving to a more rural area, I haven't been able to see my grandparents as much as I did when my family and I were living in the city. Because of that, once in a while they will take the long drive over here to stay for about a week or two. Last Monday, that is exactly what happened. My grandmother, grandfather, and uncle came to stay for a week. Now, my family and I own a German Shepherd dog named Kane. He is about 2 years old, and boy is he hyper. Kane does not like anything coming onto our property or into our home, so he will bark for ages unless the thing leaves or we remove him from the situation. While my grandparents and uncle were here, he barked at each and every one of them through the glass storm door that's attached to our front door. And he would bark at my grandpa whenever he went to sit outside. One night, we had him inside in a dog crate because he comes inside to sleep sometimes. His crate was placed behind the couch, and sitting at the edge of the couch was my uncle. And once Kane got a good sniff and realized that he wasn't one of us, he started barking. so we had to put a blanket over his crate. Now that you know how crazy our good boy is, here's the story. As I'm telling this, my grandparents and uncle just left about an hour ago, and my uncle had quite a story to tell in the morning. Last night, Kane's crate was placed in my room because, well, I wanted him in my room. Always having outside dogs throughout my childhood, I never got to have one of them sleep in my room with me, so I was quite excited about our upcoming sleepover. After getting the crate in my room and placing a blanket down for Kane, we brought him in from outside and into my room. And in the hallway outside of my room, there are 2 bathrooms on the wall to the left. I closed my door so Kane wouldn't see one of my grandparents or my uncle trying to go into the bathroom and start barking at them in the middle of the night. After reading and talking to Kane a bit, I turned off the lights and we both went to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, around 1 to 3 a.m., my uncle got up from the couch to go use the bathroom on the other side of the house. We always have a small light on in the kitchen at night, so it isn't too dark. And I'm guessing that's how my uncle saw what he saw in the hallway. After walking from the living room and through the kitchen, he got to where the 2 bathrooms were. And sitting motionless in front of my bathroom door was what looked to be Kane. His mostly black fur almost blended in with the darkness, making it difficult to see his face. Ears straight up, not barking or growling, just staring, heavily unnerved. He turned around and walked back to the living room. A while later, my grandpa got up to use the bathroom, and lo and behold, nothing was there. My uncle was adamant that he did see Kane in that hallway. But Kane was in my room, inside of a locked cage and behind a closed door. And if he was merely seeing things due to being sleepy, the fear of the situation would have woken him up enough for his illusion of Kane sitting in the hallway to disappear. Sometimes I'll see a spider or multiple spiders on my wall while I'm half asleep, and once I blink or really look at it, they will disappear. But what my uncle saw didn't. So I believe that he did see something, but it wasn't Kane. It was something trying to take the form of Kane. For what reason? I don't know. But the intentions of that potential entity remaining unknown make it all the more disturbing. I'm what they call a creature of the night. It's not uncommon for me to stay up till the rising of the sun. In fact, most weekends I do just that. So it wasn't unusual for me to be up at 2:29 a.m. on a Saturday morning. It was unusual to receive a phone call at that time. Still, I didn't think much of it. I have a fairly large family, and my grandma had been in and out of the hospital recently. I picked up the phone, and I said, "Hello." There were no intelligible words I could make out. It was just rustling and low growling noises coming from the other end of the line. I hung up the phone, figuring it was some kids playing a practical joke. I picked up my controller and resumed playing my game. When the phone rang again, I didn't even bother picking it up. The phone rang a third time, and once again, I ignored it. On the fourth ring, I was fed up with the little brats. I answered, yelling into the receiver, "Stop calling me!" This time I got a response. The person on the other end said, "Terrence, you're going to pay." "Pay for what?" I asked. A click was the only response I received. This had to be a prank from one of my brain-dead friends. I was not a bad guy and couldn't think of anything I had done to anyone. Still, my heart was beating faster, and I could hardly keep myself from looking out the window. I decided to make a preliminary check around my house. I have seen enough horror movies to know the possible ways of entry. I made sure all the doors were locked and the windows were shut. As I rounded back to my gaming chair, I looked out the window to see a lone man standing directly underneath the streetlight across from my house. He was holding a large fire axe and had some sort of mask over his face. To my dismay, he was slowly crossing the street directly over to my house. Officially, I began to freak out. I did my civic duty and promptly let the cops know. At this point, the man had marched directly to my front door and began smashing it with his axe. I was still in college at this time, so the dump of a house I was renting in was not known for having reinforced anything. With a few heavy strikes, the masked stranger had the door sliced into ribbons. I was hiding in my bedroom, in my closet. If I could just remain hidden long enough for the police to arrive, then I would be okay. My bedroom door was kicked in, and I heard the man checking underneath the bed. Next, he moved to the bathroom. My heart began to beat outside of my chest. There was nowhere else to check but the closet. Still, I heard no sirens. It looked as if it was up to me. I closed my eyes in resolve and prepared for the man to open the door. I heard his heavy footsteps making the old floorboards creak with each step. As he neared, my breaths became more rapid. He must have been able to hear them. No point in hiding anymore. He was reaching for the door. I exploded into motion, kicking the heavy wooden door directly into his face with so much force it came off of its hinges. The intruder was slammed across the room. In seconds, I was on top of him, ripping him to shreds with my bare hands. I scooped up handfuls of his still warm flesh into my mouth, savoring every bite. His cries tampered off with a wet squelching sound formed in the back of his throat. And just like that, all was over. His body remained still. I remained there drenched from his lifeblood. After all, I am a creature of the night. I've lived in the beautiful city of Los Angeles for about 8 years now. My family in the Midwest always asks me, "Isn't there so much crime there? I don't know how you deal with it." But other than getting my car battery stolen a few times and the terrifying incident I'm about to share with y'all, I haven't really encountered much. This occurred in an apartment complex in Hollywood I was living in with 3 roommates about a year before the pandemic hit. For those who haven't been to Hollywood, let me set the scene. Most of it is the complete opposite of the glamorous, celebrity-filled mecca that we are shown in the movies and pop culture. Maybe it really was glamorous at one point, and those remnants can be felt in some places. But now, it seems to be a magnet for the sketchiest people you can imagine. It's extremely dirty, and sometimes feels unsafe to walk the streets by yourself during the day, let alone at night. You truly never know who you will run into, and I don't mean that in a good way. Now for the apartment complex itself. As mentioned, this is a sketchy area, but for whatever reason, my complex didn't have any security on site, ever. I've lived in far less sketchy apartments in LA that had security patrolling the buildings at all times, so not having any just seemed a bit insane. To make things worse, the complex would rent out certain apartment units to Airbnb guests, meaning that randos were entering and leaving the building 24/7. Both of these elements contributed to what happened on the night in question, which also happened to be the day I moved in. So on this day, I was almost done moving all of my stuff in. It was around 9 p.m. that night, and all that was left to carry inside from my car was a suitcase full of clothes and a stack of records. I walked into the lobby of the complex carrying this stuff, and waited for one of the 2 elevators to come. As I was waiting, a group of 3 or 4 people entered the lobby who were clearly here for an Airbnb, judging by their luggage and wide-eyed sense of wonderment. As this group came into the lobby doors, which were entirely made of see-through glass, I noticed a man lingering directly behind them. My first glance at this man filled me with a feeling of dread. You could just tell that this was someone off the street who did not need to be entering this building. He was tall, with wild hair, wearing a filthy wife beater that I'm assuming was white at one point. He had a dangerous, dead-eyed quality that communicated to me that he was out of it, on something, drunk, or something else. Not sure, but I knew that I did not want this man in my building. The group of tourists continued chatting to each other, completely oblivious to this man trailing them. To my dismay, they allowed him to stagger into the lobby right behind them. Now, myself, the tourists, and the man are all standing at the front of the elevators. The tourists still seemingly oblivious to how unhinged and potentially dangerous this man seemed. As both of the elevator doors opened at the same time, I scurried into one, and the tourist shuffled into the other. To my absolute horror, the man jumped into my elevator at the last second, as the doors closed. I realized I was in there trapped, alone with him. Now, I am already a paranoid person who is way too addicted to horror and true crime, so I was freaking out at this point. I was standing as close to the front of the elevator as possible, while the man stayed toward the back. It became more and more apparent that this was a man who was on something and incoherent, as he began muttering things I couldn't understand behind me. I had no idea if it was directed toward me, himself, or an unknown entity that only he could see, but I didn't turn around or look his way, out of fear of encouraging it. His mutterings grew louder as I continued standing toward the front of the elevator, praying that he wouldn't try anything. The man then gruffly snarled, "Hey!" I shot him a look out of pure reflex to see him with an undone zipper, touching himself, and staring at me with those dazed, unwell eyes. This entire sequence felt like an eternity, but was probably only about 1 minute or so. As we finally reached my floor and the doors opened, I walked out of the elevator as quickly but as calmly as possible, not wanting to provoke him further. I lived at the end of the hallway, a straight shot from the elevator. I was about halfway down the hallway thinking that I was possibly in the clear, as he didn't seem to be following me, but I could still hear the man making incoherent noises from the elevator. I glanced behind me to see the man exit the elevator. "Roar!" he yelled down at me. And that was it. I was not about to make it this far to get attacked now. I started running, still dragging my suitcase and holding my records. And to my panic, he started running after me. My stuff crashed to the ground as I dropped it and ran as fast as I could to my door, which was unlocked, thank God, due to my other roommates being home. As I slammed the door shut and locked it, the man reached our door, muttering and growling. I honestly don't even think he knew where he was or what he was doing. He seriously seemed that messed up. Maybe he only started running because I started running? Who knows? But thankfully I had made it to my door before him, thanks to his pause before coming after me. After I had gotten inside my apartment, I was shaking and crying from the shock of it all, and sitting with my back against the door. My roommates had heard me scream as I was running down the hallway, which I wasn't even aware of doing, and came to ask me what had happened. I explained the story to them, but was too scared to look outside of the people at that point. My roommates did for me, and said that the man was just wandering around our hallway, looking lost for a few minutes before going back down the elevator. Surprisingly, that was the only crazy thing that really happened in that apartment. There was one time that the glass doors in the lobby got completely shattered by someone, and we were literally without doors for a while, leaving us exposed to anyone who wanted to wander in and do whatever they wanted. Oh well, I'm glad I made it out of that place, alive. I don't usually write a lot, but there's something that has been weighing heavily on my mind, and I feel the need to share it. It happened when I was just 13 years old, and although it occurred fairly recently, certain details of that incident still remain a hazy memory. Nevertheless, I'll do my best to recount the night that forever changed my life. The amusement park, the only renowned one in our state, had recently opened its gates as the seasons transitioned into summer. For privacy reasons, I won't disclose the park's name or the ride where this unsettling event occurred. Typically, I visited the park once or twice a year with my friends, my family, and occasionally my parents. We would roam around, indulge in tasty treats, and experience the thrill of the rides. Just regular kid stuff. However, this particular visit was destined to make me swear off amusement parks for the rest of my days. It was a chilly night, that mix of cold and warm. However, the sky remained clear, which was all the confirmation that my friends Nick, Caden, and I needed to ask our parents if we could go. Miraculously, they agreed, and in no time, we found ourselves being dropped off at the park's entrance, brimming with excitement, ready to immerse ourselves in the vibrant, thrilling attractions. Among them, there was one ride that stood out as my personal favorite, and I'm certain my friends felt the same way. Housed inside a dome-shaped building, this exhilarating ride dazzled us with a whirlwind of spinning lights and adrenaline-pumping speeds. It seemed like the perfect choice, except for one thing: the dreaded line. Not only was it a claustrophobic person's worst nightmare, but it almost always guaranteed an agonizing wait of at least an hour. On that particular occasion, the line stretched so far that it reached one of the neighboring rides about 100 yards away. Seeing this, we all let out exasperated sighs, realizing that we had no choice but to endure the line before we could move on. We figured we might as well get it out of the way early. As the line snaked its way forward, we noticed that on the left side, where the line extended towards the forest, there were shrubs and bushes. My friends and I didn't pay much attention to them at first, which is why we failed to notice something peculiar until we reached the large sign bearing the ride's name. It was Caden who first spoke up, excitement laced with a hint of concern evident in his voice. "Did you guys see that?" he exclaimed, pointing in the direction of the forest. "No, what?" Nick replied, glancing over at the bushes. Curiosity piqued. I looked in the same direction. There, crouched down among the foliage, was a person wearing a Jason Voorhees mask. Initially, we found it amusing, thinking it was a part of some Halloween-themed event or party that the amusement park occasionally hosted in October. However, it was July, a fact that should have raised more suspicion. Whether it was ignorance or just us being naive kids, we chuckled, assuming it was some kid playing a harmless prank. Our attention quickly returned to the ride, and we dismissed the incident as an inconsequential oddity. We endured the line for a grueling 2 hours, and despite the relatively brief 5-minute ride itself, it was undeniably worth the wait. Afterward, we decided to grab a bite to eat and enjoy a few more attractions. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was time to head back to the parking lot, where our parents would be waiting. Unlike other kids who would typically complain, we welcomed the idea of leaving as exhaustion started to creep in. Amusement parks can be quite demanding. Navigating through the throngs of people also making their way towards the exit, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A glimpse of that very same Jason Voorhees mask. This time, I managed to catch a glimpse of the full figure behind it. The person was massive, towering at least 6'6", with a build reminiscent of a freight train. This man was a behemoth, and it became glaringly evident that it wasn't just some kid playing a childish prank. Subtly urging my friends to quicken their pace, we hustled toward the exit. As we reached the dark expanse of the parking lot, I finally gathered the courage to share what I had seen. I told them what I saw and how big the guy was, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. "Yeah, right," Nick responded, who was always the skeptic, especially when it came to this sort of stuff. Caden, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the park behind us, an uneasiness apparent in his eyes. "No, seriously," I insisted, my voice growing more urgent as Nick and I engaged in a brief back and forth. Caden's next words cut through our heated exchange, causing us to pause and snap our heads back in the direction of the park. Little did I know that his revelation would unleash an unprecedented terror, leaving an indelible mark on my childhood memories. Guys, look!" Caden screamed, his voice tinged with terror as he began sprinting toward the parking lot. At first, all I could see were the masses of people flooding out of the park. I didn't understand what had spooked him so profoundly, and Nick appeared equally confused. Then, I saw it. The Jason Voorhees mask once again. This time, the significance of its presence registered in our minds, and we bolted in sheer panic. The colossal figure adorned with the mask was hurtling towards us at an alarming speed, clutching something in his hand, a mysterious cloth that I never had a chance to examine closely. We ran as if our lives depended on it, eventually catching up to Caden in the vast expanse of the parking lot. Together, we gasped for breath, scanning our surroundings in a frenzied state, until we spotted my parents' car. Without wasting a second, we scrambled inside, screaming at them to floor it. Although they wore expressions of bewilderment and concern, my dad pressed down on the accelerator, propelling us away from that nightmare as swiftly as possible. Interrogation became the theme of our 1-hour ride back home, and it was Nick who mustered the courage to offer brief, one-word answers to our parents' relentless questions. In truth, all of us were still reeling from the shock, struggling to process the enormity of what had just occurred. To this day, I remain baffled by the man's intentions. What was he doing? Why did he single us out? Why did he do this with a ton of people around? And what horrors awaited us if he had managed to close the distance between us? I vowed never to return to that specific amusement park, although I have visited a few others since then. Nevertheless, you can bet your bottom dollar that I always keep a vigilant eye, forever wary of the lurking shadows, for you never know who might be hiding in the darkness, waiting to pounce. Two years ago, I took a part-time job that still haunts me to this day. I decided to finally write about my experience, hoping it might help process everything. I was a college student, and like a lot of you, I needed a part-time job to help cover tuition and other expenses. After a long search, I found what seemed like the perfect job. It was a caregiver position, working from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., taking care of elderly people. The job was pretty straightforward. Make sure they took their meds, had their meals, and just hang out with them for a few hours. I got assigned to take care of this 85-year-old lady. Let's call her Mrs. Eleanor to keep things anonymous. She lived alone in this quaint little house on the edge of town. The place was old but well kept, with a charming, slightly overgrown garden that probably hadn't seen a gardener in a few years. She had a small poodle named Max, who was always by her side, following her around everywhere she went. From the start, the house felt off. There were no family pictures anywhere. I mean, you would think at her age, she would have photos of kids, grandkids, maybe an old lover or something. But no, nothing. It was weird. The walls were bare except for a few generic paintings. I asked her about it once, just casually during a conversation, but she brushed it off and changed the subject real fast. She had this look in her eyes, a mix of sadness and something I couldn't quite place. I didn't push it because I didn't want to lose the job, but it definitely made me curious. My daily routine was simple enough. I would get there around 5 p.m., cook dinner, make sure she took her meds, and just keep her company for a few hours. Max, the poodle, was a friendly little guy, always happy to see me, wagging his tail and jumping around despite his age. Mrs. Eleanor, though, was polite but pretty reserved. She didn't talk much about her past or family, which just added to the mystery. Our conversations were always pretty basic, like talking about the weather or what was on the news. Every evening as I cleaned up after dinner, I would hear Mrs. Eleanor singing a lullaby. It was the same soft melodic tune every night, echoing through the quiet house. While the song was gentle, it really creeped me out. It felt so out of place in the otherwise silent house. She sang it every night, like clockwork, and it always made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Sometimes I would find myself pausing my cleaning just to listen. The whole situation was unsettling. The house, the lack of family photos, the nightly lullaby. It all felt like pieces of a puzzle that didn't quite fit together. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper, darker story behind those melodies. It was like the house held secrets that it wasn't ready to share, and I was just an outsider, peeking in. As the weeks went by, my curiosity grew stronger. Why was she singing this lullaby every night? Who was it for? The routine stayed the same, but the sense of unease kept building. I had been given strict instructions by my employer to not go into Mrs. Eleanor's room. It was one of the non-negotiable rules of the job, probably to respect her privacy and maintain professional boundaries. One evening, while I was cleaning the dishes, I noticed that the door to Mrs. Eleanor's small office was slightly open. She had always kept it closed, and had told me it was just a mess she didn't want me to fuss around with. But that evening, the door was invitingly open. Hearing her close the bathroom door upstairs, I decided to take the chance and peek inside the office. The room looked straight out of the 1960s. Blue walls, a small single bed, a wooden desk cluttered with old papers. There was a small closet to the left that caught my eye. The whole setup struck me as odd. This room, which looked like it belonged to a young boy, was in the home of an elderly woman living alone. There were no pictures, no personal belongings, nothing to explain why this room was here. I couldn't explore more because I heard footsteps right above me, making my heart race. Panicking, I quickly closed the door and hurried back to the kitchen. The rest of the evening went by uneventfully. I gave her the necessary pills, made sure she was comfortable, and left for the night. But I couldn't stop thinking about that room. Why would she have a boy's room in her house if she had no children? The thought gnawed at me, creating a whirlwind of questions. The next day, my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to do some research on Mrs. Eleanor. I spent hours online searching for any information about her, but nothing came up. No social media profiles, no news articles, nothing. Not a single piece of information about her life. It was baffling and left me with more questions than answers. I returned to work after the weekend, determined to find out more. That evening, as usual, I prepared dinner and ensured Mrs. Eleanor took her medication. Then I waited for her to go to the bathroom. The moment I heard the bathroom door close, I quickly made my way to the office. The room was just as I had left it, with that same lingering, musty smell hanging in the air. This time I opened the closet. Inside I found small boxes, stacked neatly, but covered in a thin layer of dust. My heart pounded as I opened one to find baby clothes, tiny socks, pants, and sweaters, all meant for a baby boy. They were neatly folded and seemed well preserved, despite their apparent age. But why would Mrs. Eleanor have these? The discovery left me with more questions than answers. I went back to making dinner, trying to process what I had found. My mind was racing with possibilities, but none of them made any sense. Was it possible she had a child once? If so, where was he now? That night, as usual, Mrs. Eleanor began singing her lullaby. Normally, this song would send shivers down my spine, creeping me out every time. But this night was different. Instead of fear, I felt a surge of curiosity that I could not ignore. I went upstairs quietly, and with each step up, the lullaby grew louder. The door to her bedroom was almost closed, but had a small gap, just enough for me to peek through. She always left a gap, saying it was to let Max come and go as he pleased. I peered through the gap and was shocked by what I saw. There, Mrs. Eleanor was sitting in a rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth. She was holding Max in her arms, cradling him like a baby, and singing softly to him. Next to her was a small wooden cradle, old and worn, as if it hadn't been used in years. She continued her lullaby, her voice soft and melodic, but now it felt more sad than creepy. Her gentle rocking, the way she cradled Max, and the soft melody of the lullaby created an image that was hard to shake. I slowly backed away from the door, not wanting to intrude any further. I went back downstairs, my mind spinning from what I had just seen. This made me think and start connecting all the dots. Was she pretending her dog was a baby? A baby she never had? I could be wrong, but that would make sense, right? The boy's room, the baby clothes, no pictures, no husband, no children. Just her and her dog, whom she pretended was her own son. There are many possibilities. Maybe she lost her child during a miscarriage, or the son died somehow. It's heartbreaking to think about, but I had no way of knowing for sure since there was nothing about her online. I even asked my boss about Mrs. Eleanor, trying to get some information about her past. My boss didn't know much either, just that Mrs. Eleanor had always been a bit reserved and private. She mentioned that Mrs. Eleanor had experienced some tragic losses and that she was now quite lonely with some health issues typical for her age, but nothing specific. I worked out the rest of the week, but everything felt so creepy and intense. The quiet dinners together, the silence in the house, the haunting lullaby. It all felt like I was living in some kind of ghost story. Each night as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. The pieces seemed to fit together, but they painted a picture that was too tragic and eerie for me to handle. Even during the day, I found myself distracted, replaying conversations with Mrs. Eleanor in my mind, looking for clues I might have missed. I thought about asking her directly, but quickly dismissed the idea. It felt too intrusive, and honestly, I was scared of what I might uncover. There was a part of me that didn't want to know the full story, because the fragments I had were already too much. I noticed more details that added to the unsettling atmosphere. The way Mrs. Eleanor would sometimes pause mid-sentence, as if lost in a distant memory, or how she would stroke Max's fur with a faraway look in her eyes. The house itself seemed to hold its breath. I made my decision. I sent a text message to my boss saying that I couldn't continue with the job, and that I was quitting immediately. I didn't even say goodbye to Mrs. Eleanor. It felt wrong, and I know it was rude, but I just couldn't bring myself to face her again. I thought of another day in that house, surrounded by haunting memories and unanswered questions, was too much for me to handle. I felt a mix of guilt and relief. Guilt for leaving without a proper goodbye, for abandoning Mrs. Eleanor when she clearly needed someone, but also relief, knowing that I wouldn't have to endure another evening of lullabies and unsettling silences. I knew I was being cowardly, but I just couldn't do it. The experience had taken a toll on me, and I needed to get out. The whole experience was something I couldn't shake off easily. It made me think a lot about the hidden struggles people face and the ways they cope with their pain. Mrs. Eleanor's story, whatever the full truth was, taught me that sometimes the past can cast a long shadow over the present. So that's my story. It was a job that I thought would be simple, but it ended up being one of the most emotionally intense experiences of my life. I have a fear. We all do, and I'm sure this fear is common with many others. I fear aliens. I believe in aliens. I'm sure many people around the world agree with both statements. But can you say that you have been visited by aliens? I have never put this story on any form of hard copy, and very few people I associate with even know the story. But the few people who do know it suggested that I share it with all of you, because they think this is the type of story that will pique your interest. I'm 31 now, and this happened when I was 17. But I remember this event with so much vivid detail, it's almost as if it happened just a few minutes ago. At this time in my life, my 7-person family lived in a single wide trailer on a big plot of land owned by my stepmom's parents. To better picture the event, I'm about to share with you the layout of the land. When you first turn into the driveway on the left-hand side at the top of the land sits a double-wide trailer, which was inhabited by my stepmom's parents. The driveway turns to head to their place, but then loops around, taking you back to the main driveway and down to the second trailer, which was our very crowded home. Right next to our trailer was the corn crop field. It wasn't one of those huge fields that you see in the movies or on the sides of rural roads, just a simple, decent-sized field, which we harvested and tended to during the summer vacations. When you enter our trailer, you walk right into the living area, and immediately to your right is my parents' room. The living room opens into the kitchen, and down the hallway, the first room on the left was the boys' room. There were 3 boys. The second door on the left is the bathroom, and at the very end of the trailer is mine and my sister's room. In our room, we shared a trundle bed, and there was a window right next to our dresser, which in those times sat an old box-shaped television and a VCR. When the trundle bed was pulled out fully, it would touch the dresser, and if you laid at the foot of it, You could see directly out the window, and since it was a single-wide trailer, the window practically sat on the ground. But the view from the window was one of the eerie proportions. The wonderful view from my bedroom window was the cornfield. As you can imagine, we rarely laid at the foot of the bed and looked out the window. We were young, so the thought of that was just plain scary. One summer night in July, we were all in bed. My sister, being younger than me, always fell asleep before I did. She would grind her teeth in her sleep, and it would be annoying enough for me to move my pillows down to the foot of the bed and just turn my back to the window, even though there were curtains on the window, of course. It was still creepy. I had fallen asleep and was sleeping quite well, when out of nowhere, I woke up. Nothing woke me, it seemed. No noise, no feeling. I just woke up. Sitting up in the bed, I could see a light glaring through the window and sitting on the wall across from me. The light was red in color and would deepen and then brighten. Still half asleep, not understanding and possessing a curious mind, I pulled back the curtain. Hovering over the field was a craft, the shape of an oval. It was huge, and the lights were coming from it. I shook my head as if I was going to shake myself from a dream, but nothing happened. The craft still hovered, and the terror I felt was very real. I stared out the window for quite some time when I noticed movement in the cornfield. I didn't even realize I was holding my breath until the lightheadedness hit me. I watched the movement in the field, anticipating what may come out. When she exited. I say she because this very tall, thin, gray figure had extremely prominent female-like features. I gasped, and when I did, it was almost as if she heard it, and her head whipped around and she made immediate eye contact with me. I slipped out of the bed and hid under the windowsill, as if that was going to hide me. I waited there and watched the red light dance and fade on the wall across from me, when the thought occurred to me. Why am I the only one awake and experiencing this? My sister, she honestly could sleep through a tornado, so it wasn't really her I was thinking about. But had no one else in the trailer noticed or was aware? Feeling a sense of bravery, and honestly that curious mind of mine taking over, I wanted to look out the window again. Slowly I began to rise, letting only my eyes peer out, and when I did, there she was, standing there, as if she were waiting for me to look. I made eye contact with an alien. You don't have to believe me. You can call me crazy. Say I was dreaming, but I know what I saw. The eyes I contacted were big and black. They blinked in a sideways fashion, and her face had two tiny slits where a nose would be, and very thin like lips. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears, holding my breath. There, in front of me, stood an alien. She placed her hand, which only had 4 finger-like parts, and slid the window open. I was bewitched, stuck, unable to move, speak, scream, and apparently even breathe. We maintained eye contact as she reached through the window with very little effort, lifted me and gracefully pulled me through my window. I was still unable to do anything at all. It was almost like she had some type of trance on me. My mind was screaming. My heart was pounding. And if I were able to, I would have been shaking. She placed me on my feet and took my hand. Her hand felt warm. Warmer than mine. Almost feverish. She led me to the craft. In my mind, I was resisting, but my body followed behind her, like a lost puppy. Then all went dark. My eyes flew open as a searing pain ran through my uterus and ovaries. Looking around, I was unable to move still, but that was to my sudden realization, because I was strapped to a table. Surrounding me were similar-looking aliens, They were looking at me as if they were the ones seeing something unfamiliar and new, which upon further thought, to them, I was the alien. It took me a few moments to realize that I was unclothed and very uncomfortably exposed. I started crying and begging them to take me home, to please not hurt me. They just kept looking and moving around me, completing tasks I was unaware of, when again a sharp pain radiated through my reproductive area. I yelled out in pain, pleading that they stop. Then all was dark again. Stirring, I cuddled into my blanket and shot straight up in my bed. I looked around my room and began crying. I was so relieved to be home. I was terrified that they wouldn't bring me back, and convincing myself what I had experienced had to be a very bad dream. The urge to use the restroom hit, and I pushed the blanket off me and discovered a small pool of blood on my bed. I had begun my monthly cycle, way before I was due. I slid to the side of the bed to get up and go to the bathroom. I planted my feet on the floor and stood. When I did this, a pain so intense radiated through my ovaries, my uterus, around to my lower back, and down my legs all the way to my feet. I immediately sat down and huddled over. I was shocked. I remembered everything that happened when I woke. I had decided it was a very vivid dream, but all this pain felt like the pain I was experiencing in the dream. Finally deciding I had to woman through the pain, I stood up and slowly made my way to the bathroom that, thank goodness, was not far from my room. Once I got into the bathroom, I turned on the shower and began preparing it. I realized that blood was running down my leg, and I had never had such an issue before. Over the passing months, I continued to experience intense pain in the same area, so bad that I couldn't even go to school for a few days. I was the type of student that enjoyed school and took pride in receiving the perfect attendance certificate at the end of the year, so missing school was a big deal and highly unusual. Seeing that there was obviously something wrong, my dad asked my stepmom to schedule me an appointment at the lady doctor, as he called it. She did so, and only a few days later, I found myself participating in my very first gynecologist appointment. I need not give details. My doctor asked some questions, ran some tests, told me to come back in 2 weeks. We did so, and at the following appointment, the doctor informed me and my stepmom that I had developed endometriosis, and that based on the scarring that was already apparent and the scarring that would continue to develop throughout the years, I would most likely experience issues reproducing. From then on, I have had awful monthly experiences and did have terrible issues conceiving. I did, though, get my miracle baby. She's 5 now, but when in labor with her, 57 hours of it, I ended up having to have an emergency C-section. My heart stopped beating afterward for 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Following my daughter, I became pregnant again. Not purposefully, and certainly against the advice of my doctors. He was a little boy, and I made it to 25 weeks with him before miscarrying and almost hemorrhaging afterwards. I almost lost my life. The issues that I have had and continue to have led me to the point I'm at today. I have a decision to make, and that is to have a full hysterectomy. I haven't built up the courage, honestly, because I'm 31, and my doctor has already told me the biggest downfall to this procedure would be early onset menopause. I feel too young for that. I know that I've shared some personal information here, but I firmly believe that I was taken by aliens, and whatever experiments they had performed caused the issues I dealt and still deal with 14 years later. I don't expect anyone to believe this. I'm not asking anyone to, but I felt maybe it was the time to share it. While this story may not be one that makes you stay up all night, it is one I tend to think about every fall season. Last year, my boyfriend and I had been so excited for it to be Halloween. We live in an area pretty central to several big Halloween attractions, so we had planned to go to at least one. We finally decided on a haunted attraction about 2 hours from where we live, and when it hit October 1st, we had made plans to take the trip. I drove while my boyfriend, his little brother, and his little cousin rode along. You might think that this is going to be a scary story about the attraction itself, but you would be wrong. The attraction was actually very enjoyable, with about 4 or 5 different haunted areas to go through. We left around midnight after filling up on cider and hot chocolate and started making our way back home. Because this was a completely new area for me, I had been using GPS on my phone to take us there and back. While we were talking about how much we loved the attraction and who all we would like to bring along next time, I got distracted and missed a turn that would have taken us off the back road and onto the major highway. The road, aptly named Spooky Nook Lane, was extremely dark, as there were no street lamps or homes nearby, and there were no other cars out at that time of night. I slowed enough to allow my phone to reroute us, and saw that the new route would keep us on Spooky Nook Lane until we hit a stop sign. I figured that was easy enough, so I returned my focus to the road and the conversation. As I approached the stop sign, however, we all noticed a large silhouette in the middle of the road. At first, we thought it was a deer or even a bear that had been hit by a car. I slowed to a crawl to find a way to get around it, but gasped in surprise as it started to move. It was then that we realized that this was not an animal, but a human man. A human man who had definitely been hit by a car. I shouted at my boyfriend to dial 911 as I pulled over and put my hazard lights on. I rolled down the window and shouted to the man, asking if he was okay. As my boyfriend explained the situation to the 911 dispatcher, my boyfriend's younger cousin pointed out that there was a beat-up van parked on the other side of the road, shortly past the stop sign. I then saw that not only was the van on and running, but there appeared to be another man jumping in the back seat. He then slammed the door shut and the van sped off. I returned my focus to the man in the road, who was now hobbling his way to my car. We repeatedly asked him what happened, but he was severely disoriented and spoke very little English, it seemed. I pointed in the direction the van had gone and asked if they had hit him, to which he replied in the affirmative. My boyfriend pointed to the phone, still active with the 911 dispatcher, and assured him that help was on its way. At this point, the man became more verbal, repeatedly saying, "No police. No police." We explained that we weren't getting him in trouble, that we were trying to get him medical assistance. He continued to say, "No," and eventually started hobbling away while mumbling something about living nearby. The dispatcher heard this conversation, and while she agreed that he sounded like he needed help, there was very little she could do if he was not willing to stay put until the ambulance arrived. She canceled the call out, and we thanked her for her help anyway. We all sat there stunned at first, wondering what in the world had just happened. The man definitely did not live nearby, and had to have suffered a concussion at the very least. As I started driving away, we started talking about what could it have been. After some pretty wild theories, we settled on the most likely explanation. The man had had some sort of falling out with the people in the van, who purposefully attempted to run him over. When they saw us approach, they probably realized that we would be calling 911 and decided to bolt. As for why the man refused emergency services, we have two possible theories. Either the man was an undocumented citizen, or he and his van buddies had been up to something less than legal. If anyone has any other theories, I'm all ears. To this day, I wonder about the real story behind that night. and what would have happened to that man if I had made the right turn instead. I work at a gas station in the Deep South, a part of Louisiana that most people have never even heard of. I'm talking about dirt roads with no name, thick trees that seem to swallow darkness, and you might be lucky enough to see a streetlight every other mile. The little gas station that I work at is located in the trifecta of all these elements. I, of course, work the overnight shifts. The gas station doesn't see much excitement. There are either the 10 customers that come in between the hours of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., or the random opossums that decide to make the trash cans outside their personal drum set. But I digress. The night started as any other night. Make sure all of the snacks, cold drinks, and beer were all properly stocked. Check. Now all that is left for me to do is, well, wait. I stood behind the counter looking at inventory, listening to music and just pacing around for the first couple of hours. You know the thing that people say, time flies? Yeah, that did not apply to that shift. As I got bored, I decided to leave the register and check out the items on the shelf to, make sure nothing majestically sold itself. As I was on one of the aisles, I heard a man call out, "Hey, y'all open?" I turned around to see that I had 2 customers standing at the checkout. Now, I should mention, this gas station does not have that fancy system that makes the door go ding when somebody comes in. Top line security, am I right? So I was caught off guard that 2 customers had come in without my knowledge. I quickly walked up to the register and apologized for the wait. As we were making the usual conversation of, "Hey, how are you doing?" and, "Man, it's dark out here in this area," the customer asked another question that is usually always asked. "How long is it until I get to the city from here?" I answer with the same answer that seems to automatically live in my mind rent-free. "It's a good couple of hours from here, just go towards the lights." Corny, I know, but that's my thing. Anyway, after scanning the customer's items, which literally were a candy bar and a bottle of water, I told them, "Be careful out there, y'all. There's a tornado warning in this area until 7 a.m., and the rain's starting to pick up, I think." In this area, even on a clear night, it is hard to see what is ahead of you on these dark, desolate roads. As I went to look at the second customer, I realized there was no second customer anymore. I chalked it up to the guy not wanting to wait any longer and just deciding to leave. I mean, from what I saw, he didn't have any items with him, and probably only needed some cigarettes or something that was behind the counter. I told the customer farewell and was ready to grind out the rest of these hours. But just like a psychic, my own words had foreshadowed my fate for the night. Not long after the customer left, might have been an hour or so, the sky could no longer hold its sorrow and weeped gallons of tears from above. Now, to me, this is not a big deal. Bad weather, rain, opossums. Yeah, I still have it out for those little buggers. All of these things happen a lot in my area. So much so that I call the experience HWA, which stands for humid, wet, and annoying. As the rain and wind picked up, I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Mostly because, honestly, I would rather be at my house when the rain and wind decide to battle for dominance. With that being said, the inevitable happened. The power lines were no match for the relentless punishment from the elements. And then darkness, silence, aggravation. The power had gone, and there was no backup generator for me. I was just there, standing in a blanket of darkness so thick that it seemed to cover everyone in its embrace. I called my manager to let him know that the power had gone out, and also ask him what I should do now. Of course, with it being so late, or early, I guess, whatever, 4 o'clock a.m., whatever it means to you, There was no response from him. I thought about locking up and just buckling down at the gas station until the storm passed. I was getting paid after all. But that's when I heard it. Between the thunder, between the rain, between the wind. I heard a slight crunch coming from one of the aisles that was further away from the entrance of the station. At first, I paid no mind. I believed it to just be the store items shifting with all of this sorrowful weather. Darkness has a way of bending your mind into seeing and hearing things that your mind usually tells you, oh, that's just the wind. But after sitting there for a while, upset of course, but getting paid, I called my manager again, to no avail. Then, right after the light of my phone faded and my eyes were trying to accommodate the darkness, I heard it again. Movement, but this time closer, and right in between my phone call and a thunder strike. So now I'm on high alert. Someone is in here with me. I'm not alone. I just knew it. I tried to calm my nerves, not wanting to be that guy that overreacts, but I asked myself, can you ever really be too safe? I made a potentially dangerous and thoughtless move. I stood up and yelled, is anybody still in here? I got no response, but that didn't mean that there was no one there. The air felt thick from the humidity. Not just that, though. The feeling you get when you are not alone. The feeling of being, you guessed it, watched. As cliché as it sounds. Then I remembered something that I knew all along. There is no ding on the door to let me know when customers enter nor exit. That and the thought of the second customer came to mind. I never saw him leave. I just knew that he was there and then gone. I automatically, without a doubt, felt that something was strange. Something was not right. So I did what any gas station worker would do in the pitch black. Pretended to be a ninja so that I could slowly make my way to the source of the noise without being caught. As it turns out, I'm not a ninja. The moment I stepped out from behind the counter that I had been sitting behind, a voice stopped me in my tracks. Give me what you got, was all the void softly spoke to me. I froze, scared. Too scared to say a word nor move an inch. When I called out, I wasn't truly expecting a response. Soon I heard footsteps. Slow, but getting closer. My mind yelled, do something. Run. Charge at the sound and hope for the best. After all of that, I did nothing. Then his face appeared. A face hard to make out in the dark. A face that I would not have seen if my manager hadn't called me back at that moment that allowed my phone to light up. The second customer. It turns out, he never left. I pretended not to see nor know that I recognized him. Again, he repeated, come on, give me what you got, now. Still in a calm and calculating way. I spoke for the first time after noticing that I was holding my breath this whole time. All I have is $250 in the register. He was quiet for a while and then told me, give it over. I wished that I could say that I pulled out some special move that brought the guy down that allowed me to hold him until the police showed up. But this is real life. I gave him the money, and luckily for me, he accepted it. He knew that police would not be out here in these parts at this time, and with this weather, even if I called, it would take them at least 30 minutes to get there. A local, I assumed. Had to be so confident. I talked to the manager and the police after all was said and done. My manager apologized that I had to go through that, and also was sorry that he didn't answer the phone sooner. I told him, It's no worries. Everyone deserves sleep. I got to leave early, and the manager closed the store for a couple of hours until the next employee came in. I was so lost in a trance after the situation that I truly believed that it still couldn't be real. That couldn't have just happened to me after the couple of years working there. And that was that, I thought. A funny plot twist. 2 weeks later, a man was caught trying to hold up a gas station close to where my job was located. A man that I remembered from that flash of light on my phone. The only difference is, he didn't get away this time. The only thing I can really say that I've learned from all of this, no matter how comfortable or how much you think you know each day will play out, always be on your guard. My wife is a real estate agent, and a few years back, things changed drastically for her. She landed her first client that would have her list their house, and it was also someone that we knew. We didn't know them that well, but we knew them through the church that we were going to at the time. And so when it came up that my wife was doing real estate, this person asked her if she could sell her house for her. The homeowner needed to move, as her husband had recently passed away. It took a little bit, but my wife was at the point of hosting the first open house on the listing. She would have 2 back-to-back open houses, the first on Saturday and the next the following day, to give potential buyers more opportunity to view the house. The first day went well, with a good showing from prospective shoppers. It was the second day that things took a turn. It was nearly the end of the scheduled period for open house visitors, and so my wife began doing the rounds to turn off the lights and check over the house. However, 2 men entered the home, and my wife went to greet them as she heard the door. The 2 men said they lived on the street and came to look at the house as they had never been inside before. My wife was willing to let as many potential buyers look around as it was her first listing, and she was appropriately eager. The men said they were friends, but only offered their first names. One of them didn't engage much and quickly went into another room, while the other man got closer to my wife, asking questions that finally started to make her realize something was off. She was alone in the house now with these 2 men, one of them continuing to get closer and closer to her, asking her questions like, "How long have you been doing real estate? I never met the owners of the house. Were they nice? Do you live close to here?" My wife was trying her best not to display her nervousness and gave short answers to these questions. She knew that these men were obviously not here because they were interested in purchasing the home. So she let them know that the open house was over and she's locking up because the owner is coming back any minute. This was not actually true. The owner wasn't staying here anymore, but she had to say something to get these men to leave. At this point, she was backed into a corner of the kitchen with this 6-foot man in her way, deflating any hope of being able to run out of the house. To make things worse, she didn't even have her phone on her. It was on the dining room table with her bag and listing sheets, which for all she knew was now in the possession of the other man who had walked off. At first, the man didn't seem to care about what she said about needing to lock up and the owner coming home. He responded, "It's okay if we just take another minute to look around, right?" But he was never looking around in the first place. At this time, the other man came into the kitchen and joined his friend. My wife's anxiety is so high, she's about to start screaming, and she gives one more request. "I'm sorry, but we have to leave as the owner's coming home." The 2 men don't respond initially, but then exchange a look and say, "Okay, thanks for your time," and leave the house. My wife bolts to the door and locks it, and then goes into the dining room to watch them through the window. All of her belongings were still there. So when she saw that they walked far enough away and she could run to her car, she grabbed her things and did just that. She even left the lights on, but she didn't care. In her car, she had no idea where these men went. She couldn't see them, and didn't care to stick around long enough to find them. She just drove away. After hearing about this, we always made sure there was another person at viewings with her. To this day, I still go with her when she's meeting new clients. Looking back, it was a reckless thing to do. Hosting an open house all alone in a neighborhood you are not that familiar with. She told the owner about the situation, and the owner, after hearing a description of these men, stated that she had never seen them before and had no idea who they were. Take care when you are doing your job, whatever it may be. After that situation, I made sure my wife's phone was set up to do emergency alerts, and she now never leaves her phone out of reach, even if she has to hold it. If possible, have someone there to watch your back. You never know when some creeps are going to scare the life out of you. Or, God forbid, something worse. This story happened in South Lake Tahoe, California, about 7 years ago. I grew up in Northern California, and since I was a kid, me and my family always visited Tahoe. I was very fortunate and grateful because my grandparents, on my dad's side, owned a cabin there. This will seem random, but it's important to have this context. My parents ended up divorcing when I was about 12 years old, and when this story takes place, I was probably around the age of 14. Anyway, this was one of the first times since the divorce that my mom wanted to visit Tahoe. But she didn't want to stay at the family cabin because it was connected with my dad. She ended up having us stay at the Harvey Hotel and Casino. I thought it would be a fun adventure outside from what I had known up until that point, which was that we would always stay at the cabin whenever we visited Tahoe. It was just me and my mom having some nice mother-daughter time for the whole trip. I don't remember much other than this incident. My mom ended up taking me to the local TJ Maxx, and we got some new clothes. We drive back to the Harvey's Hotel and go back to our room. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, we weren't on the top floor or the bottom floor. I want to say we were on like the 10th floor. I specifically remember no one being in the elevator with us on our way to the room. As we were unloading our new clothes we just bought, I'm standing near the hotel door Snapchatting one of my friends, when I hear the doorknob start to slightly move. Meanwhile, I have my mom in the back of the room, on her bed, yapping away like she always does. She's very talkative. I remember zoning out and focusing on the door. I very quietly and carefully looked through the peephole to see a grown man, probably in his early 30s, with a black hoodie on, trying to open our hotel room door. There's always that side of us humans that likes to try and rationalize things into a better light. And I was doing just that, trying to rationalize that maybe he just has the wrong room or something. Even though clearly he did have bad intentions. His demeanor said it all. He kept looking over his shoulders, which sent chills down my spine. The way he was slowly twisting the knob freaked me out too. It was very intentional in the way to not alert anyone inside. I told my mom to be quiet, and at first she didn't understand why. Once I gestured to the door, looking like I had seen a ghost, she looked in the peephole and saw him. I'm not sure what made him stop trying to get into our room, but one moment he was there, and the next he was gone. My mom ended up calling the hotel's security. They sent out security on our level, but he was long gone by then. Me and my mom reflected on what could have happened, trying to cope with what just went down. The conclusion my mom came up with was that he followed us either from the parking lot of the hotel or within the casino, then to our room. When I think about it, I know it doesn't make much sense, because how would he know which floor we were on if he did follow us from the lobby? I swear there was no one in the elevator or even on our floor when we got out of it. I could be wrong with how I remember it, about being alone in the elevator and the floor, but I really don't think so. I hope I am wrong in a way, because the alternative is that this man also could have been watching us before this incident even took place. He had to have known it was just me and my mom. I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to try that if my dad or brother were with us. It's scary to think what could have happened if he somehow did get into our room. This story is definitely ingrained into my head, and even after all this took place, me and my mom ended up staying in the same room for that night. I can tell you, though, I didn't sleep much that night. My family immigrated to Germany in the 70s. A lot of workers were needed then, but many locals didn't like the fact that with the immigrant workers also came immigrant families. My parents both worked shifts at factories, which did not leave any time for my upbringing. In those days, this meant that most children were sent back to the grandparents in our native land. But my mother, herself having been forced to live without her parents for a while, did not want her child to grow up like that. Instead, she insisted that I get a nanny. Her name was Giesland. She was a nice older German lady with 3 daughters of her own, all grown up now, and only the youngest one, around 19, still living with them. I rarely ever saw her though, since she was a university student at the time. They lived in a nice little house at the outskirts of town, on a hill with lots of wood and farmlands. I loved it there, and I got to see my parents every week, at least 2 days on the weekends. This all seems to be a lot of background information, but it is important to understand what came next. The area where my nanny lived did have 2 more houses close by, and then there were some farmhouses further away. One was our direct neighbor, a nice German family with a teenage son who sometimes played badminton with me. And then there was a huge old mansion that always looked like a castle to me. It was further down the hill, and surrounded by some wooden area and high fence was built all around it. Whenever we left the hill or returned, we had to pass this building, and I always wondered who lived there. But I never saw anyone, and Giesland never talked about them. She was otherwise a very talkative, lively person, so that's why it seemed odd to me. I was never too curious. I kept happily playing alone or with the neighbor's boy or the neighbor's cats, until one evening. Giesland dressed me in my finest dress, and to my surprise, we went to the mansion. There was a big party, lots of people in fine dresses and expensive-looking suits. Tables were full of foods I have never seen before, and the house, although huge on the outside, seemed even bigger from the inside. While I tried to find Giesland, whom I lost sight of after she left for the bathroom, 2 very big white dogs padded into the dining room where I was sitting. I have had some bad encounters with big dogs, so those 2 scared me senseless. But I did not want to scream and embarrass Giesland. So I backed up, trying to get away from them quietly. This seemed to spark their interest in me, however, so I ended up having to run from them room to room until I was cornered. I am sure that they never had any bad intentions towards me and only wanted to play. But I was so scared, I silently began to cry. At that moment, a young girl appeared behind the dogs. I still remember her clear as day, although this happened more than 2 decades ago. She was around 8 or 9, maybe a little older than me at the time. She had short, dark blonde hair up to her chin, with a fringe, which was slightly curled. Her eyes were brown, and she was very pale. On the other hand, was quite dark, The girl called to the dogs and both left the room obediently. The relief I felt is hard to explain. I wanted to thank her, but she had already turned and left before I could. I started running after her when I was suddenly stopped by some old German man I vaguely could identify as the host of the party, and beside him, his wife. I don't remember their faces, but I do remember they did not like me being there, practically radiating a form of hostility I could not understand. There was some heated discussion with my nanny. Then she took my hand and we left. She was mumbling angrily about their behavior while returning to our home. I looked behind me while we walked, and sure enough, the girl was standing at one of the windows, one hand pressed against it, smiling. I smiled back at her and asked Giesland if she thought they would let me play with the young girl from the party sometime. This made her stop and look at me, eyebrows furrowed in obvious confusion. "What girl?" she asked. "There was no other girl your age." I relayed to her what happened before the couples had stopped me so rudely, but the furrows between her brows only deepened. We continued walking, and I had only just started thinking that the conversation was over when she suddenly said, "No, child, I think you're mistaken. There was no other girl. In fact, it seems children were not invited to this event." She added, a grim note in her tone. There was not much I could counter. I was raised not to argue with elders. I never saw the girl again, even though I scanned the windows carefully every time we passed the building. After all these years, I'm asking myself if my brain had made her up, or if I did encounter the helpless ghost of a little girl that at one point had lived and died in that house. Some things we ought to never find out, and I am okay with that. So this happened around 7 to 8 years ago, when I was around 14 or 15 years old. I recently started hanging out with a newly made friend who was 1 year older than me, and for anonymity's sake, I'm only going to call him C, since we aren't in contact anymore. We didn't have any sort of falling out because of the story you are about to hear. We just grew apart over the years. It just happens in life. I just started smoking, which had become a problem in my life later on. But that's not what this is about. I know, very dumb teenage habit, but I quit years ago. But during my teenage years, it was, although bad, a way for me to take my mind off of dumb little problems. So we smoked in the park. We had great laughs and were just messing around. As the evening slowly faded into darkness, the people around us started heading home. But not us. This park is fairly large, and we were surrounded by bushes, trees, empty becoming benches, and now unused bike trails. Right next to us sat this giant tower, in German called the Flak Tower, which simply explained means Air Bombs Defender Tower. It was used during the Second World War, too, so as you can guess, defend Nazi Germany, Austria from the bombs of the Allies. This already sat quite an eerie atmosphere, as we sat right next to this historical landmark, which now, while I'm writing this, I am ashamed to have consumed drugs right next to this death-causing tower. Well, I was young. Don't judge me. As time went by, it had become completely dark out, and by this point, we had gotten relatively high. The moon shone a dim light on the grass around us, making it impossible to see or recognize anything or anyone further than a few meters in eyesight. You might ask yourself now why there were no streetlights in such a huge park after the sun went down, in a 2 million inhabitants capital city. And honestly, I felt the same way back then. So I asked C, "Dude, where are the lights? I can't see anything." To which he replied, "The park is closed after 10 p.m., so they shut everything down and lock the park down." I felt kind of annoyed that he hadn't told me earlier that we would have to climb up the gates to get out. But quickly my annoyance turned into high-ridden laughter as we joked about smoking the whole night through or spray painting inside the park. Just very, very dumb 14-year-old teenage humor. Our stoned giggling would very soon come to an unnerving end. I lit up a cigarette and blew the smoke in the warm summer night breeze, still sitting on the only used bench of the whole park, while C sat before me, jamming to music and contemplating on whether smoking another joint or resting his eyes shortly. He chose doing the first. The next part will sound extremely ridiculous, but I swear this is how it happened, word for word. So as he rolled up the joint, we started to hear rustling in the bushes nearby. At first, we didn't really take up on it, but as the sound continuously had gotten louder, our eyes were locked onto said bush. We didn't move an inch. We just sat there, quietly, curiously awaiting to see if there were any foxes or any other animal messing around. But what came next shook us to the bones. As the rustling started up again, a gigantic man crawled forward out of the bush, wearing only what looked like hospital patient's clothing. He didn't speak as he came into our eyesight under the very dim moonlight. He slowly got up from the ground, and as he fully emerged, we first were really able to recognize his height. This man was for sure above 2 meters tall, standing barefoot on the grass, and he looked like he had been clean shaven on every single inch of his body, except for his bushy eyebrows. He stared down my friend, expressionless, showing no emotion behind his pale, wide eyes, just simply locking his eyes on C, whose face had turned ghostly white by this point. He looked like he had forgotten everything around him, except for this man in front of us. The paper and filter still in his hand, C was shaking so hard, the tobacco fell onto his trembling legs. We were frozen by the sight of the deranged-looking man, resting his widespread legs like rocks on the ground. Shivers went down my spine as he creepily greeted us with a "hello" that sounded like he had tried to imitate your friendly next-door neighbor. We didn't reply back, both feeling glued to our seats, filled with fear on what to do next. But what really happened next, I could have never imagined. I hope I looked up the correct translation for this word. This man, wearing only hospital patient's clothing, clean-shaven, more than 2 meters tall, did a roly-poly, like a forward roll that young kids do. Yes, this insane man did a roly-poly to move forward to us. He now stood directly in front of us, and as I said before, I had been scared. I for sure was now 1,000,000 times more. The adrenaline levels in my body spiked to a high that I've never felt before. He grimly stared down at us again, greeting us with this creepy "hello." We didn't know what to do. For sure, we could have tried to run away as fast as our bodies would have allowed us to. But this massive man-baby, who clearly suffered from some kind of mental disorder, would have outrun us in a few seconds with his giant legs. So, we just kept on sitting, scared to the core, not saying a word, not knowing what would happen next, and frozen in fear. Only knowing we would have to get through this together. This happened like 2.5 years ago. For context, I was in the military and lived in the barracks at the time. The barracks used to be a hospital way back when, and many people have had paranormal experiences, including my roommate and I, on more than one occasion. Ironically, all of this happened on Friday the 13th. The whole day was wild, So I'll just start with the first weird thing that happened. My roommates and I had this tradition of always going out to eat on Friday. This Friday, it was pouring rain, and we went to eat downtown at a regular random restaurant. The second we walked in, we just felt so out of place. We were sitting waiting a long time for a waiter to talk to us, until finally he came, and he was beyond creepy. He seemed almost non-human. He grinned very creepily the whole time, moved around and talked like a robot. Halfway through our meal, I noticed every single person in the restaurant was wearing the same exact shade of blue. All the men had a blue button-up and every woman had on the same blue dress. I pointed this out to my roommate, while she also pointed out to me that all the waiters were standing in the corner of the restaurant, staring and smiling at us. I had tears in my eyes. I was so creeped out. We didn't finish our food and we paid and left. We also double-checked on the website and outside the restaurant to make sure there wasn't some event going on or a dress code. We got back home to the barracks. I called my boyfriend to tell him what happened when in the middle of my conversation, our ironing board fell off the door from the hanger it was hanging on in the laundry room. It's never done this before, and nothing had happened for it to do it this night. The way our room was set up is when you walk through the door, you have the living room in the middle, with the laundry room on the right, the bathroom on the left, and our two separate rooms straight in front. Mine's on the left and hers is on the right. Me and my roommate were both sitting in the chairs on the wall near the bathroom. It startled us, but we didn't think too much of it. My roommates and I decided to head off to bed when about 30 minutes later I heard her open her door and whisper my name. "Sarah?" She whispered softly. "Sarah?" She said a little louder. I'm sitting in my room thinking, why is she whispering like this? I got out of my bed and opened my door and she screamed, dropped to the floor and just started crying. Hannah, what is wrong?" I yelled at her. "I saw you in the mirror of the bathroom," she cried. "What?" I was very confused. She said it again. "I just saw you fixing your hair in the bathroom. You know how you usually do, and smiling at me in the mirror of the bathroom." I looked at the bathroom. Sure enough, the light was on with the door cracked enough so you could see the mirror inside. Shivers went down my spine. The room was freezing, and something felt very off. We never left the lights on or the bathroom door opened. Neither of us had even gone into the bathroom since coming home from dinner. I wrapped us up in a blanket and we just left the room and sat in the hallway for about 30 minutes, talking about what had happened. From Hannah's perspective, she thought I knocked on her door, and that's why she opened her door. And when she didn't see me, she whispered. And then she looked in the bathroom because the light was on, and saw me smiling at her through the mirror when I was fixing my hair. She said that there was something about the way I looked. I looked off, and that's why she said my name a second time, and then freaked out when I opened my bedroom door. I am a 22-year-old male who happened to end up at the wrong place at the wrong time. My best friend lived in a city close enough to where I live, so I used to visit her a lot during the week when I had time off work. This one evening I left her house quite late, so I was pretty tired when I set off. Probably shouldn't have set off driving in the first place with me being so fatigued. Nonetheless, I set off home. Majority of the journey is on the motorway, but about 10 minutes into the journey, I could feel my eyes rolling into the back of my head. I needed to pull over. I came off the road at the next exit and tried to find somewhere to pull over to possibly have a nap, or at least rest. I eventually came across a little side road along a country road. This road was plunged in darkness, with wooded areas on either side, with some places on either side of the road to pull up. There were some other cars parked here too, so I figured this would be a good place to stop and have a rest. So I did exactly that. I pulled my car to the side of this uneven road surface and came to a stop, turning off my engine, and made sure that my doors were locked. Not long after pulling up and reclining my seat, there were a few cars pulling up near me, stopping, and then driving off again, only to return a few moments later. I am a car enthusiast, so I know my cars, even from just the shape of their headlights, so I could tell it was the same cars arriving and leaving constantly. I was getting a bit on edge, but I was so tired I just tried to ignore it and closed my eyes. After about 5 minutes of me laying there in my car, I heard a car door open and then close, the obvious sound of someone getting out of their car. I opened my eyes and glanced up out of the windshield, but because there were no streetlights on this side road, all I could see was silhouettes of the cars parked near me. It was silent. The sound of the car door was instantly jarring. However, after I heard the car door, nothing followed for a few moments. So again I closed my eyes and tried to continue my nap. But then, I heard the unsettling sound of someone's footsteps on gravel. Like I said, this road was silent, so this was an undeniable sound. The footsteps seemed to be getting louder and closer. I once again opened my eyes to see the horrifying silhouette of someone slowly approaching my car to the driver's side. My heart instantly began racing. I wrapped my hand around my keys, which were still dangling in the ignition slot, but I was frozen. I did not have the ability to sit up, start my engine, and race away. This person got closer and closer to my car, so I did what I thought at the time was the best idea. I turned my head away from the window and pretended to be asleep. This person approached my car. I heard the footsteps get closer and then stop. Then, my worst fear in that situation, I heard them try my door handle a few times. Then they made their way slowly around the back of my car and tried opening the trunk, to no avail. They then continued to the passenger side, which was the side my head was facing. I was certain they could not see inside my car, but I still opened my eyes the slightest bit to see what was going on. All I could see was a man dressed in black, with his hood up, one hand in his pocket, the other trying my passenger door. I laid completely still, my eyes half closed, trying to fathom what was going on. After a few more tries of my door handle, he did another walk around my car. I could see him walk past, brushing himself up against my door as he did. He then stopped for a second. I thought he was about to walk away, when he instead began knocking on my window. He did this 3 times. My heart began racing even faster as I lay there, pretending to be asleep and not hearing it. I was certain he was going to try and smash my window, but to my surprise, he just walked away and got back into his car. He turned his headlights on, and I realized it was one of the cars that was driving up and down the road earlier. He angled his headlights directly into my car and through my windshield, so I threw myself back down and pretended to be asleep once again. I heard his car set off and very slowly drive past mine, almost stopping when he got right next to me. This whole experience filled me with fear and adrenaline to the point of being wide awake. So as soon as I saw his car disappear, I started my ignition and got out of there. I drove straight home and had one of the most restless nights of sleep ever. I never drove down that road again, even during the day. If you're tired and you need to drive somewhere, just don't. At all costs, just don't. At least stop at a service station that is well lit. And please, lock your car doors. I don't even want to begin to imagine what would have happened to me if one of my doors was unlocked that night. The story I'm about to share takes place on 2 different occasions. My grandparents live in rural southern Ohio, near the edge of the Appalachian Trail. It's very vital to describe the layout of my grandparents' property for everyone to understand this story. My grandparents' house sits on 5 acres, surrounded by thick wooded areas. On the property, there are 7 different trails that lead you all around my grandparents' house that we usually use for hunting. One day, my brother and I decided to walk to the trails. We enjoyed riding 4-wheelers and taking in the scenery my grandparents' secluded property. The trail we were on splits into 2 other trails. The trail to the left loops you back around to the house, and the other trail to the right takes you down to the creek, where you could sit and watch all kinds of wildlife. My brother and I decided we wanted to go down to the creek and watch for animals, while also looking for cool rocks that I loved to collect at the time. At the split, the only way to get down to the creek is to walk, as the 4-wheeler is too big to fit through all of the thick brush and trees on that specific trail. So we ditched the 4-wheeler and took off on foot. The trail down to the creek is about a mile long. The sun was shining through the trees, and it was a crisp fall evening where there was a slight breeze. My brother and I goofed off until we finally made it to the creek. We walked alongside the water for maybe 15 minutes, looking for cool rocks, as I said before. As we are walking, we stumble across a broken down shed that both my brother and I had never seen. It is important to mention that my grandparents' property has markers, letting everyone know where their property begins and ends. Standing on the left side of the creek, the shed was on the opposite side. My brother and I kind of looked at each other with confused looks, but eventually my brother got distracted by something else and continued his walk down the creek. But not me. I felt myself fall into some sort of trance. I felt as if I needed to go inside. I yelled for my brother to come back. I said, "Jay, I think we should check this out some more. Something inside me really wants to go inside." My brother has never been a fan of anything remotely scary. Seeing this rundown shed that looked to be falling apart did not interest him in the slightest. My brother responded, "This is one of those situations in a scary movie where the people should have just minded their business, and you are not going in there." I kind of chuckled because he was right. Something was telling me to go in there, but I also knew it probably wasn't the best idea, as the sun was starting to set. My brother and I collected our rock findings and headed back to the house. This next part happened the following weekend. My boyfriend at the time came out to visit. While he was there, I had mentioned the fact that my brother and I had stumbled across a creepy shed that was on the property that we had never seen before. He became extremely interested as I described the feeling I had of wanting to go inside. I told him how compelled I was to the building. That's all it took before we were out the door and making our way back down to the creek. My brother stayed behind, saying, "If you guys don't come back, I told you so." My ex-boyfriend and I laughed like, "Yeah, right." With us, we had overalls and flashlights as we didn't take the 4-wheeler and decided to just walk the whole way down. We had flashlights due to the fact that when we left, we knew we had only about 2 hours until the sun went down. Eventually, we make it down to the creek. We walk the same way that my brother and I had the week previous. And to my shock and disbelief, the shed was no longer there. I start frantically looking around, saying, "What? How? It was right here." My ex-boyfriend and I decide to walk a little bit further down, venturing further and further away from my grandparents' house. Still no sign of the shed. We hadn't realized how long we were out there. The sun maybe had 15 more minutes of light left for the day. I was so determined to prove myself right that I had seen this shed with my own 2 eyes. We pull out our flashlights and jump across the bank to the other side of the creek and begin walking back the way we came. I was hoping that I had just missed it on the way down, as my ex and I were talking. The sun was completely down at this point. As we are walking and talking, my ex falls silent. We were in mid-conversation, so when I hear him stop dead in his tracks, I do the same. I start asking, "What's wrong?" What he said next sent chills down my spine. "I want you to listen to me very carefully. When I count to 3, we are going to jump to the other side, and we are going to run as fast as we can. Don't say anything. Don't turn around. Don't look back." My heart falls to my stomach, and in that moment, I didn't question him. I just prepared myself to run. 1, 2, 3. We sprinted as fast as we could. I was in front of my ex, and I could hear him wincing in pain. But I heard more than just our running. Something was right behind us. We ditched the whole idea of running a mile all the way back to the trail and decided to make a run for it straight through the woods. When we made it back to the house, we were gasping for air and covered in scratches from running through thick brush. We walked through the front door, and I was in shock to the point of where I could not answer my grandma's questions. My ex-boyfriend was gripping at his back and wincing in pain. My grandma lifted his shirt to look at it. 3 long scratches stemming from his shoulder to his lower back. He had seen something in those woods that night, and whatever it was chased us all the way back to the house, leaving me in a shocked state, and my ex-boyfriend with 3 scratch marks from whatever it was. Don't go looking for something you don't want to find. And if anyone knows what this could have been, please let me know. This occurrence still keeps me up at night. This took place around the fall of 2020, around late October. One night, 3 of my friends and I, Nate, Charlie, and Jordan, decided to meet up at a local park around midnight, just located within my friend Jordan's neighborhood, to have one of our relentless hotboxing smoke sessions. Since this was our senior year of high school, and with the pandemic and political animosity going on at the time, like many other kids, we were basically stuck at home for the most part, attending online classes, and barely getting out of our houses since most public places were closed. Because of this, we all ended up smoking to kill time. So having these hotbox sessions wasn't anything new to us, since we've been smoking since August of that same year. I recently stopped smoking altogether due to unrelated issues, but I digress. Back to the story. About an hour after our smoke session, the 4 of us reluctantly agreed to start driving out of the park and around town for a while, with my friend Jordan being the driver. Nate in the front passenger seat with Charlie and I in the back. 20 minutes into our drive, being the intoxicated idiots that we were, having the windows cracked, we decided to put on Dead Space Ambience music. As we were making our way out of a residential area and onto a 2-lane road that led out into the rural part of town. To give you an idea of the scenery, we were driving through one of those semi-rural suburban neighborhoods you'd find in the middle of nowhere. For those of you that live in the rural South or the Midwest, you know what I'm talking about. Since it was completely pitch black and we were practically in the middle of nowhere, bumping creepy ambient music while approaching a dimly lit intersection, it began to give off an eerie liminal vibe that was kind of fitting for the season. As we approached the intersection, my mind began to green out and race about the unknown beyond the darkness that enshrined our surroundings. It would be terrifying if we found a humanoid, like a Wendigo or something right now. At that point, we had reached the intersection, and since I was looking to my left, I immediately noticed a figure emerging out of the pitch black. As the figure got under the streetlight, I realized that what I was looking at was a woman in pigtails dressed in a really classy, clean outfit, with a tan blouse and high heels. I instinctively sobered up and took this as a bad sign from all the stories I've heard, and just knew something was wrong. Because who would be out here at 1 a.m. in a classy outfit in the middle of nowhere? In a matter of seconds, my worst fear came to life as this woman began to approach the car, and I really didn't want any of us taking any chances with this woman. I started to freak out and told my buddy, "Jordan, there's a woman coming. Turn the car now." Our friend Nate noticed a second figure dressed in all black slowly emerge from the rear end of the car, just about 15 feet away from our right side, slowly approaching. This only instilled more fear in all of us about the situation. Charlie instantly caught on and saw what we were seeing, as this woman practically began running at us screaming, "Please stop. Help me." Charlie then began aggressively slapping Jordan's shoulder in a panic, shouting, "Jordan, turn the car now!" Jordan, still zooted off the weed, was confused for a split second before he saw that this woman and the man in black were mere feet from the car. In a panic, he yelled, "Oh my God!" He peeled out to the right and in the opposite direction from where this woman and the man came running from. We all sobered up a bit, being so creeped out and confused as to what just happened. But we laughed it off because of how intoxicated we all still were. Needless to say, we still question why the woman was running at us screaming, and what exactly the intentions were from both of them, especially the man dressed in all black behind the car. My morbid curiosity gets the better of me sometimes, and I would like some theories as to what could have happened to all four of us during that night. Let me know in the comments below. I was around 14 years old when it happened. For context, I was quite introverted and selective about who I get close to me as a teen. I'm still that way, even as an adult. I had made a small number of friends, despite my reserved stance, 2 of whom are my dearest friends to this day. I did my best in school and participated in a couple after-school clubs, which allowed me to delve further into my interests and hobbies, though I also spent a decent amount of time on social media. I was well behaved and made a lot of smart choices during my teen years. Thankfully, due to being raised right by my mother, who did her best to steer me in the right direction. However, here is where I stood out. I was alternative, goth, punk rock, whatever you want to call it, and I have always had an affinity for the morbid, paranormal, and darker subjects, which reflected in the way I dressed, the music I would listen to, the books I would read, TV shows and YouTube videos that I would watch. Some people found me and my interests to be weird, or quote-unquote, of the devil. One of these main people who would insist on such things was my grandmother, whom we'll call Gail for privacy's sake. She would take every opportunity to criticize the music I listened to, my clothes, and me in general. You would think that she was some sort of religious fanatic, doing her due diligence to help bring a heathen grandchild closer to God. But no, Grandma Gail isn't religious by any means. You would barely hear her speak of God or religion, and she has never stepped foot inside of a church for Sunday service. Whereas I believed in God and had a personal relationship with him, despite not being religious or attending church myself. Grandma Gail dabbles in witchcraft, a person who engaged in occult practices, something I never wanted to get into, judging a teen goth for her style interests. Talk about hypocrisy. Anyway, there was always something unsettling about Gail, something that teetered on the edge of downright sinister. On top of being severely judgmental and self-righteous, she isn't the easiest of people to get along with. She has a knack of taunting people with her words, using things people have told her against them, and just being downright rude and unprovoked. But I and a few others have grown accustomed to it, and have learned to work around her mood changes. I can recall a time when I was only 4, playing with a couple of Barbie dolls in the kitchen. Mind you, I wasn't making a ton of noise, at least that I can remember, but at one point I must have gotten a little loud unintentionally, because she rushed into the kitchen with this stern, yet calm look on her face, which made me feel uneasy as I looked up at her from the floor, still holding my dolls. In this eerily relaxed tone of voice, she said to me, "Darla," not my actual name, "if you don't stop making noise, I'm going to send something your way tonight. Your mama won't be able to hear your screams. She won't even be able to save you. It'll fly away with you and take you for punishment." Where? I wanted to ask, but I was too nonplussed to speak. Fear didn't hit me, surprisingly. I was more nonplussed than anything, because nothing along those lines had been said to me before. I stared back, my mouth probably nearly hitting the floor as my 4-year-old brain tried to process what she had just said to me. I didn't tell my mom when she came to pick me up, as it must have slipped my mind, and I chalked it up to her wanting to scare me into being quiet. In my late teen years and early 20s, I noticed pentagrams on various reading materials she had. I've witnessed her practicing what I now know to be spells or rituals against those she felt had wronged her, or those she cared deeply about. She would make a list of said people, or have a picture of them and spit on it, only to bury it underground or light it on fire. She is also known to collect people's hair and do God only knows what with it. I'm pretty sure my name has been on some of those lists a handful of times, but nothing ever came of it. Of course, I know God looked out for me each time. Now, on to the sleep paralysis experience. During summer vacation, I would always be dropped off at my grandparents' home, as most kids in my community were, while our parents went to work. As per the usual routine, I would get up early with my mom and get ready to be dropped off to either get some extra sleep in or watch YouTube on my iPad in the morning, while Grandma Gail watched her shows. It was during the first or second week of summer break. On this particular morning, I was extremely tired, mainly due to it being that time of the month for me. It was extremely sunny out, but not too hot. Once I arrived, I shut the door behind me, laid my iPad and overnight bag on top of the dresser, and got into bed. The layout of the guest room was a standard 4-walled room. It was small, about 8 by 10 feet, with a bed next to the window, a small closet in front of it, and a small dresser to the right of it. The curtains were drawn back, allowing sunlight to spill into the room. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I curled up with my hoodie and fell asleep. I'm not sure how long I slept. All I can remember is that I dreamed that a man was chasing me through the woods. He dressed in a raggedy white t-shirt full of holes and tattered jeans. As I was trying to hide behind a tree, he found me and grabbed my wrist, trying to pull me toward him. I must have been tossing and turning in my sleep, because once my eyes shot open, I was staring straight up at the ceiling. I tried turning over, but my body wouldn't, rather couldn't, move. I tried to open my mouth and say something, but no words formed. Not even a sound came from my throat. I felt this sudden heaviness in my chest. It was a feeling I had never felt before. It felt as if a thick, dark fog was engulfing me, making it difficult to take one slow breath at a time. All I could do was lie still. Despite trying to move my legs, arms, and head, I felt pressure applied to my wrists and ankles as if I were being restrained. And then came the blood-curdling scream of a woman. It sounded as if the scream went directly into my ear. Then all I heard next was nothing. Just complete still silence. I spotted a dark, shadowy figure hovering over me. It was faceless, abnormally tall, smoky with human-proportioned limbs. It lowered its hands to my face, causing me to panic. I began to cry. At least I felt like I wanted to, but no tears fell from my eyes. Just muffled cries. The foreboding figure then placed its hands on my mouth and pulled it open. One hand pulling at my jaw, the other pulling at my upper lip. The pain I felt as those cold, heavy hands forced my mouth open was immense. The terror I felt now stunted my thoughts as I lie there, unable to stop whatever was happening next. That's when I began to pray in my mind. No prayer in particular. It was just me mentally repeating the words, "Please, God, help me," over and over again. Just as it pressed its hand over my nose, the figure disappeared. The heaviness was no longer in the room, and I shot straight up as I gasped for breath. The sounds of the TV blaring from my grandparents' room drowned out my sobs and gasps as I cradled my knees to my chest, trying to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. I could not comprehend what had just happened, but I knew it was very much so real. I understood why it was called sleep paralysis, due to your ability to speak or move being taken away. But there was also a paralyzing fear I felt during the episode. Amplify that fear 10 times. I'd experienced episodes where I would be unable to move or speak, but there was never a presence that I could see in the room. Only a feeling of intense dread and terror. Something told me to roll up my shirt sleeve and look at my arm that had been grabbed in my dream. Once I pulled back the right sleeve of my shirt, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. There was a faint dirt handprint where the man in my dream had grabbed me. At this point, I began to hyperventilate. I called my mom to tell her what happened. She said she would call me back when she went somewhere private. I assumed the panic and terror in my shaky voice was unmistakable. Once she called me back, she listened to me without saying anything until I was finished. I tried my best to articulate what had just happened through sobs and a hushed voice, because I didn't want Grandma Gail to hear me. My mom reassured me that she believed everything I had just told her. She promised to take me to get ice cream after her shift. Then she said, "Do you remember the things you told me you saw take place there?" "Yes," I answered, recalling the lists and burning of the names. Once a door has been opened for such things to occur, all kinds of things can happen. There's definitely an evil presence there. I'm just so sorry this happened to you. She offered to stay on the phone with me as long as I needed, but I knew she had work to do and promised to call her again if I felt the need to. Needless to say, I didn't go back to sleep. I'm not even sure if I was able to fall asleep that night in my own home. To this day, I haven't had a sleep paralysis episode as intense as that one, and I've had a few happen between then and now. The strange part is that 99% of the time, they happened in that room at my grandparents' home. The less intense 1% happened in the comfort of my own home. I believe ghosts, demons, and malevolent spirits exist. There is no other possible logical explanation for how the handprint got on my wrist. But I'm certain a demon was in the room with me that morning, trying to prey on an innocent teen, and God protected me amidst it all. That was 14 years ago, and I'm still a goth, still rock out to my favorite bands. I'm even more fascinated with things people consider morbid, and still enjoy a good horror film and mystery novel. I'm completing my mortuary license. I get to drive a hearse and dye my hair cool colors. And yes, my mom and I are still very close, and she's very proud of the woman I have become. One thing is for certain, though. There is true evil out there, seen and unseen. Entities that masquerade as humans or spirits that linger, waiting for a perfect opportunity to attack or latch onto an unsuspecting host. Something comforting to remember is, as sure as evil exists, so does good. Stay safe and vigilant, everyone, and be careful what you get into. Some curiosities are better off unexplored. Something is going on here. My wife and I recently moved to a new area for more work and housing options to suit our family. This isn't the first that I've written about this either. To make a long story short, my family and I have all been experiencing what seems to be missing time. We've been living here for about a year now, and we have settled in nicely. Aside for the occasional just call them bizarre incidents, things are fine. This all started, I'll say, about 6 months ago. The first time it happened was when my wife and son went for a walk and swore they walked down the street, only to end up at the end that they started at. They had been out running errands and had been gone for an hour or two. But in my time frame, they walked out the door and 5 minutes later came in with arms full of groceries and a weird look on both of their faces. We chalked it up to none of us actually paying attention to the time and left it at that. Only one day, a couple of days later, I had something similar happen to me, and when I looked back at the road this time, it was missing a section. It was weird, to say the least, but again, I dismissed this as just being tired. Maybe a trick of the light? Looking back, I could not have been more naive. What was happening to us would turn out to be very real. Over the next couple months, the same scenario would play out in the midst of various errands or mundane day-to-day goings-on. For days at a time at first, it would be normal, only to leave in an anxious web of panic and dread as we seemed to sink into the cracks of a skipping record. Over and over, we would go about the same events, stuck in an endless loop, with no way of knowing what is happening or how to escape. As time went on, it became more frequent, and thus more and more difficult to judge the measure of time. At its best, it was a blip in time, a short skip over a fragment of instance along our path through our day-to-day existence. At its worst, a tirelessly, endlessly cycle of hellish continuity, leaving you exhausted and shaken by the time you end up getting out of it. This makes it all so much stranger. Whenever we escape these glitches, time trudges on ceaselessly, as if it had never faltered, and yet you feel like you ran a marathon. It is exceedingly difficult for me to try to explain accurately. Just the other week, I made my morning walk down the busy street and down to the bus terminal, where I would catch my bus for work, only to get to the end of the road and be on the other end of where I started again. Again and again, I went through the motions of this morning ritual in a rondo of absolutely terror and astonishment. It would be easy to dismiss walking by identical plumes of grass or a similar maple tree in a town of millions. But God only knows how many times I must have walked by the same Thai restaurant before it clicked for me again. My heart fell into my stomach as I realized I was again stuck in whatever this was. I still don't understand it. It doesn't happen every day, and I can't say that it's ever occurred to me more than once in a day, and never to this sort of scale. Never mind if this is possible. If this is the case, why? What is the function of time if I constantly have to endure such a loop? What is happening in order to cause this? In that moment, I could feel panic start to set in, as I again felt trapped in an inescapable prison of infinite space and time. I don't know why, but when I started to feel my instincts swell up to the surface, I just started running. It isn't like I was running out of time. I ran for my life as I was trying in vain to break a record, like a horse with blinders bouldering down the road, trying desperately to escape what spooked it. Around the bend and through the city blocks of established and once established small businesses, marked with thinned canopies of young native saplings and the many parkettes lining the dying borough through which I commute, I ran straight through to the bus station, as if nothing could impede me. Ahead of me, I could see the downtown core, buses turning off and on the turnout into the bus terminal. A low-flying jet plane passes above the hustle and bustle of the city ahead of me. I near the entrance of the bus terminal, quickly making my way towards the crossing between me and the glass door to the lobby. My heart is pounding in my chest to the point where I think it's going to burst. I can barely see, sweat dripping out of every pore of my body, carrying the salt from my brow into every corner of my eyes. As I vaulted up off the street and onto the crosswalk, I looked up and met the glance of a wiry old man staring up at me from the bench in the terminal on the other side of the glass. I looked down, and as my feet met the ground, I understepped and toppled face first and slid on my arms tucked into my chest, colliding into the brick of the bus terminal wall just next to the door. I felt a jolt and a sharp crack as my head hit the wall. Everything spun around me as the darkness in my head bruised with an aura of brilliant color. I felt heavy as I lurched over onto my side in a daze, and with my eyes still closed, I could tell that I was bleeding pretty badly. My head throbbed as the jagged shards of rock and broken glass bore into my arms from the weight of my body pressing down, warm blood mixing with the silt of my sweat and the dusty pavement. As I struggled to make sense of my surroundings, I threw an arm up and managed to grab hold of the ledge of the window above and pull myself up to lean against the brick. I opened my eyes, and in a blur, I made out the streets around me, the bright light of the sun cutting through the haze of my vision. As it all came into focus again, I realized the hustle and bustle was gone. There wasn't a soul around for miles, save for mine, at least out here. My stomach churned as I closed my eyes, and my head fell back to meet the cold wall behind me. With my eyes closed, everything began to spin again, and I was met with an overwhelming urge to sleep. As I tried to pull myself out of it, I heard the door behind me swing open, and a staggered shuffling with the distinct clatter of a walking stick. It must have been the old man that I saw. "That was some show," I heard the old man say as I lay in my daze. I willed myself to perk up and opened my eyes to meet the old man's face above me. Nobody. As I sat up, my stomach hit the roof of my mouth, and I keeled over to the side to vomit as my stomach retched. While I sit crouched over myself panting, the digital bell tone sounded on the hour as the midday sun met me from behind the tall buildings above me. The sun, I thought to myself. It's moving. As I slowly started to realize what this meant, a flock of pigeons swoops in cooing to land at the platform. The passive whispering of distant traffic slowly begins to re-enter my periphery. It's over. Addled and exhausted to my core, I made the wise choice to head back to my place and call in sick for the day. There was no way I was going to put in a day of work after that. Needless to say, I was also covered in blood and scrapes up and down my forearms, and likely had a head injury that needed medical attention. My wife at work, my kids at school and daycare. I went up to the hospital myself and ended up getting treated for a moderate concussion. I spent the rest of the week resting and trying to get over what happened to me over the course of that morning. Still, I never told a soul, not even my wife. But I know for a fact she knows. She has to. At this point, we both experience these things regularly, and there's no denying she's acutely aware of the severity of this particular time. Silence speaks countless words in this house. We don't have to say a word. I began working weekly at my local bar about 6 months ago. It's an old, cozy little pub. Think carpeted floor, that old pub scent, little Irish trinkets everywhere, and a few Guinness drinkers lining the bar every night. There is an older clientele in the bar. I get to control the music on my shift, and there is always a pleasant, friendly atmosphere. It also pays very well, and I enjoy the banter with the locals and the odd tourists who might wander in from a nearby hotel. Being such an old building, when you are closing up on your own at the end of a shift, a deep sense of unease tends to creep in. What was a fun place to be with music and lively chatter swiftly became full of shadows and creepiness. First, the lights are switched off in the beer garden and the customer bathrooms. No big deal. Then the lights in the lounge behind the main bar are to be switched off right before you leave the building. Last night, this is the part of the closing shift where it all started to go downhill. I lifted the used beer mats from the tables before wiping them down. I had already switched the music off, and the silence was unnatural to my ears, after 8 solid hours of 70s and 80s tunes being played at a decent volume. Gathering the beer mats and my cleaning supplies, I turned to head to the main bar. I flicked the light switch to off and on, and in the time it took for me to walk down the 2 steps, I heard someone behind me. Someone very clearly and very definitely cleared their throat. Immediately I was frozen. My legs refused to work. I knew the bar was completely empty and had been for the last 15 minutes or so. I also knew that I had checked the bathrooms, and it had been raining profusely all evening, so the beer garden didn't have a single patron all night, so there was zero chance of someone still lurking around after hours. I knew I had to turn to take a look, but I really felt as though my heart had fallen directly into my stomach. My skin felt as though it was crawling with nerves, and I just knew that whatever made that sound from behind me had bad intentions. Still, I put down the spray bottle of disinfectant and slowly turned to face the lounge. There, in the dark, in a chair, was a lady who absolutely had not been a customer of mine all evening. Even in the dark and in the shadows of the room, I could make out that she was extremely thin and gaunt in her advancing years. Her eyes seemed to glow at me with all I can describe as absolute hatred. I could sense the anger radiating from her, and it terrified me. I began to shake with fear, and the beer mats in my hand landed on the floor. I managed to squeak out a very shaky, "Hello?" In response, I got an irate-sounding moan and grunt. Not like the moans and groans from someone who had perhaps taken a little bit too much from the top shelf and wanted to be left to sleep it off in the corner of the bar. Rather, this was the sound of someone who couldn't speak, but wanted to convey their outrage. Hello, I'm sorry, but it's time to go home. Do you have a ride? Or I can call someone for you? This was a silly thing for me to say, but I didn't know else what to say. I began to doubt myself. Did I miss this person somewhere? Had she been passed out in the corner by chance and I never noticed? But deep down, I knew. I knew that this was Mrs. Taylor. Mrs. Taylor had been the pub landlady a long, long time ago. About 50 years ago. And she was a hard-line lady by all accounts. If she didn't like or trust you, she didn't want you anywhere near the place. She hated other women with a burning passion, and she wouldn't allow any females into the bar without a male chaperone. Me, a single 20-something-year-old who enjoyed the odd glass of wine and a shot of tequila, and was into hard rock music, most assuredly wouldn't have been allowed to set foot into this bar. There had been stories of the place being haunted and previous barmaids being scared out of their wits by ghostly movements, but I had always shrugged it off as nonsense. I took a step back when I got no response. The person I assumed to be Mrs. Taylor began to move. She placed a bony hand on the arm of the chair and rose up. In a surprisingly speedy and youthful way, she began towards me, letting out the most foul, high-pitched and intense scream I had ever heard, like the sound one would imagine the banshee gave out. I lost it. I turned on my heels and ran for the main door. I left my bag on the counter and ran for my life, completely forgetting about anything else. The only good thing is that the main door locks behind you, so there was no need to lock it up. I don't know why she appeared to me, and I don't know how I will face going back there for my shift in 3 days' time. How do I explain all this to the boss without sounding absolutely crazy? Wish me luck. This was a handful of years ago. I was a new mother and home with my firstborn child. He was a couple of weeks old, and it came time for me to get an oil change and a tire rotation for my car. Instead of sitting in the dealership waiting room for an hour plus, I figured this would be a good opportunity to walk around this arboretum that wasn't too far away. I have been to the arboretum a handful of times before, but this time I noticed a sign for Patriot's Path. This is a paved trail that extends 35 miles throughout the county. The trails are broken down into segments, as they are separated by roadways or neighborhoods. I would frequent other parts of the path and never felt uncomfortable. In fact, it was a nice way to feel connected to nature, while sometimes encountering other people exercising and doing the same. Without hesitation, I decided to walk the path to kill time. I was excited to explore this new-to-me trail. First, the path cut through the tall grasses. Then it curved and increasingly became more of a wooded area. This wasn't concerning to me, as all the other parts of the trail that I have walked on were exclusively in the woods. As I was pushing my newborn in a stroller and enjoying my time in nature, I came to a fork in the path. The other parts of the trail I have been on was always one path, no forks. The right path was on higher ground, so I headed that way. As I was going, the path was getting increasingly difficult for the stroller. Tree roots broke through the path, and it was a rough ride for my baby. I wasn't able to keep the pace I was going. Since I was going significantly slower, I looked on my map to see if it included the path and where it would bring us. On the map, the left side of the fork traveled along a waterway, so I decided to try that route. As I was turning around, I saw a man well-dressed, slowly strolling towards us. I got the stroller free from the tree roots and started towards him. He had his phone up to his face, as if he was on a phone call. But he wasn't talking. We got closer, I looked at him to give a friendly nod, as I usually do when passing other people. He just looked straight ahead, expressionless. When I was processing that interaction, my gut told me something was wrong. He was wearing an outfit that I could best describe as business casual. Most people on the trails are in exercise clothes. He wasn't talking at all on his phone that he was holding up to his ear. And the other hand, he was concealing it. He had it in a rigid position behind his back, as if he was carrying something that he didn't want me to see. I turned to walk the other path of the fork, and convinced myself I was just imagining things. After some more walking, I heard the sound of babbling water. According to my map app on my phone, I thought I should be able to see the waterway by now, and the path should open up to a parking lot. I felt like I should see the parking lot by now. When I tried opening the map again, my phone wasn't working. I was in the woods, alone with my baby, with no phone access, and I just had a strange interaction. It was time to turn around and head out of these woods. Much to my dismay, there was the man again. His face still expressionless. His phone still up to his ear. He was still not talking, and his other hand was still hiding behind his back. I felt my heart sink into my stomach, and my stomach jump into my throat. Why did he turn around on the first part of the path? Why didn't he turn at the fork? He was close enough to us for me to realize that he must have turned around soon after we did. He must have seen us turn down the other path at the fork. All the alarms in my body were ringing. Get out of here. When we needed to pass him, I started to jog. Hey, I'm wearing the appropriate outfit for a trail that most people used for exercise, right? Maybe my intention was to jog this whole time. I didn't stop jogging until I was out of the woods and into the tall grass. I turned to look behind me, and luckily, my son and I were alone again. I jogged some more, until there was a large distance between us and the trail. We waited in the dealership waiting room for the rest of the time they were working on my car. I did go back to the Arboretum after that, but I haven't ventured down that section of the trail ever again. Now, maybe this was just a regular businessman. Nothing happened between me and this man, and maybe nothing was going to happen. But personally, I would rather go for an unplanned jog than ignore my gut instinct and find out. I would like to start off by saying, I don't know what I have gone through. I still question myself what I have been through that night, until this day. My mind is still hazy and has a lot of unanswered questions, but I guess I will never figure that out, will I? I live in India. For more specifics, I live in West Bengal. I'm not going to share in which part of West Bengal I live because I don't want people hunting stuff down. This case was not very newsworthy anyway. None except the neighbors of the apartment complex know about this. In West Bengal, the coming of autumn is marked by a festival called Durga Puja. There are 10 days where we celebrate the coming of autumn, and it's the season where we worship the mother of all the idols in the Hindu religion, Durga, more famously in India known as Ma Durga. I remember me and my family being super excited, and we were to celebrate these 10 days with no studying, just enjoying ourselves thoroughly since it's the only time in a year where we can relax. On the 7th day of Durga Puja, my mother wasn't really satisfied with the enjoyment we had in our complex, so I proposed that we could go outside and watch the other pandals, which are clothed temples with bamboos made for the idol to be placed there for 10 days. We set out at 12 o'clock midnight. This was the time when people came out to see the pandals, since they could get really crowded with people in the evening. Plus, we didn't want to miss our complex functions. We set out in our car and went to different places, enjoying stuff. It was around 2 in the morning when we entered through the gate of our apartment. I would like to avoid the confusion that no such security guard remained under every tower after midnight. All of them are out of order except for 3 guards who would be sitting out, dozing off, not doing their job at the main entrance of the gate. We did have really good security, but after midnight, everything just gets loose. We entered the main gate to be shooed off by 2 guards sleepily. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I see a man, an elderly man, who was kind of scrawny. I had a bad hunch on seeing him, because his attire was something that would catch the eye of anybody. He wore a golden sherwani with white pants, but he had a cotton gamcha, or a very thin piece of bright red cloth with patterns which would be used by a lot of people in India to dry themselves off after a shower. He was wearing glasses and had a long white beard, which made him look even more suspicious. He was walking by the entrance of our car, and I noticed that he had his hands behind his back. I could also see that he was carrying something which was shining under the lamppost that he was walking through. This sent shivers down my spine as I told my mom jokingly, "Should I be concerned that this man has a pumpkin knife in the dead of night?" Since the knife I thought he had behind his back was a pumpkin knife, used specifically in vegetable shops. My mom paled all of a sudden at the thought, while my dad started laughing. My mom shushed him down and asked where I had seen the man. My dad parked the car in our parking lot as we got out of the car, and I saw the man again walking freely inside the complex through the roads which connected each apartment. Our apartment complex is huge, and we had certain roads which could lead to one tower or another. My mom caught sight of the man and started walking boldly behind him. We hid behind another car to run back to our apartment once the coast was clear. My mother suddenly backed off track and walked to our apartment. She met us at the ground floor of the apartment and she confirmed my suspicions. She didn't want to call the police because she thought this might go 2 ways and that we could be wrong. He might also just be a laborer in the near construction site, and he was just there looking at stuff. I had a bad feeling in my stomach, but since there was no security, we couldn't really convey our worries to anybody. While we were in the elevator to reach our floor, my mom told me that the man stood in the intersection on the road. After a few meters in the road, you come to the intersection. If you go left, there is the back gate where there are no security guards, and that gate is closed after 10 p.m. If you go right, there would be more roads which would lead you to more towers. The man stood there at the intersection, not knowing what to do, and my mom told us to hurry before he could look back. The most spine-chilling part was what we learned the next day, the 8th day of the festival, that one of the women in the tower had died. She was 40 years old. She was fine. She had no complications in her age. But then we found out that she was murdered in her bed, and the door lock was burnt to ashes. We were told no more details until one of her sons confirmed our worst fears. The weapon used to kill her was a pumpkin knife. I was about 8 years old when this happened, so that would make my brother 15. He was supposed to be babysitting me, but instead went over to his friend's house, who lived about a mile away. I was okay with this. About an hour after he's gone, the phone rings. I go into the kitchen to answer it. On the other line, a deep and raspy voice says, "Nolan, this is the devil, and I'm coming to get you." And then hangs up. I wasn't a complete idiot. My brother always tormented me, and he wasn't home. I put 2 and 2 together, and I knew that it was him, just being a jerk. About 30 seconds pass and the phone rings again. "Nolan, This is the devil. I see you. I said something like, yeah, Jack, I know it's you. Looking back at it now, what transpired feels like a real-life version of the opening of Scream. This was 1991, so well before that movie came out. Over the course of about 20 minutes, the same thing keeps happening. Nolan, this is the devil. I'm coming for you. And I would reply saying that I knew that it was my brother. The intensity picked up, and a tiny sliver of doubt began to creep over me that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't my brother. So I called Mike's house to yell at my brother. I got a hold of Jack and told him to stop it. He downplayed what I was saying and told me not to worry about it. Just a prank. Then he tells me to call him back if it happens again. It felt sincere. Now I'm getting a little worried, but was still pretty confident Jack was just being an a-hole. Sure enough, a minute or two later, this is the devil. I don't know why I kept answering the phone, but my mom was a busy realtor, and I was trained to always answer and take a message. She even had one of those mobile phones even prior to those thick gray brick ones. It was corded and built into her car. I say all this because we had 2 lines at home, this being a few years before the AOL boom, so it was pretty rare for other households to have a second line. I knew this because none of my other friends had a second line. Call waiting, sure, but not a second line. Again, the phone rings, and the devil starts saying his thing, and I just burst out. It's not even funny, Jack. Just stop. Just cut it. Then a beep on the line. Someone else was calling. I answer the other line, and my blood ran cold. It was my brother Jack, checking on me. Mike didn't have a second line. I suddenly became a blubbering mess. The next part is a blur. This was in Minnesota during the middle of a heavy blizzard. The next thing I know, I'm running down the street with no jacket on and snow in my boots because I was too panicked to lace them up. It's not easy running in the snow, but I didn't stop until I was about a block away from Mike's house. There I see my brother and Mike leaving the house looking a little confused to see me. Then an evil grin broke out on his face. As it turns out, Mike's family did have a second line. The whole thing was so stupid. I knew it was Jack the whole time, it had to be. But I assumed it was Jack doing the stupid voice, not his friend. So that second line calling in while I was talking to the devil suddenly threw my 8-year-old sensibilities into the blender. The whole thing went down into the lore of some of the top-tier torment that my brother inflicted on me growing up. Right up there with hanging me by my underwear from the windowsill, just high enough so the tips of my toes couldn't touch the floor. Or burrito wrapping me in the gym mat and duct taping it so I could not get out. Thanks, Jack. October 2022. I was in Jamaica for my best friend's wedding. We had stayed at a nice, all-inclusive resort. It was built like a kingdom, with small portions of a village to go to, restaurants, insane pools, clubs, shops, everything. But you could tell it was pretty old with renovations. I was single then, and stayed in my own room, though I didn't spend much time in there because we were out doing stuff. Well, when traveling, local food doesn't always agree with me, so one night I stayed in, just trying to find something on the TV to watch. When late at night, someone knocked on my door. I knew my friend might come to check on me at some point, so I figured that it was him, but I opened the door to no one there. The halls were big, and wide with marble floors, so you could see in both directions and would surely hear someone running away. Also, the resort had two sides to it, family and singles. I was on the farthest side of the singles side, so I don't think there was any little kids playing pranks. Honestly, I would say it's nearly impossible for someone to knock on the door and hide that quickly without hearing them sneak into another room or something. Oh well, I think. Later, I'm sitting in the bathroom on the toilet because again, the Jamaican cuisine didn't sit well with me, and they actually had a landline telephone on the wall at the toilet. How neat. Well, the phone starts ringing. I pick it up, stunned, and say hello. There was a kind of analog sputtering sound that had no rhythm to it, just clicking sporadically. So I hang up, and at this point, I'm really trying to pretend like both occurrences are just strange coincidences. I told myself if the front desk needed to call me, they would call back. But they didn't. It then occurred to me that I had only heard the phone ring from the bathroom and did not hear the phone by the bed ringing, which shouldn't be the case if anyone was to call this room. Having no way to process this logically, I try to put it out of my mind. I've experienced some strange things before, so I wasn't freaking out, but this was beginning to mess with my peace of mind a bit. Anyway, I ended up getting some not so great, sweaty sleep, and feeling better but not great the next morning. I decide to take a long shower with the lights off, something I found very relaxing, when all of a sudden, I hear another 3 knocks at the door. Only this sounded different. It sounded louder, closer. It sounded like it had come not from the front door of the hotel room, but the door to the bathroom. I sat in the darkness in the shower, naked, replaying the sounds of the knock in my head, trying to convince myself that I was wrong. But I wasn't. My brain immediately recognized it as the bathroom door, and I have to trust that. At that point, I knew this was not normal. This hotel room had another visitor. When I mustered the courage to get out of the shower and hurriedly turn on all the lights, I remembered something peculiar had happened earlier in that trip. So throughout the trip, I kept having problems with my key card. I had to have a new key card linked to my door twice, seemingly for no good reason. Once it was 2 a.m, and I was very drunk and sat outside my door for about 20 minutes, waiting for a maintenance guy to come help. He comes and links a new key to my door, and I ask him, "Why does this keep happening?" And he responded, "This is an old resort. Some strange things happen here sometimes." He said this with a bit of a smirk on his face. I'm starting to think that the Olympic National Forest isn't the best place for me to get my outdoor fix. For some context, I'm not a big guy. I am average height with a lanky build. Maybe that has something to do with this part, or maybe it's something else that has ingrained that habit into me. But if I'm in the woods, dead or alive, you won't catch me without a sidearm. Several years ago, a friend of mine admitted what her parents called camping was equivalent to going to a hotel. Coming from a long line of outdoorsmen, I jumped at the opportunity to get someone out in nature properly. We started off slow, pitched tents in the backyard, then moved onto a glamping-style campground, then to a less fancy area, and eventually into the bona fide, untamed wilderness. All was well. I headed up early and cleared the spot, a flat area on top of a mountain. I got the dog situated, started a campfire, and did my best to make the space as welcoming as I could, in hopes to comfort my friend's nerves. My wife, my friend, and my friend's husband drove up, and we all remarked about the view and the location. All went well that first night. Some deer and a couple of early morning dirt bikers came through, but nothing off-putting. It was in the peak of summer, and while this spot was beautiful, it lacked a nearby water source. Their 2 dogs, ours and all the humans, piled into my truck as we went in search of a creek. This might be a good time to explain how I find camping and fishing spots. Since I prefer to be far away from people, I hop on Google Maps and pick a general area. I zoom in and follow logging roads around to see if I can get where I want to go, plunk down in a location pin to get the coordinates, and boom, off we go. Finding this creek was no different. One of the downsides of that method for finding locations is the satellite images may not be good representation of how that area presently looks though. Sure enough, the path to the creek was not ideal. Instead of everyone getting out to see if there was a viable spot, I volunteered to go see if the path was worthwhile for us, especially with 4 excited dogs to unload and walk down there for. After some ways down, it was apparent that too many trees had fallen and blocked the path for this to be an easy trek for someone already being pushed to their limit with the outdoors. I head back, enjoying the clean air and welcomed breeze on the hot day. I round the bend, grass nearly 6 feet tall to both sides of me, but a few feet wide of a decent path up to the road where we parked, just up the hill. I don't remember what I was thinking about in that moment, but what I will never forget is that sound. A sound that shook me to my core. You ever hear a sound bite of a mountain lion for a movie or a show? Well, I'll be damned if what I heard less than 10 yards from me didn't sound exactly like that. There was no mistaking it. It was only me out there while the rest were inside the truck. That cougar sounded off because of me. I was being warned, and neither of us were happy about it. Immediately I spun a 180 to face what I didn't want to see, only to see nothing. You know, I think that was worse than if I had seen it on the path. When I spun around, like some old Western cowboy moves, I reached for my holster, unclipped it, and had the weapon pulled out by the time I was done with my terrified ballerina moves. It was somewhere in that tall grass, and while I couldn't see it, I have no doubt that it could certainly see me. Lovely. I walk backwards up the hill, praying I didn't trip over a rock or something and fall, just so this big cat can show me its vocals weren't the only thing that would be piercing my heart that day, all the way up to the road. I'm sure that was quite the sight for the group, seeing me emerge onto the road, walking backwards with a weapon in my hand. Come to find out, I had been gone for long enough. They even discussed how would I communicate with them if I got into trouble. Instead of having a laugh about it, I opened the truck door, got in, shut the door, and then holstered my 9mm when typically I would have done so before opening the door. I don't remember who asked, but someone asked what happened or something to that effect. All I remember saying was, "We aren't going down there," before turning the truck around and driving off. I wish I could tell you that is where the story ends, but unfortunately, it's not. We head back to camp. It's about a 7-mile drive, and it's about 3 miles as the crow flies from that creek, up and down a few mountainsides and windy roads. We move on from the experience after one word answers any question they had. Cougar. We make dinner and forget about it for the most part. I try to, but fail. Night arrives and we are hanging out by the campfire. I'm doing my best to not draw attention to the fact that I'm incessantly scanning our surroundings. After a while, I think I'm just paranoid. Sure, it wasn't happy with me, but I'm not prey, right? And we are a handful of loud folks with a roaring fire and 4 decent-sized dogs. It's all in my head, I thought. The gait of an animal, the way they walk. It's easy to confuse some animals for others, but big cats? Nothing moves like a big cat. And sure as hell, why do I see crossing the only road to go to, and from our camp about 100 yards away, lit up only by the moonlight, and the confirmation to my fears? That wasn't a bear, not a coyote. Nothing slinks through the night like that except for one thing. My dear old friend, the mountain lion. I had officially been slapped with the reminder that humans aren't at the top of the food chain out here. The realization that the saying, "They are more afraid of you than you are of them," is something only said by someone who hasn't been stalked for several miles and several hours later, after driving a vehicle and leaving virtually no trail behind. The reminder that I was the outsider, and I was the one trespassing. We slept in our vehicles that night. While I'll eventually make my way out to the woods again, I think it's safe to say my friend decided the wilderness maybe was a little too wild sometimes. For anyone, no matter your experience level, that is planning to head into nature soon, enjoy the peace it brings. But never forget, out there, you are nothing more than a visitor in someone else's home. I have a close friend who used to work as a pool man, and he recently told me this truly terrifying tale. He used to do a lot of pools for clients in a place where most of the homes were used as vacation homes. So most of his clients were, of course, not at home at the time that he did their pool service. So sometimes on particularly hot days, he and his assistant would take a short swim before they treated the pool with all of the chemicals that they had to use. As you probably know, pools are typically treated, or shocked, quote-unquote, with chlorine, and sometimes the chlorine levels may mean that you can't swim in the pool for a day or two after the shock treatment. And this day seemed really hot, especially after the thought of having to work outside, the pool in the heat of the midday sun, whilst seeing the tempting and cool water the whole time. My friend happened to know this particular client quite well, and since said client was out of town at the time, my friend knew that it would be okay if he invited his wife and mother over to swim and have lunch. Since both his wife and his mother lived only a short distance away, they both happily agreed, and soon the family was together enjoying a large sub-sandwich with some chips and potato salad together. I guess the old rule about not swimming so soon after you eat is now considered sort of an old wives' tale, because after everyone finished their lunch, my friend took the liberty of being the first one into the soothing, cool water on that uncomfortable and hot day. Not being one to just dive right into the deep end, though, my friend started out in the shallow end and enjoyed the immediate cool down. His assistant, his wife, and his mother were still at the poolside picnic table, cleaning up the leftovers and garbage from their lunch. My friend says that he remembers feeling a very, very slight tingle in his hands and arms, but he wasn't alarmed by it. He was too busy just enjoying the cool water on his hot skin. After a few minutes of relaxing in the shallow end of the large built-in pool, my friend started swimming towards the deep end so that he could totally plunge himself into the water. But just as he was reaching the deeper waters, he started to really notice the tingling sensation getting more intense, and he was now experiencing it in his arms and his legs. He was forced to stop paddling into the deep end, as all of his strength seemed to leave his muscles at once. But it was too late. The tingling sensation was now so bad that he could hardly move at all. As he drifted helplessly into the deep end, he felt a terrifying chill as he realized that he was now unable to touch the bottom of the pool, unable to move an inch. It seemed as though his muscles were all giving out on him at once, and it started to dawn on him that he felt like he was being electrocuted. As my friend began to sink underwater, He tried desperately to break the water's surface for a short breath, and he caught brief glimpses of life just continuing on before him. His mother, his wife, and his assistant were all oblivious to his plight. The situation got even more terrifying when my friend's wife and mother finally noticed that he appeared to be drowning, and they all ran over to the pool, ready to jump in and help. With a burst of strength, my friend managed to choke out, "Don't! I'm being electrocuted," in an attempt to stop them from jumping into the deadly water or touching him to try and rescue him, and then getting shocked themselves. There was nothing left for his wife, his mother, or his assistant to do except watch in shock and horror as they realized that they really had no idea how to save him. My friend says that right about then, he started to feel totally drained. Then he started to feel himself giving up. A peaceful feeling began to settle over him as he started to sink. He gazed up at the bright, lively sun shining down on him through the silvery, rippling water, and he felt more at peace in that moment than he ever had before. As a lifetime seemed to pass, my friend sank lower and lower towards the pool's cement bottom. But finally, just as he had almost completely given up on surviving his mysterious and terrifying ordeal, his feet finally made contact with the bottom. That caused him to ground out or something, he said, and that right there, it gave him the life-saving jolt of electricity that he needed to survive. As he shot off the bottom of the pool, he used that last bit of strength in order to save his own life. Fortunately for him, he had somehow drifted closer to the edge of the pool, and that allowed him to get a grip on the side and pull himself up and out as he shot out of the water, as he put it, in an instant. As he lay there on the pool's edge, catching his breath, he didn't even care about the heat of the cement touching his skin. In fact, he was just grateful to be out of the water. It wasn't until a little while later, after my friend's client got home from out of town, that he finally got to find out what actually happened to him that fateful day. As it turned out, his client had just had a new pool light installed a few feet under the water on the far side of the pool in the deep end, earlier that very same day. Obviously, the light was somehow wired and installed wrong, therefore literally electrocuting my friend as he simply tried to enjoy an afternoon dip on a hot day in the cool pool. He is extremely thankful that he was the first and only one to jump into the pool that day. It just goes to show, at least in my eyes, that danger can often lurk in unexpected places, allowing others around you to be completely and totally oblivious to your dangerous situation. Not only that, but it also alarms me just how quickly anyone's life can change, or even end, at any given moment. Growing up, my cousin and I spent a lot of time together. We were the type that would get in trouble for laughing and giggling well after the midnight hour. We often stayed at our grandparents' house, out in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina. At the very end of the dirt road that their house was off, there was a very old, dilapidated house with a haunting history. According to our pawpaw, via the previous landowner, the house was the property of a woman left after the remaining members of her family had long passed. She dabbled in things occult-related and was said to have practiced black magic, curses on people, and using the gift she was said to have for negativity. She kept to herself and was ridiculed, unwelcome at the time with the small town that inhabited the area. After a very negative encounter with someone in a local shop, she was said to have gone home, created a new curse, and then took her life to finalize the hex on the home and the land. Any future inhabitants of her home would experience paranormal, and some even said demonic, activity. One night, as we were having a sleepover, my cousin, who we will call T, and I decided that it would be a good night to visit the haunted house at the end of the dirt road. We waited until our grandparents fell asleep, which all we had to listen for was the loud and obnoxious snoring of Pawpaw. Once we heard the infamous snoring, we knew we were home free. So, dressed in all black clothing, we snuck foot first out of the bedroom window. It was approximately 1:45 a.m. On the way to the house, we joked and played around with one another, our conversations based on the fact that we were finally going to see the house, after years of talking about going, sneaking out and trying to hunt a ghost. We were beyond excited, so to speak. When we arrived at the house, flashlights lighting up the front exterior, we spotted the way in. Luckily, it was the front door. This door was hanging loosely on its last hinge, a joke of a door, to be honest. T and I pulled at the door, and it came off its last hinge completely. Together we laid on what was left of the front porch and shined our lights into the room. This room was missing part of the floor that over time had sunken into the earth, and plants had begun inhabiting the room. We entered anyway. Touring the home, we began to discuss what we imagined it looked like in the past. The area we supposed was the kitchen we lined in our imaginative conversation with wooden cabinets and a gas stove. Around the corner of what was at one time the kitchen, I spotted a very narrow and steep staircase leading up. Neither of us had ever seen such a staircase before. I shone my light on it and called T to come look at what I had discovered. Brave as we were then, we decided that it was a good decision to climb up and see what we found. As we climbed the stairs, we both froze in place as we heard what sounded like a woman scream, as loud as she possibly could. Standing there, eyes wide, skin crawling, and hearts pounding, we both pointed our lights in the direction of the scream, but the light landed on just a wall. We then laughed that awkward laugh, the one that says we heard that, but it was something explainable, and with just our eyes deciding that we would keep climbing. As we reached the top of the stairs, we entered a room. This room looked as though it were not attached to the same run-down, ruined house that we entered. There were papers scattered upon the floor, symbols painted on the wall. Neither of us understood, but today, just the symbols on the wall would have caused me to tuck tail and run. They were symbols of conjuring, symbols that called upon dangerous entities. Back then, we saw them as bad artwork and just laughed. At this time, I would have cleansed myself upon leaving. T stepped forward as I warned her that based on the dilapidation of the rest of the home, to be weary of where she stepped. As she crossed safely, I followed behind, and as I did, the floor began creaking and almost screaming under my feet. I took 6 steps toward T when the area of the floor I was standing on collapsed, and down we both fell, the flooring landing on us both. T was able to wiggle her way out, but I was stuck. There was no way I was pulling myself out from under the flooring, as most of it landed upon me. And to make the situation worse, a huge piece of the floor blocked the only safe way in and out of the house. As T struggled to move the flooring off me, causing bursts of pain from my knee, I analyzed our situation, trying to come up with an escape plan. Neither of us had phones. Only one of us now had a flashlight, and we were not supposed to be there at all. This night took a terrifying turn quickly. In the back of our minds, we never forgot the scream. I locked eyes on a small window just big enough for T to get out of. I pointed this out and handed her my flashlight as she turned and made her way out the window, pulled herself up and put her feet out. Slipping outside, she left me in the complete empty, full of possibilities and darkness. My scanning of the room in panic was interrupted by T yelling out in pain. I called out to her asking what happened, and she informed me that under the window, what was referred to as sticky briar bushes. So she slid out the window, dropped about 5 feet directly into thorns. I could hear her call out in pain as she struggled to rip herself out of the bushes and into freedom. Continuously scanning the room, allowing every shadow darker than the next to cause my heart to accelerate, I spotted something. Something that was not in place. A silhouette of a woman crouched in the corner, staring at me. Beyond terror at this point, I called out to T, asking where she was. As I watched the silhouette stand up and take one step towards me, I screamed. T replied with a scream of her own as she inched her way out of the briars. "I'm out," she yelled at me, but I was shocked, frozen, words unable to come out. I swear my mouth moved. Hurry. But nothing came out as the silhouette moved closer and closer. I shut my eyes tight and started trying to pry myself free, each tug and pull causing a searing, ripping pain through my thigh. But I wanted away from the shadow in the corner. The shadow that wanted me. I could feel all throughout me that I was in harm's way. I could feel the negativity of this silhouette emitted. Finally able to produce my voice, I screamed in a panic for T to hurry up, to come back, to save me. I opened my eyes, and the silhouette was no longer a dark shadow form. She had features, transparent, but I could make out the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the long black hair. She was so close, I could smell the death on her. Closing my eyes again, I started crying. I was so terrified. I questioned everything that I had ever believed. The shock to my system in that moment had caused every limb in my body to run ice cold, and my fight or flight kicked in as I began to fight. I pulled and tugged through the pain as I released my leg from under the flooring. T's flashlight hit me, and I opened my eyes finally as the woman shifted back into nothing but shadows. T was standing there, staring into the empty space that the woman stood in, her eyes never leaving the wall. She saw her too, the last of her. I watched her the entire time I was there. To this day, I have never spoke with T about the woman, because what is there to say? Did you see her too? That doesn't do that moment any justice. I know she saw her, and I know she was as petrified with fear as I was. We made it back to our window and back onto the air mattress bed right before our grandparents woke for church. Lying, our faces covered, pretending to have been asleep the entire time, we denied joining them for church, stating that T had a bad headache, and I was going to stay and take care of her. Once they left and we were sure that they would not turn around for something forgotten, we threw the blankets down and assessed our injuries. T was covered in thorn prickles, and I had 3 gashes and what looked like claw marks on the inside of my thigh, blood seeping through the rips in my jeans. We patched each other up, and though we knew the gashes in my leg most likely needed stitches, we did the patching ourselves and never told a soul. I still wear scars on my right thigh, to the side above the kneecap. A permanent memory seared into the eyes of the shadow woman in my mind, forever. I still dream of her, and when I do, she's asking me to return to the house. Or she's fading into view, her features becoming prominent from the shadows. Even in my dreams, I feel the evil that she eludes. I feel the terror, and I'll wake up sweating. My sleep paralysis moments always involve her. Have I carried her all this time? Rewind back to around 2010. I was about 9 or 10 years old, and it was a lovely summer's evening in the Midwest. My buddy, who I'll call Chase for this story, invited me and 2 of my other friends in the neighborhood over for a sleepover. Like I said, we were at an age where close adult supervision was starting to slip, and Chase's house was a great spot for unsupervised shenanigans. Chase was adopted by a relatively older couple. I remember his parents being in their late 50s, while most of the rest of ours were in their late 30s, early 40s. His father was paralyzed from the legs down while serving in the Gulf War and required caretakers, and his mom was some kind of business executive who wasn't in town too much. In addition to this, Chase's only sibling was much older, and we had already moved out for college by this time. So whenever we were hanging out there was almost never any eyes on us. We never did anything bad, but typical stupid stuff you would imagine kids at the time would do. Shooting airsoft guns, putting all kinds of crazy seasonings in an instant ramen, staying up late playing M-rated games that none of us had yet. That kind of stuff. Chase's house was also by far the biggest house in the neighborhood too, sitting on top of a hill with a gate, a big long driveway, and a huge yard that surrounded the perimeter of the house that backed into a wooded area which eventually led into a state forest. This one particular night, Chase has the idea that we should set up a tent in the woods and camp out for the night. While I don't think any of us were jumping out of our skin to do this, we all complied on the condition that we stayed at the edge of the woods so we could use the bathroom and get snacks easily from the house. We set the tent up, laid out our sleeping bags, grabbed as much junk food as physically possible, and hung out in the tent for the night. We goof around for a few hours even after the sun sets until the sugar high dies off and the unhealthy food settles in. We one by one start to fall asleep. I was usually the first one to crash at sleepovers, and tonight was no different. However, this sleep was not for long. I get woken up by someone shaking me out of the pitch black. As my eyes adjust, the concerned face of my friend comes into focus. Before I can chew him out for waking me up, he says, "Do you hear that?" I sat up and carefully until I hear the noise he's talking about, noticing another one of my friends was awake too. It was a whistle. Somebody out in the woods was whistling. Each whistle was drawn out and breathy, followed by another equally drawn-out note. Even writing about this now still gives me goosebumps. From the sounds of it, it wasn't that close, but not that far either. I'm sure my expression turned to that of horror as my other friend woke the last friend up. We all sit in silence and listened for a minute to try and determine the direction of the whistling. It could have been coming from the house. Maybe one of Chase's dad's caretakers decided to stay the night, which didn't usually happen. But it didn't take long for us to realize that the whistling was coming from the woods. And not only was it coming from there, it was getting closer to us. With that, we were out of there. It probably took us 15 seconds to get our shoes on and sprint to the front porch. We left everything in there. Our snacks, pillows, sleeping bags, DS's, and we did not dare to go back. Under the light of his heavily illuminated driveway, which was basically a mini parking lot, we all gained a newfound confidence. At this time, we managed to convince ourselves that we weren't scared, so we got our airsoft guns from the garage and started taking trash and shooting into the woods, basically trying to intimidate or shoot whoever was out there. As we were yelling like a bunch of idiots, we weren't able to hear anything. But at some point, when we cooled down, we listened intently, and still heard nothing. Knowing that, we were satisfied and we went to sleep on the floor of his living room after playing a little bit of Xbox. While that experience was creepy, what was really terrifying is what happened the next morning. We all woke up and started talking about how creepy everything that happened last night was, and under the light of day, made the walk down to the tent. As we got closer, we noticed something looked off about the tent. It had been completely trashed. The rain tarp had been mostly pulled off, and it looked like one corner of the tent had caved in, like someone broke one of the poles. Yeah, we had left in a hurry, but it felt hard to believe 4 10-year-olds could do this much damage. Making our way over to the front of the tent, my face dropped when we saw the true extent of the carnage. Everything inside was trashed. Our snacks had been dumped out and seemingly stomped on. Several of the sleeping bags and pillows had been thrown into the woods. Chase's DS had been snapped in half, and worst of all, one of the sides of the tent had slits all along the side of it, as if some psycho had a stabbing frenzy when he realized there was nobody in there. All of us said shockingly little about it, despite all of the bravado we had been boasting about how we scared off whoever was in the woods the previous night and earlier that morning. The 4 of us packed up the tent. We got back on our bikes and headed home. Nobody mentioned it to their parents, partly out of fear of trouble and partly to delegitimize what had just happened. Chase's family probably never would have used the tent again anyways, and I'm sure he had to convince his parents to buy him a new DS, as he said he lost his. After this sleepover, we all kind of naturally separated as friends. It was at the end of summer of 5th grade, and Chase ended up going to a private middle school, while the rest of us went to a public school, which we were then separated into different cliques there. I never thought about the incident again until I ran into one of the other friends there recently when I went back in my hometown visiting family. After catching up, we exchanged numbers, and recently, after seeing a Reddit thread about submitting your own scary stories, all of these memories came rushing back. I texted him asking if he remembers that night, and he calls me right after and basically lays out every single detail, exactly as I remembered it. Immediately after, I spent the last half hour writing all this down in my phone. If there's any takeaway from this, it's you should always stick to that instant gut instinct you get when something seems off. Because if it seems like it, it probably is. I grew up in a small New England town drenched with history and their old world charm. Among the host of historical places, there stood one, the old mill house, which was really more unsettling than the rest, being a relic from times past. It was abandoned and crumbling. It was a mill in the late 1800s, and the townsfolk used to tell how haunted it was. Of course, most people dismissed this as a rumor. Well, to a teenager, the call to explore abandoned places was exciting. An old mill house had made it onto the top of our list. That rather crisp October night finally came, when we thought it was time to find out what really had become of those rumors. Armed with flashlights and our heads full of adventure, we set out to get into the decaying building. The night was pitch black, moonless. It seemed like the backcloth for that perfect ghost story. The status of the old mill house seemed to grow in stature the closer that we got to it against the dark sky. The trees nearby whispered symphonies to us with their rustling leaves as the wind stirred through, beckoning us closer. My friends Jake and Emily were as excited as me, though in their eyes I could feel a little envious nerve. We entered the old house from the front door. The floorboards creaked under our feet. The atmosphere was heavy, like soup, full of dust and mildew. The flashlights probed very long shadows on the walls, lightening up the peeling wallpaper and the broken panes of glass on the windows. I couldn't help feeling that there was a oppressed atmosphere around us, as if the house itself was alive and knew of our presence. We wandered into the rooms and gathered pieces of the past, old furniture covered in cobwebs, papers lying on the floor, and rusty tools the workers at the mill had left behind. It was unsettling to reach deeper into the mill as we were being watched. Yet nevertheless, nobody was in sight. We came to the basement area of the mill, where the old machinery used to be. The air became much colder, and I felt a chill down my spine that I couldn't describe. Jake, ever the skeptic, laughed nervously. "This place is creepy, but I really don't see ghosts," he said, as if he were trying to lighten the mood. Emily was visibly shaken, though. "I don't like this, guys. Let's just go." Ignoring her plea, we pressed on, curiosity getting the better of us. At the very end of this basement, an old wooden door showed itself to us, ajar. Pushing it open, we found ourselves in a rather small and darkened room. In the middle sat a large stone, round in shape, etched with strange symbols. It looked to be some kind of ritualistic altar. A sudden, overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. My flashlight flickered and then went out. I heard Emily gasp in the sudden darkness. "Did you feel that?" she whispered. I nodded, even though I really wasn't sure what that was. The next thing that happened was that the temperature dropped again, and we could see our breath misting in the cold air. A faint, ethereal light began to emanate from the stone, illuminating the room with an otherworldly glow. We stood frozen, unable to move or speak. Then suddenly, there was an increase in illumination, and a figure began to take shape above the stone. It was a woman, her form translucent, clad in a tattered, old-fashioned dress. Her face was gaunt and pale, her eyes sunken and consumed by sorrow. She reached out towards us. Her hand passed through the air like mist. "Help me," she whispered, the words echoing in that tiny room. Jake had turned white, and he recoiled to stumble over a loose floorboard. Emily clutched my arm tight, her eyes wide with fear. The ghostly figure stretched out a hand, her eyes pleading, desperate. "Help me find my child," she said again, this time hardly above a whisper. We finally snapped out of our trance and bolted for the stairs, scrambling to get out of the basement. Outside, we didn't stop running until well out of breath. Behind us stood the old mill house, staring back at us in dark windows that resembled empty eyes. We were shaken and perplexed by the encounter. We never spoke about it to anyone, fearing that no one would believe us. That was an experience as real gets, and the one that would haunt us for many years to come. It was later that we learned about Maggie, a lady who once owned that mill and who, on a fateful night, mysteriously lost her only child. Margaret herself spent her entire life searching for her missing child, and she died, eventually from heartbreak. We had disturbed the restless spirit, forever confined to the old mill house. in search of the child she never found. To this day, I cannot drive past that old building without a chill running down my spine to remind me of the night we came face to face with the supernatural. That haunted mill property is something that I will never be able to forget. It's an experience that will be forever etched into my memory. In order to understand my motivations, here is some context. I am a 35-year-old woman who lives alone in a house with my cat. I am also exceedingly neurotic and tend to think overly philosophically about everything. I am neurodivergent in several ways, but what's most important to this story is that I have extreme ADHD, a very high IQ, insomnia, and a chronic anxiety disorder. Given that I have always been like this, I tend to find ways to focus and use these disorders to my advantage, rather than letting them control me. When I am rewatching my favorite movies or TV shows to catch things I missed, I used to try and get them written down on my iPhone Notes app. As you might be able to guess, a lot of the times I have a good idea, it's floated away before I can start typing. Ergo, I have taken to recording audio notes for myself to try and catch more of my particularly interesting streams of consciousness. Some of these are really funny because it sometimes catches the moments an idea floats away momentarily, followed by a subsequent frustration. Some of these are too obvious to be saved as a new idea, and some aren't a fully formed idea yet. But hearing my voice say them keeps it in my brain much easier to come back to. As a result, when I can't sleep, I will be enjoying my scotch and watching one of my nerdiest favorites. When I record notes, I immediately listen to it to decide if it was good enough to come back to in the morning to reevaluate. A few months ago, I was rewatching the Hunger Games movies, and this stream of consciousness related to a sliding scale of apathy that defines the differences between characters. It's essentially two Gaussian curves, one for the capital and one for the districts. Outliers are obvious to those who know the story. Effie has an increasing empathy in her character arc, while the most empathetic character, Katniss, has to gain a level of apathy to succeed. I took an audio note just after midnight when I know I was babbling on for at least a minute about a spectrum of apathy. So, I immediately listened to the note, home alone, with no lights on, and several glasses of scotch deep. On this one, something ridiculously strange got picked up. It caught my voice and my words for about 11 seconds before my voice vanished into essentially a void of sound. Even stranger, the rest of the video was filled with bizarre EVP kinds of sounds, especially with the same thing everyone has heard. Sounds like growling. Demonic growling. This happens the rest of the video, and not a single word or sound I am making comes back. Upon my first listen at those 11 seconds in, my heart briefly stopped. My blood ran cold. I got chills all over my body that I just felt again writing this, and I lost the ability to breathe. I know this is long, but I'm trying to put yourself in my shoes at that moment. I already know that the paranormal realm is real, but I have a ridiculously high scare tolerance because my favorite pastime is marathons of scary movies, alone, in the dark, in the wee hours of the morning. I don't get scared much, but this shook me to my core. I saved that audio note along with the next one, where you can hear my voice uncharacteristically freaking out, and I say something to the effect of, "Next thought. If it picks up my voice this time instead of the ghost that might be living in my house with me." What the hell was that? followed by my mindless babble that clearly stopped the arc of epic thoughts in their tracks. It is almost certainly an audio glitch, but if you could hear my video, it scares the crap out of everyone. I can tell you it's unlike anything I have ever heard, and my sound editing savvy friends haven't quite made sense of it. So an audio glitch that happened for no discernible reason for the first time and has never happened again. An audio glitch is likely, but why did it happen? If you're wondering, no, I am not scared and not moving out of my beloved house. Everyone thinks I am insane, but I have knowingly fallen asleep 6 feet from a paranormal entity in a haunted hotel suite, along with spending 2 nights alone in famously haunted graveyards during my earlier search for my first paranormal experience. Also, I obviously listen to Being Scared and a few other channels to fall asleep every night. By my logic, if an entity has lived with me for years without any other experiences, it's almost certainly harmless. Plus, I actually would be one of those people to knowingly purchase a haunted house because the creepy is my comfort zone. If there's a way to share the audio, let me know. Now, if anything else happens, my blasé attitude might change. Sleep well, everybody. Don't let the bed bugs or the demons bite. This story takes place several years ago. I'm now a 20-year-old female, but at the time I must have been around 16. That being said, the dialogue may not be completely accurate, but I will recall the conversation the best I can. My mom and I were at Walmart getting groceries, and while we were standing in line to check out, my mom noticed the guy behind us only had like 2 items in his hands, and we had way more, so she asked if he wanted to go ahead of us. When I turned to look at the guy my mom was talking to, I know this sounds cliche, but I immediately got a terrible feeling about him. It wasn't really anything about his physical appearance that scared me. It was just his eyes. He was just a middle-aged white guy, wearing a hoodie and a beanie. I didn't even want to make eye contact with him, because something about the look in his eyes scared me. So I just turned back around. The guy replied to my mom, "No thanks, I'm not impatient about anything. I just got out of prison after 27 years. My heart dropped as he said this, but then he added, "For a crime I didn't commit." That last statement helped slightly with my racing heart, but I still just knew something was off about this man, and I considered that he could have been lying. My mom just said something like, "Wow, that's a long time." And he responded, "Yep. Have you heard about the Donald Whalen case?" My mom said she hadn't, and the guy said something like, "That's kind of surprising, because it's pretty well known in central Illinois." He then went on to tell us that his name is Donald Whalen, and his father had been murdered almost 30 years ago, and he had been charged with it, which is why he was in prison for 27 years. He seemed almost proud of it, which also threw me off. My mom continued talking to him about it, but I still didn't engage with him. I was thankful I was still a teenager and he was an adult, because it made me feel like I wasn't obligated to talk to him, so I just let my mom handle it. My mom is a very friendly person who likes to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. She talked to him longer than I would have. He said something like, "Yeah, if you look up Donald Whalen, Bloomington, Illinois, you can learn more about it. There's a video on YouTube of them releasing me from prison." My mom continued talking to him about how crazy it is that he was incarcerated unjustly for so long, until it was our turn to check out, and we left the store after that. As soon as we got to the car, we Googled his name, and found out it was really recent that he was released from prison. Apparently, from my understanding, he was granted a new trial, and was released on bond after there was new DNA discovered on the pool cue that was found near his father's body. The murder took place in downtown Bloomington, Illinois in 1991, in a bar that was owned by William Whalen, Donald's father. In the car, I asked my mom if she really believed he was innocent, and she said yes. I didn't argue much about it with her. I just said, "Something's really off about him, though. I feel like he's definitely done something evil, whether it was murdering his father or not." My mom said something about how some people who have been in prison for a long time may just give off bad energy, just from being in that environment for so long. I said, yeah, that's true, but I still know in my gut that it was more than that with this guy. By the way, for anyone listening to this who may want to look up more information about this case, his name is spelled like the animal whale, but with the letter N after it. I kept researching more about it, and I also asked my dad if he knew anything about it. It turns out that sometime after the murder, probably years later, my dad had worked in the same bar that the murder took place. My dad said that from what he heard from coworkers and others who frequented the bar back when, Donald Whalen had been a drug addict, and he had murdered his father to rob him at the bar he owned. My dad was fully convinced that this was true, so that further convinced me that my suspicions were justified. I continued looking into the case in the following months, and I found out that he was sent back to prison to complete his 30-year sentence, along with an additional 3 years. During his few months that he was out of prison, he had violated the terms of traveling to places outside of where he was supposed to be while out on bond. But the other charge he received was a domestic battery charge, and he had unlawfully restrained a woman. About a year ago, I went back to the YouTube video of him being released from prison and read the comments. Multiple people in the comments were saying that they had met this guy in various public places, just like my mom and I had. Apparently, he was all too eager to talk about his father's murder and his time in prison. That seems like a weird thing to brag about and bring up to everyone you just met, but I digress. As far as I know, he is still in prison. Even though it's still not clear whether he was the one who murdered his father, it is good to know that my original suspicion that something was off about him was correct. Those charges he accrued in just a few months of being out of prison proved he's someone who probably deserves to stay there. For all I know, we could have met him the same day that he restrained that woman. Always trust your intuition. I'm currently a student living in southwestern Ontario in a small rural municipality by the name of Norfolk County. I live out in the country with my family on my father's property near the town of Waterford, Ontario. Aside from the stereotypical rural pastimes, the farm chores, the school drama with what basically surmounts to knowing the entire generation of kids your age in the area, and trying to keep yourself both sane and able to graduate and get out of the area as fast as possible, there isn't really much to do. We keep animals, chickens, goats, a couple horses, even some peacocks. But aside from that, I basically just mind my studies and spend my time scanning through my phone and listening to podcasts. I love creepypastas, and I've been an active listener since I found this channel a few years ago. A while back, I came across something that I could not believe. Not because I didn't think it was possible, but because the same thing happened to me. And as I listened, I was floored when I found out that it happened in my hometown, probably to someone I know, but they didn't give any inkling as to who they might be. It took me a while to work up the courage to sit down and write this all out. But after I showed this to my other friends who witnessed this thing, they pushed hard for me to do so. And so here I am. One evening, my friends Emma, Sarah, and I decided to take a break from our schoolwork and go for a drive. We're kind of goody-goodies, no troublemakers, although my parents wouldn't believe that if they heard me say it. Just some girls who enjoy the simple things and try to stay out of the shenanigans everybody else our age seems to get involved in. That night, we drove through the Norfolk County countryside, the harvest moon casting an eerie, red glow over the fields of corn and the trees that lined the road. It was the perfect night for a drive, and the autumn air was crisp and refreshing. We were chatting and laughing, our conversations consisting of the usual teenage banter. Emma was in the front seat beside me, and Sarah was in the back, scrolling through her playlist to find the perfect song. We had no idea that our peaceful night was about to take a terrifying turn. We decided to take a detour to a spot that we loved near the edge of the forest, where an old abandoned barn stood. It was a place we had visited many times during the day, but never at night. The barn was said to be haunted, but we never took those stories seriously. We thought it would be fun to explore a bit and take pictures in the moonlight. As we approached the barn, the atmosphere seemed to change. The air grew colder, and a thick mist began to roll in from the fields. I parked the car and we stepped out, the crunch of gravel under our feet echoing in the silence. The barn loomed ahead of us, its weathered wood glowing faintly in the moonlight. We made our way towards the entrance, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. Inside, the barn was filled with shadows, the beams of our lights revealing piles of old hay and rusted farming equipment. We started to explore, our laughter echoing off the walls. Suddenly, Sarah stopped and pointed towards the far corner of the barn. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Emma and I turned our flashlights in the direction she was pointing. At first, I saw nothing but shadows. Then, I saw it. A figure just barely visible in the dim light, standing completely still. It was tall and thin, with long limbs that seemed to blend into the darkness. My heart began to race as I realized it was watching us. "Who's there?" I called out, feeling kind of silly as I tried to sound tougher than I am. There was no response. The figure remained still, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as a chill ran down my spine. "We should go," Emma whispered, her voice shaking. "Now." We started to back away slowly, keeping our flashlights trained on the figure. But as we moved, it began to follow us, its movements slow and deliberate. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, its hulking presence radiating a menacing sense of predatory thirst and dread. As we reached the entrance of the barn, the figure stopped. For a moment it seemed to hesitate. Then it let out a low, guttural growl that sent us running. We sprinted back to the car, our footsteps pounding against the gravel. I fumbled with the keys, finally managing to unlock the doors. We scrambled inside, locking the doors behind us. I started the car and floored the gas pedal, the tires screeching as we sped away from the barn. None of us spoke for a long time, the silence in the car filled with only the sound of our ragged breathing. When we finally reached the safety of my house, we sat in the driveway, trying to process what had just happened. None of us could believe what we had seen. We came face to face with something straight out of a nightmare. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe there was something out there. Perhaps all those fairy tales we grew up hearing with stories of ghosts and ghouls and werewolves stalking the borders of far-flung farmlands had some truth to them. We didn't know what it was or why it was there, but we all agreed on one thing. we would never go back to that barn at night again. That night, our safe, familiar world was forever changed by the realization that sometimes there are things lurking in the darkness that we cannot explain, and that some stories, no matter how unbelievable they may seem, are rooted in a terrifying reality.